All right, people. Today is what is it? May 18th. It's 2024. My name is Chris Lucas. This is my show, The Protestant View. Just give you guys a little heads up. When I do a show, because I have so little free time, because I work anywhere between 60 to 70 hours a week, and I have a lot going on. My shows are basically done with me running down to my basement, setting everything up in 5 minutes, and then trying to then coordinate all of my information together. So yes, there are some times when I accidentally misspeak. So it's just kind of like pay attention. If I say something that sounds a little bit odd, maybe I just misspoke. Because last week I was talking about the feast, and I said you'll never see a barley harvest. The barley is almost never ripe before the equinox. And what I meant, I was thinking about something else, and my mind was racing really fast on me. But earlier in the video, I even was talking about how they observed barley before the spring equinox. So, or how they would go and like look at it and observe it and everything. So, and that sounds a little contradictory, but my mind's just racing. I do these, my shows don't get hardly any support, right? I've been banned over, gosh, I guess it's more than 10 times. It's probably like 14 times, lost 14 different channels. And so it's like, I don't get the support these bigger channels get. And one thing too, I know I'll have some Seventh-day Adventists tuning in to watch my show, and what you see in the background here, it's like I do keep Sabbath, okay? And people, and before anyone who goes to church on Sunday just freaks out, just hold on now, because when you talk to Seventh-day Adventists, the one thing is, if they think you're not a Sabbath keeper, they automatically kind of tune out any kind of constructive criticism, right? Because they're like, but we're so much more holier than you because we keep the Sabbath. So it's like no matter what you say against them, they're already tuning you out. So really don't attack this. It's a weak argument. It really is. And I'll do a whole show dedicated to it. But the thing I want the Seventh-day Adventists to be clear of right now, I don't see. I do observe Sabbath, okay, 7-day Sabbath. So you're not having some Sunday keeper that hates you, that's attacking you. No, it's like I actually do keep the command. I try to observe the commandments, right? So and so that kind of makes me want to bring up my next point. I'm going to start hitting all these points decently hard soon. And this show, it's not just going to be about Seventh-day Adventists. I'm going to do it in a way to help everyone get something from this. So please do not think this is just a show that's just, it's so boring. It's just going to be about Seventh-day Adventists. No. Because a lot of you don't know a lot of this stuff. And I've watched people say a lot of dumb things. So you're going to learn something by me going over all this stuff about Seventh-day Adventists too. We're all going to learn something, because I learned a lot even as I was doing research. But one thing I do want to point out, Seventh-day Adventists, is I believe, now I wrote this thing pointing out 6 commandments you break every single Sabbath, including the Sabbath. But I think you actually could break 7 if you count honoring your mother and father, unless you think it honors them by promoting a lie. But if you don't think that honors them, then I would say 7 commandments. But I'll just read all 6 real quick. Sabbath observance. The 4th commandment is to remember the Sabbath day. But most importantly, I know you guys go, well, we do remember. I know. Calm down. And keep it holy, which involves resting and dedicating. I know you rest, and dedicating the day to spiritual matters, but not just wicked spiritual matters, like godly spiritual matters. You cannot promoting falsehoods on this day is seen as a violation of this commandment. So understand this. Promoting falsehoods on this day is seen as a violation of this commandment. bearing false witness. The ninth commandment prohibits bearing false witness against your neighbor. If promoting a false prophet involves spreading lies or deceit, it could be considered a form of bearing false witness. So here we got two commandments. Idolatry, right? So that's why, I'm counting up the commandments we're breaking. That's why I got 3 and 4. Idolatry. The first and second commandments warn against having other gods and making idols. If the promotion of a false prophet leads others to follow someone other than the true God, then it could be seen as a form of adultery. Number 5, taking God's name in vain. The third commandment prohibits taking the Lord's name in vain. If someone claims the authority of God or speaks falsely in his name, it could be considered taking his name in vain. Stealing. Yes, stealing. Receiving money through fraud, receiving money through the fraud of promoting a false prophet could be considered a form of theft, as it involves deception to obtain financial gain. This act could be seen as violating the commandment against stealing, which prohibits taking something that does not rightfully belong to you through deceit or fraud. In a religious context, this type of fraud is particularly serious because it exploits the individual's faith and trust, right? So, and you can say, how are they doing this? Well, people give money to this church based on thinking this woman's a true prophet of God, thinking that these words, when she says she is speaking the words of God. So she's saying that her words are the words of God. So she's sitting in the place of God, claiming to be God, because these words are not supposed to, remember, these words are not her words. She's saying they're God's words, even though they're actually coming from her. But she's telling you they're God's words. And then people donate money to this church under this fraud of belief of trying to get people to believe this. So that is theft through fraud. So yes, and then like I said, I would throw in dishonoring your mother and father, unless you think it's honoring them by promoting falsehoods and breaking the commandments of God. And if you think that honors them, then it's only 6. But if you think that dishonors your parents by doing that, then now we got 7 commandments we're breaking, right? So it's at least 7 commandments. So this is a pretty serious thing when you have anyone believe in a false prophet. And this also goes to people that take and give thousands and thousands of dollars. I watch these prophets that are prophesying about Trump and everything. And they say just the most insane things I've heard, and they've been wrong. Right? Because they were saying Trump's going to win the election in 2020. And I watched a stream the other day. Same people. And they were making $2,000 an hour just saying the most insane things that they're prophesying and all this other stuff. They're doing the same exact thing. And this is a serious charge where you're also breaking about, well, you might not be doing it on the Sabbath, so I don't know, but like these other days you're doing it, you're at least breaking, I would say, 6 commandments, 5 to 6 commandments, all right? So like I said, this stuff doesn't apply to just Seventh-day Adventists. And I'm going to start getting to the technicalities of this all. One thing I want to bring up is, before I lose this off my screen, is this thing I wrote a long time ago. It was about 8 months ago, and no Adventist disagreed with me when I wrote it 8 months ago. In fact, I had a lot more comments saying it was 100% right until I made a video showing it, and then suddenly some of the Adventists that watched that video suddenly took their comments off my page. But anyway, it says, Adventist, is this wrong? How do Seventh-day Adventists explain the heavenly sanctuary is made dirty, or how is it defiled, right? Because you got to remember, this prophecy starts off as this little horn, because I'm going to go into the investigative judgment and their view of Daniel 8 also and show everything. But anyway, so I'm going to be a little bit all over the place just because, like I said, I'm doing this on the spur of the moment. So anyway, how do Seventh-day Adventists explain how the heavenly sanctuary is made dirty, or how is it defiled? Answer. According to the Seventh-day Adventist theology, the heavenly sanctuary is the true tabernacle that the Lord set up and not humans, where Christ ministers on our behalf, making available to believers the benefits of his atoning sacrifice offered once and for all on the cross. The heavenly sanctuary is defiled by the sins of God's people. Now, this is what Seventh-day Adventists teach, okay? The heavenly sanctuary is defiled by the sins of God's people who are identified with him as his witnesses. When they sin, they dishonor God, profane his holy name, and violate his law. The heavenly sanctuary is also defiled by the record of sins that are transferred there through the earthly sanctuary services. The blood of the animal sacrifices that were offered for the sins of the people symbolize the blood of Jesus, which cleanses us all from sin. The blood was sprinkled in the holy and most holy places of the earthly sanctuary, thus transferring the sins to the sanctuary. In the same way, the sins of those who believe in Jesus are transferred to the heavenly sanctuary through his blood. Keep that in mind. The sins of those who believe in Jesus are transferred to the heavenly sanctuary through his blood. All right, so that's how the sanctuary in heaven gets dirty, through the blood of Jesus. The heavenly sanctuary needs to be cleansed from these sins, which is what Christ is doing in his second phase of atoning, of his atoning ministry, which began in 1844 at the end of the prophetic period of 2,300 years, right? Well, it says days in the King James Bible, but it's actually evening more, but that's another conversation later on. This is also known as the investigative judgment, which reveals who among the dead and the living are faithful to God and worthy to inherit his kingdom. This judgment vindicates the justice of God in saving those who believe in Jesus, and declares that those who have remained loyal to him shall receive the kingdom. The completion of his ministry, of this ministry of Christ, will mark the close of human probation before the second advent. Now, I said, Adventist, is this wrong? Now, I had a bunch of them tell me this is right. And here I'm going to read some more. So according to them, through the blood of Jesus, the heavenly sanctuary is defiled by the sins of God's people. The answer, yes, that's correct. According to the Seventh-day Adventist theology, the heavenly sanctuary is defiled by the sins of God's people who are transferred there through the blood of Jesus. This is based on their interpretation of biblical passages that describe the sanctuary services and the prophecies of Daniel and Revelation. They believe this is part of God's plan to restore his original creation and eradicate sin and its consequences from the universe. So, and these are just kind of questions, and I kind of give the answer after studying all the Seventh-day Adventist stuff, right? So so keep this in mind. So the sanctuary has not been cleansed yet, according to the Seventh-day Adventist interpretation. Because remember, when you read the prophecy of Daniel, what does it say? Before I read this question, let's bring up Daniel 8. What would be a good interpretation? I'll go with the Berean Bible. I think they're fair. I can't remember off the top of my head, but we're gonna read this. We'll get down to verse. Here we go. And he said to me, it will take 2,300 evenings and mornings, then the sanctuary will be properly restored. So some verses say cleansed, right? So cleansed, restored. That means, what is that? When you look at this word right here at the end, restored, cleansed, this means something that's happened, not something that's ongoing. We don't see, and he will start cleaning the sanctuary. It does not say, and Jesus will start cleaning the sanctuary, or the sanctuary will start to be cleaned, right? Not start to be cleaned, will be restored, will be cleansed. Sanctuary is cleansed. It happened. So we can see that the words look to us to be like it's defiled for 2,300 evening mornings. Then it's properly restored or cleansed or justified. Different, And I'll get into that Hebrew word later. Hopefully I can remember. I got all the notes. It's just a matter of remembering it all. So anyway, the question was, so has the sanctuary not been cleansed yet according to the Seventh-day Adventist interpretation? That is correct. According to the Seventh-day interpretation, the heavenly sanctuary has not been cleansed yet. They believe that Christ began his cleansing work in 1844 and will finish it before his second coming. So it's ongoing, isn't it? They base this on their understanding of Daniel 8:14, which says, and he said unto me, unto 2,300 days. So that's the King James, because it doesn't actually say days in the Hebrew. It says evening, morning, Erev, Boker. Then the sanctuary will be cleansed. They interpret the days as years and the sanctuary as the heavenly one. They also link this prophecy with the events described in Revelation 14:6-12, which announce the judgment of God and call people to worship him as creator. They see themselves as having a special mission to proclaim this message to the world and prepare the people for Christ's return. Now here we got a Seventh-day Adventist, and they go, nope, it's not wrong. It's 100% correct. So I have Seventh-day Adventist saying this is 100% correct. I got nothing wrong here. And I even go, wow. 8 months ago, I go, wow, I did not expect you to admit that. And so this person says, Chris Lucas, that's because the sanctuary in heaven is still being cleansed, just like the verse says. I always confess the truth of the word of God. So here's a Seventh-day Adventist telling you it's true. Now, there was this other one named Biodiesel Bill. Because I even said, I think I even replied to someone. Yeah, I go, Ryan, if you read the comments, biodegradable Bill, who everyone knows is a Seventh-day Adventist, just admitted it's 100% correct. Not only did he admit that it was 100% correct, he's erased this message since then, but he said it was the best interpretation he's seen. I've actually been on, I posted the same thing on Answering Adventism in a video comment section one time. And I had other Adventists that were angry at Miles, and they read my comment, and they were like, wow, that was the best explanation of the investigative judgment I ever saw. So they tell me this is the best. So before you go, no. It's like, no, I've already had this. I've already shown comments in past videos where they said, this is a good interpretation. There's nothing wrong with my interpretation. How else does the heavenly sanctuary get dirty? How else does it? According to them, how else can it possibly get dirty? It's got to get dirty somehow. How does it get dirty? Oh, through the blood of Jesus. So Jesus' blood makes it dirty, okay, and it transfers sins. A lot of Christians would have a problem with that, and I do want to bring up, just so we keep something in mind about Ellen White, if I even have this up here still. Let's just kind of keep in mind the things that Ellen White has said. Because I want you to understand that I know this is going to be a little here. You know what? Let me just take myself out of the screen for a little bit. Now I can blow this up. And it says right here, in the testimony sent to Battle Creek, I have given you the light that God has given to me. In no case have I given my own judgment or opinion. I have enough to write what has been shown to me without without failing. Oops. I have gotta. Sorry, I'm trying to enlarge this just enough to keep everything on the page, and it's a little hard. So I have enough to write of what has been shown to me without falling back on my own opinions. So she says these are not her own opinions. You are doing as the children of Israel did again and again. Instead of repenting before God, you reject his words and attribute all the warnings and reproof to the messenger who the Lord sent. So she's saying she's the messenger who the Lord has sent. Pretty clear. And she says, in no case have I given my own judgment or opinion. So she says this is God. She's saying these words are God's words, right? These testimonies. So whenever she says testimony, she's talking about her writings. And I just want to be clear about one other thing. Let's just go back up here. She goes, the testimonies are unread and unappreciated. God has spoken to you. Again, testimonies. That means her writings. Light has been shining from his word and from the testimonies, and both have been slighted and disregarded. What? Oh yeah, here's the key one right here, because I mean this is where I know people like many Seventh-day Adventists, they get scared. They're truly scared of this woman as if she really is the voice of God speaking to them. If you lessen the confidence of God's people in the testimonies he has sent them, you are rebelling against God, as certainly as were Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. And she wrote this in the Testimonies, volume 5, page 66. So she's saying her testimonies, if you even lessen the confidence, you are rebelling against God. So someone like me would definitely be like rebelling against God, you know, or any Seventh-day Adventist that tries to think critically, they'd be like, oh my gosh, you're rebelling against God by thinking critically, you know, and asking questions. You can't do that. So I just kind of want to bring these points up to people. And now I need to go into all this research I did. So I'm going to go into my Gmail account. Set myself a bunch of documents. If I was smart, I'd go minimum. I wouldn't do this like right when I'm doing this live. No telling what's going to pop up. But let's see here. Oh, you know what? Let me bring up all these documents right here. Because what happened was, I'm talking to Jason of the Seventh-day Adventist Defense League. And Jason could not give me proof of anything I needed. I've also been talking to Edwin Cotto of the Seventh-day Adventist Defense League. So I'm talking to, you know, these people way up there, right? And no one can answer me these questions. I just now posted a bunch of community posts on YouTube, right? Reposted old posts and everything showing that I've been asking this. So no, 17 Adventists, don't attack me for saying that you guys don't answer questions or saying that my mind's made up. How did my mind come to this point? Well, I ask you, you never give me an answer. And then when I go do my own research, I can't find Jews who kept Passover in May, which you claim they did keep Passover in May. So, but yet we can't find this group, right? And you go, and some go, well, no, we said Karaites. No. You see that, and that in of itself is an ignorant statement. what group of Karaites? Do you know that there are some Karaites, a lot of them, that keep a rabbinic calendar? Do you know there's also some that keep a Barley calendar? There's some that might even keep, I haven't looked this deeply into it, but they might keep a calendar very close to mine, which actually looks like it mirrors the Barley calendar they keep, where you always keep the first the first new moon after the vernal equinox. So what that means is you'll never, ever, ever have a Passover in May, except maybe May 1st. Maybe May 1st at the latest. I'll go into that technicality later. But when I say that, hold on a second. When I say that, if you were to go do your own research, you could not find, because remember, I've been asking this question for almost a year now. You could not find me a single Jew that kept it beyond April 25th. Because I know this, because I have been looking this up myself for my own personal calendar research, because I keep the feast. And I get into arguments with people that are so adamant about keeping the feast. Some of them get mad that they kept theirs in March this year because they observed the barley. So they actually observed it earlier. I kept my calendar later. And there's some people that observed the barley that also kept it at the same exact time I kept it. But the people who kept it early, some of them got so mad at me that they didn't even want to talk to me anymore. So people get pretty passionate about this. So it causes me to have to look into this, because I'm trying to unify people together, right? Like, I'm trying not to split. I'm trying to be like, oh no, I got good reasons for doing what I do. But yeah, these people, they get kind of pretty worked up and they get heated, and people know this. Anyone that keeps these calendars know this. So Seventh-day Adventists, it's like, you should really, like, if you're going to base your whole religion on such a thing as thinking this is the true Day of Atonement, you got to know your calendar. Also, if this calendar that you claim is correct, it also messes up your prophecy of Daniel 9, because you teach that it has to be a Friday crucifixion, and that's what your prophet said. Just similar to what the Catholic Church teaches. But the problem we run into is such a calendar looks like Passover's always kept in May, according to that calendar. It looks like they were always starting the month of Nisan in April, and that their Passover is almost always falling in May, which would mean that your 31 AD date that you think Jesus got crucified, it becomes a Tuesday. Okay, so this has got big ramifications. So you better have this figured out if you want to call yourself prophecy experts and think you got this whole thing right. Because if this calendar is right, that you say gives you the Day of Atonement date in October 22nd, 1844, well, then then it's gonna mess up your Passover date in 31 AD. So anyway, I found this document. What's it called? Like, I didn't write down the exact document I got this from. It's something. Let me see. I might have it here. PFF. I think the one I got up on the screen is 4, though, but it might be PFF2. Prophetic. What is it? Prophetic something. Some SDA writing. I can't think of it off the top of my head. But anyway, there's like a part 4 of this document called the shifted 1843 shifted the new moon of April. So pressure from opponents forced Miller's scholarly associates to study anew their position on or understanding of the Jewish year and to probe deeply into its history. As a result, they were led to make the first correction of their calculation, which pertained to the exact time of the beginning of the ending of the Jewish sacred year, extending from spring to spring. As far back as April, and then in June, December of 1843, and February of 1844, 21 months before Miller's original date expired for the ending of the Jewish year in 1843, because he originally predicted 1843. Remember this. At the time of the vernal equinox in 1844, his associates, Sylvester Bliss, Hosea Litch, Joshua Himes, Nathaniel Southard, Apollos Hill, Nathan Whiting, and others came to a definite conclusion. This was their solution of Daniel's prophecy as independent upon the ancient or original Jewish form of the lunar solar time, and not upon the altered modern rabbinical Jewish calendar. This is discussed. Oh yeah, prophetic faith. That's what this document is. I think this is prophetic faith, volume 4 that I'm reading from. That's what I'm reading from. Part 4 of it. So they therefore began to shift from Miller's original date for the ending of the 2,300 years at the equinox of March. So they originally calculated it in March. Over to the new moon of April 1844. So the new moon of April of 1844. So that puts it on the second new moon after the equinox. Early in this period of investigation, a sign to the Time editor declared, now there is a dispute between the rabbinical and the Karaite Jews as to the correct time of commencing the year. The former rabbinical Jews are scattered all over the world and cannot observe the time of the ripening of barley that is in Judea. They therefore regulate the commencement of the year by astronomical calculations and commence with the first day of the new moon nearest the vernal equinox, when the sun is in Aries. Now, there is this dispute where when they say the new moon closest to the vernal equinox, well, sometimes that new moon could be before the equinox or after, right? And yes, there are some Jews that do keep such a calendar. I'm arguing that's not the calendar, that it should always be kept on the vernal equinox afterwards. All right. But and also what I'm arguing, keep in mind, you'll never see it on the second new moon after the vernal equinox. So, the Jewish year of AD 1843, as the Karaites reckon it, in accordance with the Mosaic law, therefore commenced this year with the new moon on the, hold on, now look at this, on the 29th of April. So this is key here. Keep in mind, this is 1843, and they're saying that this new year, which means the month of Nisan, because Nisan's always the start of the new year of the Jewish religious calendar, as far as the religious calendar goes. If it's like the civil, it's going to be Tishri, but for the religious observance, well, actually, they sabbatical years start from Tishri, which is around late September, early October. So, or middle September, early October, normally. So, but they say this right here, and this is an official SDA document, right? So we're talking about someone that's constantly having Passovers in May, because if you're having a new moon on the 29th day of April, that calendar, and I looked this up, this particular sort of calendar would have, this would be a leap year. All right. So in their leap years, you're going to have Passovers as late as the 29th day of April. They had a Passover in 1844. I mean, they had a month of Nisan in 1844 that started on April, what would this be? April 18th, either April 18th or 19th. I will be real clear on this pretty soon. But April 18th or 19th, and that's in 1844 on their calendar. That's not even considered a leap year. So just think about that, how just like insane that is. It's like this was a leap year, but yet the next year it's starting it all the way in April 17th, and that's not even a leap year. on this calendar, because you don't have back-to-back leap years on any Jewish calendar. Go find that. Go find that for me. If you think that's the case, you just go find that. Because typically on a metonic cycle, it would be 7 leap years and 19 years. And in this one document from this Karaite that Samuel Snow was said to talk to, named E.S. Kalman, which Seventh-day Adventists keep saying they didn't talk to him. Well, I can't find any other Karaite you did talk to. You had to talk to someone, get a Barley report. You had to study some group. Who is it? This is the only one I can find. But in this letter from E.S. Kalman, it's got the same exact datings in it, right? And it's just kind of wild that they pushed this out. There's another point I was going to say, but my mind kind of raced off. So sorry. But anyway, go back and get this widened a little bit more. Let me take myself out of the picture. See it a little bit better. So they say, therefore, this certain group of Karaites kept their day on the new moon on the 29th of April and the Jewish year of 1844, and will commence with the new moon next April, when 1843 and the 2300 days according to their computation will expire. So in the Jewish year of 1844 will commence with the new moon in April, and they say it's going to be the 18th, 19th, right? But that's not a leap year on this calendar. Oh yeah, Kalman. These are all the exact same dates that are in that letter with Kalman, which the Seventh-day Adventists are denying. And the weird thing about it is they only have 6 leap years and 19 years. And just for people who really know their calendars, think about the havoc that might wreak. But if you're only going to have 6 leap years, you definitely wouldn't have any years where they're back to back. You're talking every single time there's a 2-year apart. So they definitely couldn't have 2 back-to-back leap years. They would never, no Jew would ever say that, right? So it says, but according to the rabbinical Jews, it began with the new moon, the first of last April, and will expire the new moon in the March of next. Well, when it says the March of next, it's talking about March 21st, 1844 is when the rabbinical calendar says we'll start the new year. But they're arguing that the real start of the new year should be this, right? It should be April 18th, 19th. So they consequently reckoned that the last day of the Jewish year, 1843, would close with the sunset of April 18th, 1844. Therefore, the first day of the first month of Nisan in 1844, the true Jewish time, would have its civil equivalent April 19th, though beginning actually with the sunset of April 18th. So at least it got the sunset part right in this part. Thus, it should read April 9, 1819, see Exhibit C and D, page 790. And I'm going to get to that too. And Himes, writing after the spring equinox of 1844, declared that the real Jewish year, 1843, had not yet actually expired. After the Jewish year of 1843 commencement, he, Miller, gave it as his opinion that the Lord would come sometime between the 21st of March of 1843 and the 21st of March, 1844. This time has now been passed by, so we can tell that this is written sometime later than that. And we are a few days beyond the time which he believes the days might extend. Although the Jewish year has not expired but extends to the new moon in April, as we explained in our last, yet our time will be regarded by our opponents as having passed by. This correction made by the Millerites of the beginning of the Jewish sacred year was made deliberately and understandably on the basis of the original Mosaic stipulation, to which their attention was directed by the early Karaite contention in behalf of the beginning of the true sacred year of the new moon of the barley harvest in Judea, which usually fell in April. See, now I'm going to get into where they got confused, okay? So the new moon of the barley harvest, which usually fell in April, this was the basis for their designation of October as the 7th month, the true Jewish time for the Jewish sacred year. Arguing that these people are getting really confused because I don't know of anyone who would ever, I mean, please find me the record of any Jew that is consistently starting the month of Nisan after April 17 consistently, because like I said, they got 2 back-to-back years. You would think it would be wild if it just happened one time, even as late as April 18th, which I would argue April 18th looks like an impossibility to me. But I would argue it can't, like, even if you were on some extreme calendar, you will never use the second new moon after the vernal equinox, because that's like the middle of spring. It's supposed to start at the start of spring, not the middle of spring. It cannot start in the middle of spring. And there's 3 months to each season. So on the average, 3 moons for every season. And this particular year is only supposed to have how many? It's got to have 3 moons per season. And so all Jewish months have to have, except for their leap years. And then it's like, it's a little bit longer. They got that extra month of Adar too, right? So if you're having so if you're starting at the second moon after the vernal equinox, you've already had what would be a whole moon of spring. That's what I argue. That's why I say it would never happen. And I would say the absolute latest date is would be a May 1st Passover. But I'm going to show you like why that is so incredibly, even a May 1st Passover is almost incredibly would be non-existent. It's never been recorded to my knowledge except one time. And I have to explain I'll go ahead and explain the fluke of why it was recorded that one time. Because right here we have and this is some dishonesty that Bob Pickle did. Oops, I'm trying to just enlarge it and it keeps jumping. Just want to see here. So I have this calendar, right? And it says the Israeli Aviv Barley reports from 1999 to 2014 AD. And you can get this from Karaite Corner, all this information, right? So we're going to go down here. And we're going to see in 2014, the Aviv Barley found March 25th. So they're going to start their Nisan on April 1st. So this, same as the calendar I would use. Exact same. Nisan, 14th of April. For the Karaites, same for the Rabbinites. Now, here's where the problem starts to occur right here. No, there's no problem here. Okay, so right here they find Aviv Barley in March 23rd. And so the new moon, they see the new moon on March 24th, they started. Rabbinite and Karaite calendar the same. Right here. I meant to go up to this 2013 because I want to explain why they got this difference here. Okay, so they say they found Aviv Barley on March 11th. So the Karaites are starting theirs on March 14th. So that's pretty early. They say Nissan started on March 14th. So they have a March 27th date for Nissan. The rabbinic calendar has a March 25th. So far, they're actually pretty much the same. Like I said, this rabbinic calendar, the reason why it's drifting is because it didn't have the, a lot of times the moon's not perfectly synced up. But as you can see, it gets synced up to the actual moon cycle here. But like here, what it is the moon was actually seen later. That's why there's this 2-day difference, right? Now me personally, on my calendar, I would start it after this point. So here we go, March 24th. April, they both agree. April, they both agree. I'm not going to read this whole thing. They said V. Barley found they didn't say not March 6th. I don't know what they mean, but whatever they decided to start April 5th. So they find a V. Barley March 12th. As you can see, though, these are all early dates. Look at when they're finding a V. Barley, all in March, right? All in March. So, I mean, oops. Trying to scroll down, it's kind of hard. I want to get down to this part, though. Sorry, man. This thing's so sensitive. But as you can see, the barley's always found in March, except this one time in 2000, it was found April. But this is also right around when they first started doing it, right? So we got on April 4th, they find the barley. So they start their month on April 6th. They have their Passover on April 19th. All right, I think I got this right. Yeah, okay, so Nisan, I want to make sure I was reading this right. Nisan 1 was started on April 6th on both calendars, it looks like. They both wind up having Passover on April 19th. So as you can see, here's Karaites keeping this, right? It's all April, March, April, March, April, March, April, March, April, March. Latest date they had a Passover, April 19th, this whole time, right? Oops. Gosh, I hate this. Sorry. I wish I knew how to make this thing less sensitive. But anyway, down here, I'll just leave it like this. But now we go to 1999 when they first started looking at the barley harvest. They did not start it until April 18th. But this was the very first year. And so this is what Bob Pickle does on his website. He goes by their very first barley, when they very first look for barley, right? Their very first year doing this. And Bob Pickle tries to say, wait. We got something. See, look right here. They started in April. And so that means the Karaite Passover's in May. And all we're doing is we're just asking for 2 more days for 1844 to occur, it has to be a May 3rd, May 4th Passover. And so Bob Pickle says, all I'm doing is shoving it 2 more days. And look, even in November 9th of 1999, look when they did this barley, when they put down all this information. But this was their first year, and there's a bunch of, this is questionable. There's people that keep the feast and calendars that argue, and a very small portion of people even kept it on this day. Because as you can see on the rabbinic calendar, it was all the way in March. So they had it on March 31st. Now, I might have had mine on April 30th, according to my calendar. I'd have to kind of look real closely at this. But because it's one of those borderline dates where it's right on the cusp of the vernal equinox. So it's like, what was it just, did the new moon appear right before the vernal equinox? And maybe you could argue, oh, it did. But okay, if that's the case, it would only be one day before the vernal equinox, which would mean that's the absolute latest you can shove Passover out. That's the absolute latest. So now that means the next new moon is going to start on April 18th, and you're going to wind up with a May Passover if that's so, right? That's why I argue this is the absolute latest date. This is also the only date I can find, and the only year I can ever find this ever happening in is in 1999 when the Karaites observed the Barley. This was their first time. It might not have been perfect, and that's what a lot of people are arguing. Me personally, I'm kind of on the borderline because I'm going to show you that date for that particular year so you can understand it better by looking at the actual calendar. So we're going to look at the Heb calendar from 1999, and this is pretty accurate. It might be one day off, but for the sake of, but I'm going to show you why. Well, hold on a second. Let me make sure. I'm going to ask the AI to do something for me. So I can do this quicker. Make sure I got this 100% right. I need to know when the astronomical new moon was in March of 1999 and April of 1999. And I also need to know what time the vernal equinox took place in 1999.
The astronomical new moon in March 1999 occurred on Wednesday, March 17, 1999 at 1:48 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. For April 1999, the new moon was on Friday, April 16, 1999 at 12:22 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Okay, so what we got here? We got the astronomical new moon in March of 1999 occurred on Wednesday, March 17th, 1999. So in Israel, that might be, you got to wait about, let's say about 20 hours at least. So 20 hours later, that's, it should be, you should see the sliver. You add 3 hours onto this because this is UTC time, I bet. Right? I think this is UTC time. Oops. Kind of ask the AI again. Is that UTC time? And if so, could you convert it to Jerusalem time? This is going to be kind of a very technical show, but I'm making sure I'm going to cover everything thoroughly.
The times I provided are in Eastern Standard Time, EST, and Eastern Daylight Time, EDT, not in Coordinated Universal Time, UTC. Jerusalem is ahead of Eastern Daylight Time by 7 hours.
Okay.
Here are the conversions to Jerusalem time. The new moon in March 1999 was at 1:48 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on March 17th, which would be 8:48 p.m. in Jerusalem. The new moon in April 1999 was at 12:22 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time on April 16th,
Okay, so
which would be 7:22 a.m. in Jerusalem. The
Okay.
vernal equinox in 1999.
Okay, so basically, when we're looking at these times here, I know it might be a little smaller screen. I'm scared to make it too much bigger because the screen does this weird thing. But anyway, says the new moon in March 1999. So in Jerusalem, it would have been 8:48 p.m. on March 17th. So 20 hours later, you would see it at sundown on March 18th. Now it says the vernal equinox was in 1999 at 3:46 a.m. on March 21st. So technically, if you use a calendar like mine, where I say it's got to be the new moon after the vernal equinox, you might have to wait till the next new moon. So if you got to wait till the next new moon, it's going to be April 17th. That you're going to see the sliver. So I would say it's not the 18th, it's the 17th, but they might say 18th just because they're not counting sundown on the 17th. They're counting the 18th day, the very next day. That's kind of typically how they sometimes do it. So let's get to April of 1999. So I would say now, hey, look, they pretty much got it right on this calendar because I said 17, right? I said I would say it's going to be the evening of the 17th. So we got 17 right here. This is a calendar for May, and they say it's the first of liar. Now, what we're going to say is I think this is like one of the absolute latest dates you can ever come up with. And so when we count all the way, now maybe the 18th, but now when we just count these days all the way up until October, we'll pretend like the month of Sheshvan is actually the Day of Atonement. So where's the 10th of Sheshvan? So right here we got it. The 20th of October. That's going to be, I argue, your latest date. One of the latest dates you'll ever see. And I don't know if you'll ever see a later date than that. And that's going by a purely equinox calendar. That's not going by a Barley calendar, because you got to remember, we just saw me bring up all those things in that mail, right? Look at this. This is my equinox calendar. I keep saying it's one of the latest calendars, and I rarely ever see like, I don't know if there's very many Passovers ever in May, right? But when I look back through historical records, like I said, I don't know if my calendar is even 100% correct. And this is just observing the first new moon after the equinox. But look at this. When we observe the Barley, it's always earlier, except for that one time when they first did it in 1999. So that's why I say Seventh-day Adventist, you got to prove this. The burden of proof's on you. We're not, and you said we're not even going by Chris Lucas's calendar, right? You said you're going by these Karaite calendars. Well, if we're going by theirs, we're seeing a pretty early barley harvest. So this looks pretty bad for you. So you guys got a lot of work to do. And like this page where I got this from, they like when we read these notes down here, it says 1999 was the first Aviv barley search conducted by the Karaite Jews in the land of Israel in the modern era. I wonder what the modern era is. That would be interesting what they consider the modern era. Is the modern era the past 200 years? Because the modern era is the past 200 years, you got to be wondering what the Seventh-day Adventist, who were the Seventh-day Adventists talking to. The details for the inaugural Aviv search are less comprehensive than later years. Oh, hey, Agwe. As far I know you're off topic, I'll just answer this real quick as a simple question. Because you said, if I remember correctly, consider Adventist Bill Hughes, author of The Secret Terrorist, as a Jesuit sympathizer. I kind of think they all are. You know what? I could bring that up real quick as to why. Slightly off topic here. My apologies if I remember correctly. Yeah, okay, so you said the same. You know what? Here, I think I got that on my post. Let me I'll just go ahead and go over this because I just reposted all this stuff. I can remember this subject, so I'll just do a quick divert. Okay, I want people to see something real quick because this is important. So we got the Catholic Reporter bragging about this, right? So this is in all Catholic publications. They're all bragging about this, right? Because they're bragging that they're the first ones who ever did these mandates and how it's such a great thing. Now, what's this we see? Oh, I'm not going to read it because you know what? I'm going to have a lot of angry Seventh-day Adventists watching this, but we can see why I might think there are a bunch of sympathizers. You guys have medical professionals that know this stuff in detail, know these. Now, I can ask way harder questions. You let me have any of these Advent health professionals on my show. Let me talk to them about this and ask them questions about why they think this is so safe and effective. Watch me rip them apart. And you'll be like, wait a minute, I thought these guys were the health professionals. And you would think because they're really, they're really against the Jesuits that they would look into this closer. Huh? Very curious. Very curious. Yeah, and you can watch how I just rip them apart. Now, I did have a video that I posted, and it got banned. And I think, see, we can see where my video gets banned because they complained, they cried. You can see this. I was banned. I right here. And I know it was someone that complained that got me banned. Because I understand the difference. I've gotten banned so many times. I understand the little difference. All right. So if you look at my community post on YouTube, you can see this stuff. I think I even posted I didn't post my Rumble show, but I got a Rumble show. The Rumble show that got banned that was exposing that really bad about how much the Seventh-day Adventists were connected into it. Anyway, so we go back to the calendar. So the 1999 result is anomalous when compared to the succeeding 13 years results. This could have been due to the inexperienced, inaccurate definition of Aviv barley, extreme weather conditions, and who knows. Perhaps the 1999 weather report would have been different had searchers known what they know now. After many more years of study, practical experience, and familiarization with the Aviv barley search procedure. I am going to go into scripture, people. So, because I saw some people drop out of here, I'm going to go deep into Daniel 8. But see, some of you, that think you're so expert at Daniel 9 and Daniel 8 and want to argue with me so hard. It's amazing how ignorant you are about this calendar. Like, you have to know this because you actually have to know this so you can understand whether the dates you are putting behind this prophecy even add up. Right, you gotta don't you gotta know what calendar they were using and when Jesus was actually crucified and and so how accurate you are, or do you not care? See, this is why I don't even bother debating these people, because I'm finding that they got the same Seventh-day Adventist spirit in them, where they just don't really care about the truth. So it's like, to me, Christianity as a whole, it's like they got this disease. Just the way I feel about most people in Christianity. It's just one diseased mess that doesn't care about truth. But I just want to get through this calendar stuff real quick because this is the freshest thing on my mind. And then I can get further into Daniel 8 and just start explaining all the issues with it. But I mean, I think people need to understand that there's a lot of bad things. What is this screenshot? So this is APA. Why I cannot remember what the initials this is. These are all like early writings of the Seventh-day Adventist. So it says page 193.2. Men did not stop studying, even though the Advent believers in general had the great confidence in Miller's conclusions. As early as the summer of 1843, some of Miller's associates began to realize that the rabbinical reckoning of the beginning and ending of the Jewish year, which was being followed by Miller, was different from the true Jewish year. The Jewish year, as commonly calculated, was governed by the spring equinox, and it was from this that Miller concluded that the particular Jewish year coming 2,300 years after the decree of Artaxerxes to restore and build Jerusalem in 457 BC extended from March 21st, 1843 to March 21st, 1844. Actually, so they're saying, actually, according to true Jewish reckoning, that year ended about the middle of April. So they're claiming true Jewish reckoning is the middle of starting the calendar in the middle of April. That's what they're saying, because when they say it ended about the middle of April, that means the next Jewish year is beginning in about the middle of April. Crazy. Show me this calendar, right? Please show me this. Oh yeah, I do have this document. I'm not going to go into this document, but this document of Herb Selinsky wrote, and you can find this on his webpage if you go to I think they got the webpage on here if I'm not mistaken. I'll post it later on in the show notes. But anyway, Herb Selinsky wrote this 100-page report, and what he did was he goes back into the time of Babylon. Maybe I can find that real quick in here, because I think it's not. I guess I didn't. I don't think I got it all in here. Pretty sure I don't have to go too far. What is it, like page 15 maybe? I think it's around page 15 or 19. I don't want to waste a lot of time looking it up, but basically, there's somewhere around maybe page 15 to page 25. He starts talking about how there's this historical records where these archaeologists go and study the Babylonian calendar and when the Jews were in captivity and everything. And he goes on to show that consistently people who held this type of lunar solar calendar that the Jews hold always started the month of Nicene after the vernal equinox, and he said it was very consistent, right, as he's going through it. So I'm putting that out there as part of my evidence that it's and consistent that it was always the first new moon after the vernal equinox, not the second. Has never found no one has ever found evidence that they ever used the second new moon after the vernal equinox. So that's no one's ever shown that. So I want to make sure I get through all these little notes I made. Oh, one thing I think is so interesting, and this will tie into Daniel, and this is important if people want to know prophecy. They found all these like Jews, who say, like in this one document, what's it called, prophecy something of theirs. It's PFF volume 2, page 207.3. You can find this on early writings of Ellen White. It says, of the 70 weeks, 7 passed in the kingdom of the Chaldees, 47 years, 57 years the Persians' reign, 180 the Greeks, 206 the Romans, and these are special periods of 70 weeks. These include the reigns of all four beasts. Only the angel does not describe the length. Only the angel does not describe at length what happened to any of them, save the history of the second temple during the time of Rome. These 70 weeks are weeks of sabbatical years, making 490 years. Below, they are divided into periods. Now, the reason why the Seventh-day Adventists are pointing out these Jewish writings, even though these Jews reject Jesus, right? What they're doing is they're trying to come up with other ways of viewing Daniel and Daniel 9. So, because they don't want to say Daniel's a false prophet. And they're really struggling because it's like, well, I don't want to say Jesus fulfilled Daniel 9. And so they're trying to deny Jesus fulfilled it. And this was happening even in the early first centuries. This is why some early Christians had some very confusing writings, because they're listening to some Jews and trying to figure out how they interpret Daniel, because there's so much persecution going on. So they're listening to them, but they're like, well, we know Jesus is Messiah. This text definitely says a Messiah is going to come. So what they do is they start twisting it with Jewish views. And that's sort of like how you get this like weird futurist looking eschatology in the early first few centuries. My personal belief is that the quarter-decimans had a lot of this right. Like people like Polycarp probably knew how to properly interpret Daniel, but a lot of the quarter-deciman writings were destroyed because people didn't like that they were keeping Passover on the 14th of Nisan, thought it was completely heretical, even though we see it in the Bible, and we don't see Easter Sunday kept in the Bible, right? It's always the Passover. And people, before you start freaking out like, no, but Easter and Passover are interchangeable. I know that. I'm using these words. Be calm, be calm. I'm using these words to differentiate this tradition that people keep on Sunday every year and the biblical Passover that was always kept on the 14th of Nisan. Okay, so when I say Passover and Easter Sunday, I'm not stupid. I understand these words have been interchangeable, and sometimes they would call it the Christian Pascha and the Jewish Pascha. But I'm just saying Passover and Easter to make this conversation easier, okay? So stop flipping out about that. And it really is almost like two separate days, okay? And it is two separate things because they're not going by the same calculations. So anyway, the quarter-decimans, they were keeping Passover, which we find in the Bible. We do not find this thing called Easter, remember? Something that's kept every single Sunday, every Sunday every year, right? Always kept Sunday every year. So when I say Passover and Easter, that's what I mean, just to keep it short. So you don't see Easter in the Bible, but we do see Passover being celebrated. So what it is there was persecution after the Council of Nicaea in 325. And a lot of these quarter-deciman writings were completely destroyed. So we don't have much about the quarter-decimans. You had people like Melito of Sardis, who I think Eusebius even thought he was, some said people consider him a prophet. And it's like, or something to that effect, like some strong leader, and so, and he had, to my knowledge, I think he had wrote that the 70 weeks of Daniel were fulfilled by Jesus. But I do know that when we got the quarter-deciman writings being destroyed, we're losing a lot of like what some of the Christianity taught, and you're definitely losing that transition. Even if you believe that the Catholic Church replaced Christianity and now that's truly what Christianity is, even if you believe that, which is what almost every single Christian today believes, 99%, that's why they go to church on Sunday. They believe the Catholic Church sort of replaced it, right? And that now the church has its own new traditions that are by apostolic authority by the Pope, because we can't find this in the Bible. So it's got to be by their apostolic authority, right? So it's by their apostolic authority that they start establishing Sunday and Easter, right? Or, the Easter observance every Sunday, Sunday of every year, right? So that's what I'm saying is that when we're looking at this, like when you're trying to look up Daniel, doesn't it seem weird that you can't just find you can't find a book where it's got commentary where it's like, well, this is how all the Christians interpreted it. Why is it that when we read these commentaries, it's like they're questioning it? Don't you think they would have talked to the Jews directly, right? And they would have known, like, the disciples and been like, hey, what's this part in Daniel? And they would have been like, oh, Jesus fulfilled that. Or, oh, this is the future. But where are all those writings where I'm pretty sure someone would have been like, well, you asked me this, and here's how we interpret it. But a lot of writings got destroyed in Jerusalem. Guess what? In those early Christian writings in Jerusalem, I bet you those Jews, they're not going to just up and start keeping Sunday. And we don't even see this in the Bible, a Sunday observance. We don't see it at all. And I'll debate anybody on it. We don't see it. So, so chances are, if those writings are getting destroyed, what if these commentaries about the book of Daniel are destroyed with it? Just throwing that out there, okay? And so that's why I think, you got these other Jews. So maybe Christians are talking to these non-believing Jews when they're looking for answers later on, right? They're going, but these non-believing Jews are trying to figure out, how do I make Daniel 9 not be about the Messiah? So they're coming up with all these wacky interpretations. And I think that's when all this kind of like weird eschatology starts to get developed because of this. Just my theory, which I feel like is a pretty good theory. So sorry about that little, I don't know, monologue there. Her lengthy, I won't say rambling, but I think it was like an important point. But anyway, so Japhet, the 134 years Japhet calculates to reach the coming of Titus the sinner. The abomination is the army of the Romans, and the exposition continues in Daniel 11, covering Persia, Greece, and Rome, running to and fro, seeking all knowledge. Cited in Daniel 12:4 is the searching of God's word. Knowledge shall increase, knowledge of two things, the commands and the end. Okay, so what the Seventh-day Adventists are doing is they're looking to this Jew to say, oh, Jews really believe in a year for day principle. Problem is, okay, so what they're doing is they're fixating on this word 70 weeks, which they interpret to mean days. But in the Jewish language, that word is shavuim or shavua, right? It's like shavuim. If it's plural, it's shavua or shavua. If it's singular, week. But what it actually means is sevens. It doesn't mean week. And the King James translators translates it to weeks. And most people, when they think of weeks, they think of weeks of days, and they think days. So the Seventh-day Adventists, because they're reading the King James Bible and they're reading an English translation, they see weeks, and they go, it can't be 490 days of literal weeks. It has to be years. So that's why they're looking up these Jewish writings to confirm that Jews did believe this is a year for a day. Because what they're trying to do is they're trying to establish year for a day prophecy merit, right? That's what they're trying to do by bringing this up. But they don't need to do it, because if you just read, if you know the Jewish religion, you would know that Shavua or Shavuim can refer to a week of years. And I'm going to show you what I mean by that. So interlinear, Daniel 11. I think it's Daniel 11. Yeah, it's Daniel 11. I think it's like verse 3. I'm going to show you something. All this is important, especially if you guys really care about prophecy. Everybody. because actually some of this information actually is kind of interesting, you know, about these Jews and what they said. But anyway, we get down to verse 3. So it says, I think, and shall rise a king mighty, whom shall rule with dominion great and do his will according. Oh, hold on, wait a minute. I'm looking for a specific verse. Maybe it might be in 10. I might have to go back to 10. Okay, hold on. Let me go. I think it's in 10. Sorry, my fault. Because I want you to know that I'm not, like, when I say week of years, that if you just saw just the word Shavua, you would understand. So this is really important. So it says, in the year 3 of Cyrus, king of Persia, a message was revealed to Daniel, who was called a message. Okay, in year 3 of Cyrus, king of Persia, a message was revealed to Daniel, who was called Belshazzar. So anyway, it says, and was true the message, but the time appointed long, and he understood the message, and understanding had of the vision. In those days, I, Daniel, was mourning 3 full weeks, right? Look at this word right here for weeks. 3 full weeks. But this is not a good translation either. I think they're using the King James Bible, the words here, but up here, when it says 3 weeks full, this is a horrible translation when it's got the word full here. Because now I'm starting to know Hebrew a little bit better. This word yamim, I don't believe this means full. I believe this means day. Yep, I was right. Day. And actually, because it's plural, it's not yom. We saw yamim, right? So because we saw the word yamim here, this means days. So it's 3 weeks of days. So whenever it's a week of days, they will specify it. So when we go to Daniel 9, and we see this 70-week prophecy down here in number 24, because I'm showing you that we do not need to do a day for a year. This is the key. I want people to keep this in mind. I'm doing this to show you, because in that verse in Daniel 10, verse 3, we saw that it does tell us it's weeks of days, right? So now when it says here 70, that's what sabuim. So it's because sabuim is plural, so that means weeks. 70 sabuim are determined for your people. But notice, it doesn't say 70 sabuim of days. It says 70 sabuim. And when it's said like that, there's a lot of times, especially when you got to remember what was said earlier in this passage. It's talking about in the first year of Darius, son of Ahasuerus, of the lineage of the Medes, who was king, who was made king over the realm of the Chaldeans. In the first year of his reign, I, Daniel, understood by the books the number of years which came by the word of Yahweh through Jeremiah the prophet, that he would accomplish the desolations of Jerusalem 70 years. Sabum Sana or Sane, Sabum Sane. I don't know exactly how you say that. So now we're talking 70 years, right? So in this context, he's thinking about this prophecy, 70 years, right? So now when he's telling us down here 77s, so I'm going to get down here again. So we see we don't need to do year for day, because we already know earlier 70 years, right? It's the 70-year prophecy of Jeremiah. Now it's 70, referring back to the 70 years, Sabuam. So now it's like, so now you're going to think 70 weeks, 70 times 7, 490 years, because he was talking about the prophecy of Daniel. So now it's just natural to say 70 weeks, 70 sabbatical cycles, right? Because one was 70 years, this one's going to be 70 sabbatical cycles, 70. And so we don't, and the word days isn't in there. So we can't do a year for a day because the word day is not even in there. We don't see yom and we don't see yamim. So you don't need to do it a year for a day. How can you do a year for a day if the word day is not even in there? But the Seventh-day Adventists are doing all this stuff, arguing, oh, we got to look up all this Jewish text to prove you do a year for a day. Nope, you don't. Word day's not even in there. So we don't have to worry. We know 77 must be 70 sabbatical cycles. And even all the early Jews, this guy, Japhet, he's even saying the Jews believe this was 70 sabbatical cycles, 70 years, 70 sabbatical years. So a sabbatical year is 7. That's why, because, Sabbath is the 7th day of the week. Sabbatical cycle is a year, and the 7th year would be your Sabbath year, right? It's simple as that. So we don't need to do year for day, especially when the word day is not even in the prophecy, right? So zero reason for doing it. So, but what I want to do is I want to establish why the Seventh-day Adventists are even looking at these writings. Why the Jews are even talking this way, because they're rejecting prophecy being fulfilled, because they don't want to admit the Messiah fulfilled Daniel's 70 weeks. And so, but also the Seventh-day Adventists are saying, well, they're reading a King James Bible, believing weeks or days, and thinking that they got to do a year for a day prophecy, which is now going to set up them making Daniel 8 into a year for a day prophecy. I want to, and I guess one thing I should do is just go over Daniel 8 real quick and show you that the word yamim does not exist. So that you would see, like, when they do this transliteration, when I mean a transliteration right here, I'm talking about like all this stuff right here. These are transliterations. Like Yama is or Yema is westward. Hayayil, the ram, right? So those are transliterations. That's not, exactly. This is how you would spell it in Hebrew. It's like this, and this is just how they're trying to write it out in English so you can pronounce it, right? So that's why it's called a transliteration. So when I say yamim and yam, we can look down here at these transliterations. We won't see that here. And I'm going to go to verse. Yep, here's verse 14. So they go, how long will the vision of the daily, which are the sacrifices, and the transgression of the desolation, the giving, and both the sanctuary and the host to be trampled underfoot? And he said unto me, for evenings boker, so that's Arab boker, which means morning, 2,300. Okay, and I'm going to get to a really important point too. But what I want you to see is, I know you see, they see this word days. And no, Chris, days is right here. No, that's not days. Days is not boker. It's yamen or yom, and we're going to look at that real quick. See, when I go, it says definition morning. So no, and actually, if we look up Exodus, I'm going to go to Exodus 29. Just gonna use the Berean. It's okay. It does good enough. Right here in Exodus 38. This is what you draw offer regularly on the altar each day. That this is called the daily because it's done each day. Okay, so this, if I was to look this up, I bet you this would say tamid, right? This is what you are to offer regularly, or maybe this might say the tamid on the offer each day, right? So this is what's the daily. So the daily in verse 8:13, this is the daily, the regular. A lot of versions, some versions say daily, some versions say the regular, right? So on each day, so that clarifies it. This is the daily. 2 lambs that are a year old. Offer 1 lamb morning and the other one at twilight. That would be evening, okay? So you offer 1 in the morning, 1 at evening. So that's why I say that sacrifices. Okay, so that's this evening, morning, 2,300. Those are sacrifices. And I'm going to show you something that even their literature that they get from these Jews admit to. Okay. So let me find that. Is it this one? Okay, so Japhet identifies the Persian ram and the Grecian goat of Daniel 8 with the notable horn replaced by the 4 horns. So even these Jews are saying that that this little horn is the Grecian goat, right? Well, hold on. Japhet identifies the Persian ram and the Grecian goat of Daniel 8 with the notable horn replaced by the 4 horns. Okay. So Alexander, so he's saying it's Alexander. All the Jews do, even in Josephus's work, right? Josephus is a Pharisee Jew who knows the Bible really well, knows the Old Testament really well, knows what the Jews believe. So even Josephus is saying it's Alexander. So even these Jews are saying it's Alexander, who was not Alexander, my fault, saying it's Alexander who was the goat. And the 4 divisions which into his empire was split. So again, he applies the great horn of Daniel 8. So he's saying Alexander is the great horn. Sorry, a little tired. I knew Alexander was a horn. My mind's racing. So they're saying Alexander is the great horn. This is even in Josephus's writings that cast the truth to the ground. Oh, hold on. He again applies the great horn of Daniel 8 that casts the truth to the ground. Well, I wouldn't say he cast the truth to the ground, but what I'm saying is now these people who are trying to come up with like a new understanding of Daniel, so because what they're doing is they're reinterpreting Daniel 8 because they need to change Daniel 9, and they're trying to change Daniel 9 by reinterpreting Daniel 8. That's why they're looking at it in this weird way. Jews didn't know, almost all the Jews, when I researched this, it looks like they accepted Alexander the Great. And it wasn't until after the destruction of the temple, and then they're trying to say, oh no, that couldn't have been the Messiah. Jesus couldn't have been the Messiah. Daniel 9, we must have been wrong about Daniel 9. Let's reinterpret it another way. So that's just to help you understand. That's what they're doing here. They typically were not guessing until they were trying to be in denial that Jesus fulfilled it. That casts truth to the ground. So again, implies the great horn in Daniel 8 that casts the truth to the ground to the Mohammedan perversion of the words of the law of the prophets, with the Mohammedanism's ultimate final destruction. The 2,300 evening mornings of Daniel 8:14 are interpreted as, now here's a kicker right here, 1,150 whole days, a day standing for a year in fulfillment. So this is what the Jews were trying to say. See, even the Jews looked at this as, this must be 1,150 days. Well, how were they coming to this? You mean here are these Jews that can read Jewish literature? Now, I disagree with them trying to do year for day, but like I say, you got to keep in mind they're doing this year for day because they're trying to completely reinterpret Daniel 8, so they can make Daniel 9 into a new understanding. Because up until the destruction of the temple, They thought that was going to be a prophecy about the Messiah. So are interpreted as 1,150 whole days, a day standing for a year in fulfillment, but no attempt is made to locate the period. Continuing with the time prophecy of the 70 weeks, Japhet says, oops. Of the 70 weeks, 7 passed in the kingdom of the Chaldees, 47 years. 57 years the Persians reigned, 180 the Greeks, 206 the Romans, and these are special periods of the 70 weeks. These include the reigns of all 4 beasts. Only the angel does not describe at length what happened to any of them, save the history of the Second Temple from the time of Rome. These 70 weeks are weeks of sabbatical years, making 490 years below. So, and the thing about like I said, the main reason the Seventh-day Adventists are trying to set up, like, look, it's okay that we do a year for day prophecy in Daniel 8. But so far, they've had no proof, really. We see the Jews trying to do it, but they're also trying to say it's 1,150 days, which they're trying to convert to a year. But you can even see the Jews don't have a good reason for doing that for Daniel 8. So I think all this information is coming from the signs of the time. June. I'm not sure if it's June or not. But anyway, let me kind of skip to here. Oops. So, sorry. So Seda was perhaps the first among the Goanim to formulate a comprehensive view upon the messianic predictions presented in his commentary on the book of Daniel, the Sefer HaGelui, and the 8th chapter of his Kitab al-Eminat Kal-Fitadat. He contends that both the 1,290 days of Daniel 12 and the 1,335 days beginning 45 days earlier, so beginning on the part of the 1,290 days, are to be reckoned as years, but he did not fix a beginning for the period. Similarly, the 2,300, only these he divided by 2. So here's another guy. He's dividing it by 2, obtaining 1,150. In the field of prophetic exegesis, Sadia says that the stone of Daniel 2 is the messianic power. He writes thus of the 2 kingdoms symbolized in Daniel 2. Now, sorry, I don't know how I can do this any differently. So I got to keep going back and forth. And after the Babylon shall rise another kingdom lower than thee, just as the silver is inferior to gold, and this is the kingdom of Media. Lower means weaker. A third kingdom, like brass, this kingdom of Greece, whose hardness is like brass, and whose rulership is over the whole land of Israel. And the 4th kingdom is strong as iron. This is Gog. That's really kind of unimportant. I mainly want to just read what he's saying, and they're coming to the conclusion of 1,150 days, right? Well, when I believe Antiochus Epiphanes actually fulfills Daniel 8, and he's the little horn. And when you look at all this Jewish history and secular history, it looks like Antiochus comes from Egypt. He's angry because this Roman general, oh gosh, I can't remember his name, a Roman envoy, comes up to him, and so this old man gives him an ultimatum. He draws a circle around Antiochus and says, you have until if you step out of that circle, you made your decision. So you make your decision before you step out of that circle, as to whether you're going to attack Egypt or turn around and go back to where you came from. So Antiochus, he's embarrassed because he's scared of fighting the Roman army and trying to go into Egypt. So he turns around and he's angry. He's in a rage. And he looks like, to me, he goes and decides to take it out on Israel. Because I think he's already been mad that these people are not conforming to his Hellenization, right? Because he's been trying hard to Hellenize them ever since around probably like 170 something. He's trying to Hellenize them. And this is what part of the reason why he's making deals with these Jews and their priesthood and trying to help get certain people in position and all this other stuff. So, and he's just sitting there like, man, my kingdom, if everyone could just go along with this Hellenization, we could have one homogenous group, and it's these darn pesky Jews that keep wanting to not, we can't get them all to go along with it. So now he's also enraged from like feeling so frustrated and humiliated about not going into Egypt and conquering it because of Rome. So he turns back and he's got this boiling in his mind and he decides to take out his anger on Jerusalem. And this is even shown in the book of Daniel. Show you that real quick. I just want to read a normal Bible without the interlinear. Let me get rid of this interlinear. Oh, wait. I want to see this for later. That might make things easier on me. So, but what we're going to see is this basically gives you a timeline of everything that happens, and it's predicted almost perfectly. It's a lot more detail about Daniel 8 up until a certain part, and then it kind of transitions into Rome, I believe. So I can't quite remember where this is. So I'm just going to start reading it, just so I don't have dead air time. And with a large army, he will stir up his power and his courage against the king of the south, who will mobilize a very large and powerful army, but will not withstand the plots devised against him. And those who eat from his provisions will seek to destroy him, and his army will be swept away, and many will fall slain. And the two kings, with their hearts bent on evil, will speak lies at the same table, but to no avail. For the end will come at the appointed time. The king of the north will return to his land with great wealth, but his heart will be set against the holy covenant. So he will do damage and return to his own land. At the appointed time, he will invade the south again, but this time will not be like the first. The ships of so this is the verse I'm looking for. At the appointed time, he will invade the south again. So I think this is speaking of Egypt. But so this is Antiochus, and he does go try to fight against Egypt. But this time will not be like the first. Ships of Kittim, which are the ships of Rome, will come against him, and he will lose heart. Right? So isn't that exactly why I said he can't, like in this book? And this one I can't remember. I'm not sure if it was Josephus. I think there's another earlier Roman work by a historian that also talks about this. But I said that he came to this envoy. This old man draws a circle around him and tells him, "Hey, you better make your decision whether you want to go against. You want to keep doing this, or you want to turn back." So here we got the ships of Kittim. So that's that Roman envoy will come against him, and he will lose heart. That's what he did. He lost heart. He was like, man, I'm not going to go take on all that. He will then turn back and rage against the holy covenant and do damage, just like in that historical source, right? And he will turn back and rage against the holy covenant and do damage. So he will return and show favor to those who forsake the holy covenant. Remember, he had Jews in the priesthood that were making deals with him. And so he's going back and he's showing favor to those Jews that went along with the Hellenization. His forces will rise up and desecrate the temple fortresses. They will abolish the daily sacrifice and set up an abomination of desolation. This happened around 167 BC. Lasted until, what was it? Was it 164 BC, I believe. It's been a while since I looked this up, so I can't remember the exact dates off the top of my head, but I think 167 BC to 164 BC. So when you calculate that up, now if you go from Cheshvan to Cheshvan, I think you wind up being short about, if I remember right, maybe 40 days, something like that. But you got to remember that he's got this big army. They leave at a certain time, and I showed that in past videos, where he leaves around, he gets turned away around, what was it, late June, or was it the first week of July? I can't remember off the top of my head. It was right around then. That's when this Roman envoy came against him. If you calculate the time it would take for that army to turn away and then arrive back in Jerusalem, which I did calculate on a video. And if someone wants to know, just leave a comment in my section. And later on, I'll try to find that video, and I'll put that comment in there if you're really interested in that video. But I did the calculations, and it takes about a couple of months to move such an army, right? And when you calculate that date, wow, that just so happens to be right about the right amount of time you need for it to be 1,150 days. So what I think is they arrive in Jerusalem, they attack the Jews on a Sabbath, and then about and so this happens, and so that's when it actually got stopped. And so that would be, so I believe that happened prior to Sheshvan, and that attacking and everything would stop the sacrifices from continuing, right, until he sets up that altar. So I think it takes time. It probably might take time to build the altar. So then you got Cheshvan to Cheshvan. Then now all those days match up. So that's why I'm just putting that out there. That's why I agree with those Jews when they came up with the 1,150 days, and it all looks like it fits. You can argue against it, but it's a reasonable, I think it's a reasonable conclusion to come up with. So did I get this right? Okay, so yeah, here I want to read this source. So it says, Daniel 7, the same 4 kingdoms are portrayed, the 10 horns being the 10 Roman kingdoms with Titus as the little horn. Now remember, this is the Jewish interpretation. They're trying to reinterpret everything of this, because their whole, once again, just keep in mind, their whole thing is to undermine the real interpretation of Daniel 9. Rashi makes the 3.5 times, however, the same as the 1,335 years, reckoned from the cessation of the perpetual sacrifice, when the abomination of desolation is removed. Rashi has recourse to gematria, however, adds 574 to the 2,300, making it 2,874 when the sanctuary shall be victorious, dating it from the time when Israel went down into Egypt until the continual offering was removed, shortly before the destruction of the Jerusalem temple. This arbitrary date Rashi admits is without specific proof. Apparently, he believes the 45 years belong beyond the 1,290 will yield the 1,335 when the Messiah will reveal himself. But his statement is couched very vaguely. The 70 weeks are sabbatical weeks of years, and therefore 490 years, like the Babylonian exile, 70 years, and the second temple. So basically, they're just trying to reestablish, because you said, despite all, the year for day was acknowledged and applied. But so you have two Jewish sources that say it should be interpreted as 1,150, and one saying 2,300. So when you Seventh-day Adventist, I'm getting this from your own sources. When you say it's nuts for me to say that should be 1,150 days, not by your own sources. Okay, so I'm using 2 sources that you guys provided, 2 Jews. So this obviously is not that crazy. So Going to go into this. The aggravated misery of the Jews, as this coercive program was applied to them as well. When the Crusaders set out to war against the dissident Mohammedans, they often first murdered the Jews. Oh, these are different clips from different pages of this book, of these Seventh-day Adventist writings. They often first murdered the Jews at home and plundered their homes. Finally, the papacy, which at first ignored the Jews, assumed a hostile attitude under Pope Stephen, declaring that the Jews are as enemies of God and were being punished for the death of Christ. There's little protection from the popes. Innocent III declared that the Jewish nation was destined to perpetual slavery because of sins, and this pronouncement was continually cited. The Jews were compelled to wear a distinctive badge or garment, and there was a frequent mob violence. This kind of doesn't really have much to do with my show. I just, as I was reading this, I just thought it was interesting that Pope Stephen the Sixth in 885 through 891 declared the Jews as enemies as God, and like Hitler, he declared that the Jewish nation was destined to perpetual slavery because of its sins, and pronouncement of it was continually cited, and that he compelled the Jews to wear a distinctive badge or garment, and which reminds me of what the Nazis did to the Jews in World War II. I just kind of thought that was interesting. Merciless legislation was sponsored by Eugene the Fourth, and when the popes failed, the councils made up for any omissions in the oppression. The Talmud was frequently ordered burned because of its alleged anti-Christian passages, and Thomas Aquinas pronounced the whole race condemned to the perpetual slavery, with the dispossession lawful monarchs like Frederick II and Charles IV, followed up by the principle of perpetual slavery, and the Jews were often regarded as chattels. So that's like the same as they would treat African Americans were treated during, the slave trade, because that would be that kind of slavery, just so people know what chattel means. Massacres were frequent, as in 1290 and the Great Black Plague of 1348, which depopulated much of Europe, was falsely attributed to the Jews. I also say this because I do have issues with Martin Luther, which the Seventh-day Adventists put on a pedestal. But Martin Luther, in my opinion, the Reformation, I don't think Martin Luther, well, let me put this, I don't think very highly of Martin Luther. I think higher of Andreas Karlstadt. And Andreas Karlstadt actually is the one who Martin Luther got his teaching diploma up under, or whatever, like went to school under Karlstadt. Well, Karlstadt believed in keeping Sabbath. And one of the reasons why Karlstadt decided to start observing it was because when Luther lost, yes, that's right, Luther lost his debate to Catholic Cardinal Johann Eck on the issue of the Sabbath. Because what Luther said was the Pope does have apostolic authority to change times. And when he said that, now suddenly Luther gave the Catholic Church exactly what they wanted, apostolic authority. And this is why some people even say Luther, they wonder if he was controlled opposition. As crazy as some people might think that is, that one debate that Luther lost was very damaging to Protestants, because you have everyone admitting that the Catholic Church does have apostolic authority, because Luther in this debate, before you guys freak out and unsubscribe, before Luther was asked during this debate that about why do you keep Sunday? Why do you observe it? And Johann Eck goes, go ahead, search the entire Bible. Look for one passage that says it was ever changed to Sunday. It is by our authority, our apostolic authority, that you Protestants observe this day. And so Luther couldn't find it. That's why he lost the debate. He was like, yeah, he kind of grits his teeth, like, yeah, you're right. You got apostolic authority. He acknowledged apostolic authority because you can't find it anywhere else. Go ahead. You ain't going to find it in the Bible, so where did it come from? And who's got the apostolic authority to change to change it to this tradition? Go ahead and find and keep in mind Polycarp did keep Sabbath. And I will argue with people about this, even if it killed me, even if I got a bullet put in my head. Polycarp kept Sabbath. I think it is absolutely ridiculous to think he did not keep Sabbath because he kept Passover. And the only reason you would ever start to observe Sunday would be based on your observance of thinking you're going to observe Easter instead of the Passover, that you're going to observe the Sunday after Passover instead of observing Passover. Once again, remember when I say Easter, I understand how that word was crafted and everything. I know more about it than what anyone's going to teach me on it. I understand. I'm just saying, from this video's sake, when I say Easter, it's just to distinguish it from the Roman Catholic practice of observing of having this new ritual that's not Passover, but it's always observed the Sunday after Passover once a year. Okay, without having to constantly say all those words. So the Pope, and so anyway, Polycarp, if he's not going to observe this Easter thing that the Pope is creating, which that's what Anicetus was trying to argue with Polycarp about the Roman bishop Anicetus, right? So he's trying to argue with Polycarp. So if Polycarp is not going to recognize that, why do you think he's going to also recognize Sunday? It just doesn't even make any sense. So chances are, if he's following the apostles, and we're reading all through the Bible where Paul in Acts 18 is telling Jews and Christians go meet on the Sabbath, you're not going to say, hey, by the way, guys, now that you met here, I have this Sunday service and I want you to start coming to this. Wouldn't you be like, hey, Paul, why didn't you just tell us to come back tomorrow to your Sunday service? I'm a Gentile, right? Why did you tell me to come to this Sabbath service of the Jews at the synagogue when I could have just came to your Sunday service the next day, but you made me wait a whole week, but yet you're having the Sunday service? But now you want me to stop Judaizing? And because people will say, if you do that, you're Judaizing if you're observing the Sabbath. Well, so Paul, you want me to stop Judaizing after you told me to go Judaize, and now you want me to go observe Sunday. Do you understand how crazy this sounds? And that was in the year 49 AD. That's that part of Acts. That's when Claudius banned the Jews, which would be the Christians too, because they couldn't tell the difference at that time. Because there was no Sunday observing. They all looked like Jews. They all went to the synagogue. They all went to the synagogue on the Sabbath. So they weren't doing anything different. So when the Emperor Claudius banned the Jews, he's banning the Christians too. They're all getting banned. And that happened in 49 AD. So that's really weird that Paul, at least a good 15 years after the crucifixion of Christ, if not more, I would argue 18, 19 years later, but at least 15 years, we should all agree on that, in 49 AD, because I don't know anyone that thinks Jesus got crucified after 34 AD. So 15 years later, 49 AD, Paul's telling them, meet us at the Sabbath, at the synagogue. So anyway, let me make sure I don't have these any other notes as I go through this. Oh, got some more. Gosh, I wish I could just... I'm sorry I can't make this hardly any bigger. But anyway, the scholars who preceded Joseph Baktawi explained the 2300, 1290, and 1335 as years. The Rabbinites, too, spoke of the end and fancied that from their third year of Cyrus to the end would be 1,335 years. The term is past some years since. so that when it says term, I guess the date of their prophecy has passed some years since, so that their opinion has been disproved, and that of their followers similarly. El Fayumi, or that's that Sadia guy, Saadia, explained it years and has been proved false. He has, however, some marvelous inventions with the reference to the time and times. He was answered by Salman bin Jerusalem, who we need not in our who we need not in our turn answer, since his term is past and the end has not arrived. Certain of the Karaites too made the 2300 years date from the Exodus from Egypt, and that term is past years ago. So they're saying that date did not get fulfilled either, and their prophecy did not come true. Salman bin Jerusalem, in his commentary on Psalm 74:9, denied that it was possible to ascertain the end, but on Psalm 102:14, he offered a date which is past and falsified. So again, another false prophecy, or a false interpretation, I guess. He agreed with many others in interpreting the 2300 and 1290 as days, but he differed about the interpretation of time and the removal of the continual, which he thought meant the destruction of the second temple. Benjamin agreed with him in the later point, but differed with him about the days being days and not years. So this guy's arguing that they're days. Benjamin took a separate view, believing that they were years. Oh, wait a minute. Well, one of them is disagreeing. I kind of can't follow what they're saying. But anyway, basically, you also got to remember in those earlier passages I wrote, they did not think it was 2,300 years, though. They were saying 1,150 years. So, yeah, he thought the 2,300 might have been years, but I showed you earlier they thought it was 1,150. So the guys that were doing that so-called year for day, that's what they were doing. But again, remember, I showed you it's evening mornings, and we never see an evening morning for a year prophecy in the entire Bible. Sadia ben Joseph, so that's that Fuyami, 882 to 942, Gaon of Sura, famous Academy of Babylonian. It's called the pioneer of scientific Jewish exegesis, opening the golden age of prophetic interpretation. He built primarily on the literal sense and rejected the naturalistic explanation of miracles. He was a bitter opponent of the Karaites, especially of Solomon ben Jeroham. He believed that the authority and integrity of the scriptures, but defended the rabbinical Judaism, contending that there are two other sources besides the scriptures, understanding and tradition. So understanding and tradition being the other two sources. He relied on scripture, however, in order to fight Karaism with its own weapons. He translated the Old Testament into Arabic. Sadia was perhaps the first among the Gaonim to formulate the comprehensive view upon the Messianic predictions presented in his commentary in the book of Daniel. Oh, shoot, I already read this earlier, sorry. Okay, so I think I made it through everything. Let me make sure. Okay, I made it through that. Okay, so now I'm just going to kind of read over the book of Daniel. See here. Oh, one more thing about that daily offering. When you go to Numbers, here I'll go to it too, because it said that evening and mornings, I'm arguing that those are sacrifices. So again, this is a regular burnt offering. So regular would be daily, and the daily in verse 8 8:13 of Daniel. I have seen it called the regular, so it's called the regular, the daily. So this is a regular burnt offering established at Mount Sinai as a pleasing aroma, an offering made by the fire to the Lord. The drink offering accompanying each lamb shall be a quarter hin. Pour out that offering of fermented drink to the Lord in the sanctuary area, and offer the second lamb at twilight with the same grain offering and drink as in the morning. So see, again, we got evening, morning sacrifices, right? So it's not crazy to think that. You know, one thing I want to look up is Berean Bible interlinear Numbers 28, because I am curious, what do they think those words are there for daily? Oh, Numbers 28. I guess I got to do it this way. Oh, maybe they don't have an interlinear Bible. Okay, I thought they did. Well, let's do it this way then. Interlinear Numbers 28. Okay, so, and spoke to him. Sorry, I'm gotta find out where this is. See right here again, I do want to point out, we see that word boker here. So that word is not day, it's morning. We can see in other places it says morning. So it's not like I'm being wacky and crazy and bad boker in the morning. So that's all that means. But we see the key word here, boker, morning, right? Just like in that verse. So look this up. So that's what I'm saying. Like right here, we see that same word boker. Arab boker, evening, morning. I know it says days. It's not really days. It's boker. It means morning. And hey, Mark. Just make sure. So Matthew 6 says Sabbath keeping is one of the primary arguments they use to argue their legitimacy. They will argue the Catholic Church changed the worship from Saturday to Sunday. I'd love you to cover this. Well, Matthew, I'm a Sabbath keeper myself. I mean, if you look at my screen in back of me, and I think this is important to bring this up. I believe that this is, when you break down that Hebrew word, I meant to have a different one behind me, but when you look at the actual Hebrew letters, it does look like it says basically name, Father, Son, Mark. I think that's it. No, what was it? I don't know. It's been a while since I've went through that. But when you go through each Hebrew letter, it's like you can see how the word Sabbath in of itself is like talking about this. But then when you read other pages, it says it tells you that the Lord keep the Sabbath. It's a sign that I am the Lord who sanctify you. Well, let's see here in the book of John. It says that Jesus is the Word. In the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and the Word was made flesh. So we know that's Jesus. And then it also says, through him all things were made. Now, we also know, and then, so if we know Jesus made all things, we know he also made everything in Genesis, right? So that's him making everything in Genesis, because he's the one through all things were made. So he's making it all. So when we get to Genesis chapter 2, we see Jesus creating the Sabbath day. And on the seventh day, he created the Sabbath, and he rested, and he sanctified that day, hallowed it, and blessed it. So he's also the one who did that. And now, later on in the book, we see when we're reading it, I can't remember exactly what page and what verse, but it says, you keep the Sabbath because and it's a sign that I am the Lord who sanctifies you. Well, let's see here. He wrote the commandments because he's still the one through all things were made. So that means that was his finger that was writing the commandments of that Moses was given. So it was by his finger those commandments were written. So my basic argument against the Seventh-day Adventists and an accusation is that they're breaking 7 commandments every single Sabbath. And I like them to prove to me otherwise. Prove to me you don't break them. Show me one time in the entire Jewish history where they kept Passover in May. And they can't do it. Like, I've been asking this for almost a year now. Show me Passover in May, right? And they refuse to do it. So now I suddenly started making videos about it. Because I'm like, this seems really weird. And then I start noticing all of these documents by this guy, right? Because I read this earlier. So when I'm reading this earlier, the curious thing that just jumps out at me is that in 1843, supposedly this Karaite group they're going with starts Nisan on the 29th day of April. Starts it, right? So they're starting the Nisan on the 29th day of April. I thought they meant they're having Passover. When I first looked at this, like, what was it? Maybe 2 years ago when I first ran across this, the calendar was still new to me. And that was so weird to me. I just automatically thought Sabbath, because as I'm speed reading through this, I'm thinking Sabbath, right? Not the start of Nisan. These people are claiming that they're going by a calendar that actually sometimes has Nisan starting on the 29th of April. And the year that they had their prophecy in, which was the following year, they started the month on, they say, the 18th of April down here. So they got 18th. I argue that it was probably the 19th. In fact, that also reminds me, I kind of missed a point I meant to go into earlier. Because for that to be accurate, because I got the times. Oh, not in that year. You got the times though. Where is this at? Okay, I know I got this up here. I probably got to open up another. Let me just open up my another mail. Google Mail. Just sent all this to myself. Got all these notes. Shoot. Man, where is that? I know I got it. I know I sent this stuff to myself yesterday. Man. Let me just make sure this isn't it. That's not it. Sorry, people. It's like like I said, I don't have time to organize this stuff before I do a show. If people want me to do it, I just start donating so I can quit my job and do this full time. Wait, I know what it is. Me and my wife had a long talk about some stuff yesterday. So I forgot to add this to my show notes. So here we go. Because I was Oh, I forgot to even put that up on the screen. Oh, I don't know why when you just minimize things, it suddenly wants to shoot you off the page. So trying to find the exact astronomical calculations for 1844. As this will thoroughly make my point. Should have it somewhere right here. Sorry for this delay, but I'm not gonna make another video probably ever on this. Because I'm kind of tired of it. If someone wants to talk about the counter and some itty bitty detail, I'll do it. But okay, so here we go. The astronomical new moon on April 17th in 1844 occurred at 1631 UTC, Universal Time. To convert this to the local time in Jerusalem, you would add approximately 2 hours and 21 minutes for the time difference during that period. Therefore, in Jerusalem, the new moon would have been at 8:52 local time on April 17th in 1844. So let's see here. If this is the astronomical new moon and it occurred at this time, that'd be late. Yeah, about 20 hours later, because it takes about 20 hours to see that moon. So the next day you would have to see it around 4 o'clock on April 18th, I think. So I asked it, when's it going to be illuminated at 100% just to make sure. So it says in 1844, the full moon following the new moon on April 17th would have been the next significant phase of the lunar cycle when the moon is illuminated at 100%. The full moon. Oh, wait a minute. So sorry, my mind is like racing too fast. So the first crescent that you're going to see, because that's the actual new moon, is when you see the crescent. You're not going to see it on the astronomical new moon because that means when it's completely black. So like when we had this eclipse on April 8th this year, you're not going to see the new moon that day because the moon's completely, when it eclipses that day, that moon was at 0% illumination, okay? Because that means that sun is at the total opposite side of the moon. It's not getting any light at all. So that would be when the moon's at 0. So like when it was at that eclipse state. And so it takes about 20 to 24 hours to see a crescent. Sometimes you might see it in 18 hours. But normally let's just say about 20 hours. I normally say about 20 hours to be safe. So you add 20 hours to this. And so would I have seen it at 6 o'clock p.m. on the 18th in 1844? Yeah, because that's because this is, what's this, about 5 o'clock? It's almost like 19 o'clock. So, well, that was 7 o'clock. So 7 o'clock, 20 hours later, yeah, you'll probably see the crescent moon the very next day on April 18th. So April 18th that evening. So then, you would calculate, 30 days is in April. So it's 30 days in April. So you got about a May 2nd or a May 3rd Passover, right? So let's see here. Is that what that computer says? So it says, however, for the exact date and time of the full moon in May, we would have to refer to historical, biblical, or historical astronomical records. So the computer won't tell me. So I just asked it, and I said I would guess May. Well, I shouldn't have said I would guess May 1st. Based on the lunar cycle of the full moon, I made a mistake. I was thinking about 1999. Based on the lunar cycle of the full moon on April 17th, 1844, would not have occurred May 1st. The full moon typically happens 14 to 15 days after the new moon. Would be expected around May 1st or May 2nd, but it just told me not May 1st because May 1st is too short. It's more like May 2nd or 3rd. If you're looking for a full moon date to correlate with specific. So I'm just showing you some other stuff here because I said, what's the latest? I said, what's the latest date of Passover ever recorded? I think it's April 25th, but I'm wondering if any group, Christian or Jew, whoever observes Passover ever kept a later date. I said the latest date recorded for Passover observance is typically in the month of April, as Passover is celebrated from the 15th through the 22nd month of the Hebrew of the month of Nisan. So on average, it's celebrated 15th through 22nd. Now that doesn't mean all times, okay? But it just says that's just if you were to add up all the dates, that's usually about where it comes in at. Regarding whether any group, Christian or Jews, has ever observed Passover later than April 25th, there is no specific information readily available in the search results about such an occurrence. Passover dates are traditionally determined by the lunar calendar and the sign of the new moon. It's unlikely for the observance to deviate significantly from the established range of dates. So, like I'm saying, these are the established range of dates. So I've thoroughly shown you every single date that it could like how this can possibly happen. It just can't happen. It looks really impossible. So I do want to find where I thought I had the Hebrew calendar up here. So I'm just going to go back to the month of, let me bring up a new one because I want to show something. Hebrew calendar, 1844. So remember, you got to push the dates 1 month off. All right. So in 18, oh, you know what? I do have a Seventh-day Adventist. I do got one more document I need to show. I forgot it. So right here, we got in April 1844, we got the Jews keeping Passover on this rabbinic calendar. Oops. On the 3rd of Nisan, right? So that evening, you're going to see a full moon. And that's when I say Passover was. And that's when the rabbinic Jews, that's where every single source, even Karaites, I looked up Karaites now. Remember, I looked up Karaites for that year. The only official Karaite sources, they all say they kept it the same day I would have kept it back then. The same day the rabbinic calendar says. There are no we cannot find no official sources that say otherwise, right? So that's another thing the Seventh-day Adventists need to find. So in 1844, according to that, it's going to be sundown. And so we're there. So it looks like this calendar might be a month off. I mean, not a month off, a day off. Like the 30th of Nisan should have been here. Should have been on the 18th of April. Maybe Passover might have been on the 2nd. If those astronomical calculations are correct. So this might, like I said, it might be a whole day off. Just a whole day off. And I just would argue that you just would never. Okay, the reason why I'm arguing that you would not see a Passover past this date is that when we get to this month of, oh shoot, keep forgetting to bring up this information. This was more relevant than what I just said. Okay, because we got to establish when was the vernal equinox. Okay, vernal equinox on March 20th is at 11:06 p.m. That's in Virginia. During that time period, Jerusalem would be 7 hours ahead. So therefore, in Jerusalem, the vernal equinox would occur at 6:06 a.m. on March 21st of 1844. So the astronomical new moon occurred on April. Oops, we don't need April 8th. No, they got that wrong. Hold on. I'm sorry. I had to have it fix it. So here we got. Oh man, I didn't have it do it for March though. Hold on. Wait a minute. I think it was earlier. I think I had it for earlier for March. Oh yeah, here we go. No. Yeah. Here, I'm sorry. I didn't go back far enough. So on March 19th, 3:16 a.m. in Jerusalem, when the moon would be at zero luminosity, right? So it says yes, on March 19th, 1844, the astronomical moon, which at the moment the moon is at 0% luminosity, would have occurred at 3:16 a.m. local time in Jerusalem. So guess Jerusalem. So the problem with this is that night, right, this evening on March, you're not going to see it. So on the 20th, we're not going to see it. Because this was at night. So we go 24 hours later. 24 hours later is 3:16 a.m. on March 20th. So that evening, we got to wait to see the vernal equinox and the crescent moon. And I'm just saying, it's just like, to me, the timing of it is like, I'm arguing that every single Jew would have probably started it on March 21st. Or maybe March 20th. I actually think March 20th. I gotta read that again, man. I kind of get it. Because it says those equinox times was what? Again, I gotta figure that out real quick. So the astronomical new moon occurred on Tuesday, March 19th at midnight UTC. So if it occurred that time, it's going to take, so 24 hours later on March 20th. So later on in that you're going to see the crescent on the 20th. So if you see that crescent on the 20th, well, actually, hold on. I'm kind of getting mixed up here, because that would be midnight on March 20th, which is, so the Jewish day would actually be like the 21st. So you can just see, like, basically, I know it's kind of real hard, man, without me having all this written out. This looks like the latest time you're going to have Passover. That's basically what I'm arguing, man. It's like, I just don't see you pushing Passover past this point. So if they say Passover is the 21st, and we saw that the vernal equinox was the 21st, I don't see how you can push it out all the way until the 18th, and then subsequently pushing it all the way out to the 22nd. You're going to have to find proof. Man, I wish I had that other document, though. Man, I don't think I uploaded it. Darn it. You know what? I might have to do another video where I find that document because I don't want to take forever. But basically, I think I've probably been pretty thorough with this so far, showing that this cannot possibly occur. And I guess I'm just going to go into this too. I'm going to go into one more issue I got. So let me. So let's see here. I think I already read through all of how the heavenly sanctuary got defiled. So I say, as I can see, you can see I've been asking them what Jews kept the calendar with the May Passover for quite some time. So this is 8 months ago, asking the Defense Advent League they would answer my video. Said so far I asked 2 questions you won't answer. You claim I'm rude, but if you're teaching lies, it's evil to deceive people. Does someone have to be nice to someone while the person rapes their daughter or kills their son? So for a rapist or the person in the act of attempting to murder, to call someone rude for yelling at them to stop is not being rude, right? So I'm saying basically if someone's attacking your kid and you yell at them to stop, you wouldn't want them to start telling you you're being rude for yelling at them, right? So it's like if you're looking like you're lying and you're saying something outrageous, you need to prove. Like if someone says, "Hey, I watched an elephant fly, across the field," I'd be like, "Dude, I need to prove. You need to prove it. You need to prove that they can do such a thing, right? I wouldn't just be, well, I believe you because you said it. No, you just offer me some kind of proof." But they always treat you like, "Oh, you're just this most disgusting person. You won't believe me." It's like, no, show me some proof. And they don't think this is an honest question. I mean, look at this. This is Edwin Cotto from the Advent Defense League. He says, "Chris, because you're just some critic, quite frankly, from our last conversation, I don't see any value in it, being that your replies are are totally obnoxious and rude." So he thinks I'm obnoxious and rude. No, I'm getting obnoxious and rude because you keep saying things like, "We limit our engagements to people asking honest questions." So see, why do you think I'm being a little bit upset? Because he goes, "You're dishonest." Right? Because he says we limit our people to asking honest questions. How is this not an honest question when I'm like, how do you ever get a Passover in May? Show me some group of Jews that's keeping Passover in May. Especially when I see that you got a calendar that regularly keeps Passover in May. And the only Karaites I know that are observing Barley, I showed you that earlier in this video. Those Karaites are always keeping it in March and April, with only the very first year they did it keeping it in May 1st, which I argue might be the absolute latest day you would ever possibly do it. And I even think that's kind of borderline. I mean, because it really makes me even think whether you should even be keeping a calendar based on the equinox, where you're always going by the first moon after the equinox. I'm wondering if it should be as long as you see that the equinox is going to happen within the first week of Nisan, as long as it happens within that first week of Nisan. Just like a month basically has 4 weeks to it, a season has 4 weeks to it. So my thinking is there might be an exception to this rule, since I never hardly ever see a Passover in May. If ever, the part of the exception to this rule might be that that the equinox has to be within the first week of Nisan. And that might be the better determination. But I'm looking into that because so far, what I'm reading from Herb Selinsky, I don't have that kind of proof. But when you look at the Jewish calendar overall, that's kind of what you see. So I'm just, throwing that out there. Do want to read these old comments and make sure. So it's like, so Ellen White says the subject of the sanctuary was the key which unlocked the mystery of the disappointment in 1844. This is why the sanctuary doctrine, which includes the investigative judgment, Satan being the scapegoat, etc., is so important to all the SDAs, and why they will not reject them as long as they hold on to the Adventist theology is true. So he's saying that, because I had some Seventh-day Adventists say, well, the sanctuary doctrine's not true. The investigative judgment, no, I mean, that's not true. That's not important. They kept trying to say it's not important as I'm bringing up these facts. But right here we see Sola Scriptura saying it's important. See, the scripture which and he's quoting from the writings, right? The great controversy. The scripture which above all others has been both the foundation and central pillar of the Advent faith was the declaration, unto 2,300 days shall the sanctuary be cleansed. But once again, the sanctuary is not cleansed, is it? It's still dirty. It's actually getting dirtier if you think about it. Because how can the Seventh-day Adventists argue that it's even being cleansed right now? Isn't it getting dirtier? Think about this point. Don't they say that the blood of Jesus transfers sins to the heavenly sanctuary, right? They say that. They admit it. They say 100% right. Okay. So if Jesus's blood is transferring sins to the sanctuary, have people stopped sinning? No. So if people have not stopped sinning, then isn't those sins still being transferred up to the heavenly sanctuary? Yes. So if they're still being transferred up into the heavenly sanctuary, the sanctuary is getting dirtier. It's not getting cleansed. I mean, follow that logic, right? And I always think it's weird that they say don't drink coffee or tea. It's unnatural, right? Even though those things are grown in nature, right? But yet, they have a conference, a health conference at their church on the Sabbath, which you can see up on here. I'm not lying, right? This is recorded in the Florida Ocala Star Banner. So there's this place in Florida called Ocala, Ocala, and this is their newspaper there, April 21st, 2021. And you can see that the Shiloh Seventh-day Adventist Church is hosting an injection education event on Saturday that will feature a panel of physicians from the Advent Healthcare. So yeah, and they're promoting it, right? Because I showed you in that video I did that's on Rumble, how they're promoting it and going all along with it and saying it's great, right? And then you just got to keep that in mind. See, because the Pope was the first one, it's actually Jesuits that even came up with the thing, and they also came up with the mandates 200 years ago, doing the same thing. You just think that would go through their mind, like maybe we should pump the brakes. Oh, and here I got an SDA. In fact, one that just slandered against me recently, made several videos with just making up stuff against me, proving my point. All right. So I said, so I've been saying in my whole video that Seventh-day Adventists don't keep a Jewish calendar because I can't find a single Jew that has May Passovers almost every year, right? Because this wasn't just one time, this is every year. Okay, so May Passovers every year. And here's the Seventh-day Adventist, Jamie Russell, saying, why does Chris still think this matters? When he spelled Christ, but he means Chris. Why does Chris think this still matters? So annoying that people don't see how they don't make the point they think they are. So SDAs don't keep the Jewish calendar. Correct. I have, yay, he knows, he understands. You understand, Jamie? Good for you. You understand that you lie. This was not a Jewish calendar. You lied. Thank you. That was my whole point of doing these videos, to show that you lied. She's a liar. She's a false prophet, and she lied, right? Because I ought to go into those other prophecies of her. In fact, I'll go ahead and bring that one up in a minute. Yeah, actually, I'll just bring it up now. So funny though, man. This guy wants to go on for hours and hours and hours, and he makes my point. So I think, oh, I hate it when this. Where went that? Bing. I hate this, how Bing does this. Okay, I think. Go over here. I think this might be it, because it's not here. Disappeared. So I just want to get to my. I'm pretty sure I found it the other day. Oh, it's Battle Creek Prophecies. I think we can also go in here. I was just kind of asking Bing some stuff. See if I can find it, because there was a certain document I wanted to find. So okay, here we go. I did find it. The AI never found it. I went and told it about it. So I had to ask it some other questions. So anyway, it says F.M. Wilcox, editor of the Review and Herald, which is an SDA publication, after quoting the above from Mrs. White, commits herself in these words: "We are firm believers in the spirit of prophecy. We accept at full face the value of this statement, which we have quoted above in the Review and Herald, January 22nd, 1931, page 23. In the same issue, a statement from J.N. Longborough gives some sidelight on Mrs. White's attitude towards a list of the living members of the 1856 conference." So here we go. This is kind of important. About 1904, 48 years after the meeting in 1856, so it's almost 50 years later, as told to me by Brother Nelson at the General Conference in 1905, he and George Amadon were making a list of those who attended that meeting at Battle Creek in 1856. They went to Sister White to ask her if she could remember any names they had omitted. Brother Nelson told me, she said, "What are you doing?" He replied, "I'm getting on a list of those who attended that meeting," she asked. "What are you going to do with it?" He replied. "I'm going to have copies of it printed and sent to all our people," she replied. "Then you stop it right where you are. If they get that list, instead of working to push on the message, they will be watching the review every week to see who is dead." Okay, so I'm going to kind of stop it right there, because the biggest point I want to make is that, the Seventh-day Adventists will try to say that Battle Creek prophecy, which she gave, where she said there's some people living today, some will be food for worms, and some will be translated. And she tells them this in 1856. So everyone's got this expectation that this is going to happen, right? So she gives this prophecy now, 48 years later. She's not repenting or anything of this prophecy. And here's these poor people. They're actually worried. They believe this prophecy. and they're being sincere, and they're coming up to her, and it's like, hey, we're looking for a list of names. And she's like, what are you doing? And they go, well, and then she goes, what are you going to do with that list? And he's like, I'm going to have copies of it printed and sent to all the people. She replies, then you stop it right where you are. If they get that list, instead of working to push on the message, they will be watching the review every week to see who's dead. Okay, if this is a conditional prophecy, you need to say something right there. Or, kind of like be like, well, hey guys, let me let you understand something here, this prophecy might not even be fulfilled in our lifetime. She could have said that. She could have just admitted it. She could have said, hey, this might not be seen in our lifetime. I had this vision at the time and it was conditional. And so certain things might need to happen. No. In fact, she doesn't even backtrack from it. She's still sitting there saying this is going to be fulfilled. But what she doesn't want them to do is look at the list. But right there, if this was like a conditional prophecy, she should have been clear right here. This was a good time to be like, hey, it was conditional. You might not even see it fulfilled in our lifetime, because such and such condition had to happen. This needed to happen. She could have said it right there. Doesn't say it. So when everyone dies and she never says anything about it being conditional, why would you think, oh, suddenly it's conditional? Oh, just because probably like the Great Disappointment in 1844, where they made up a lie about Jesus, about her seeing Jesus in some heavenly sanctuary on the Day of Atonement. So just like they made up that lie, and they got no proof, no Karaites that ever kept Passover that late. We can't find it. So just like she made up that lie, I mean, the vision itself is crazy, because, you got Jesus transferring sins to heaven with his blood. And the sanctuary is not even being cleansed. So I'm just like, but now it's like, we also look like if we got this false prophecy on top of it. It's like, I guess the main thing is, because my mind's kind of like flying all over the place. The main thing I want people to do when they watch this video is when you're looking at this and you're thinking, was this woman a prophecy? You don't have to be like, oh, well, that's one detail. I'm just going to dismiss it. Well, picture her walking up to you. It's like, hey, I got a vision. Well, come on, guys. Let's not believe the first vision, every vision some 19-year-old girl tells us. Now, when you see these people, and the only people we can even find, I probably should have this letter up on my screen so people know this letter exists. Oops. Let's see here. This is like old research. Man, I miss how AI used to be. See, AI gave me this. Oh, wait a minute. Did this come from this website? Yes, I do want to open this link. Maybe this is where it came from. I'll have to look at this later. I thought I had some source. So he probably has the source. Oh, the letter was published in the Advent Herald, October 16th, 1844, a few days before the expected dates of Christ's return. So that's where this letter originally comes from. Because what happened is the AI, it used to be a lot better, and Google nerfed it, or whoever controls Bing AI. They kind of nerfed the AI because the AI used to be able to go on websites and read archives. So if like you wanted to read through all these old newspapers, it used to search through them all for you and read them. But they since then, I guess maybe to speed it up and whatever other reasons they had for nerfing the AI, it doesn't do that no more. But before they nerfed it, you could actually get it to go on these archives and find these articles. So I think that's where this comes from. And it says you can read that letter here on this link. So I wonder if this link actually has it. Nope. AI gave me a bad link. Okay. That was a bad link that day. But anyway, so we got the Kalman letter. Let me see if I can find it. Yep, here it is. So I remember, because what it was I was like, can you give me a copy of that letter? And it's like, yeah, sure, here it is. So here we got that letter from Mr. Kalman, written from the Advent Herald on October 16th, 1844. It says, Mr. Editor, I've been requested by a friend to write a few lines for your paper on the subject of the Jewish mode of reckoning time. I am a descendant of the ancient Karaite Jews who have always rejected the authority of the rabbins and have ever considered the Old Testament as the only rule of our faith. We believe that the scriptures teach us plainly that when we should observe the Passover, we keep it on the same month that the Jews do, but we reckon the commencement of that month differently than them. They commence their month at the change or the dark of the moon. We commence ours at the first sight of the new moon. The rabbinical Jews have great many. Well, right here, he's mixed up. I mean, Jews actually commence it at the first sight of the new moon. It's just that when you're using a purely rabbinical calendar, sometimes it might happen at the dark. Okay. The rabbinical Jews have a great many traditions which they follow in preference to the scriptures. They have a set astronomical tables by which they calculate their feasts, but we follow the nature as our guide. We believe that the barley should be ripe before our Passover, and if it is not ripe, we put off our feast 1 month that year. This makes occasionally a difference of 1 month between us and them. This was the case in 1843. The rabbinical Jews kept their Passover 1 month before we did, and consequently their 7th month was 1 month earlier than ours. The rabbinical Jews commenced their 7th month on September 12th, 1843, but we did not commence ours until October 13th. The 10th day of our 7th month will be October 22nd, which will be the true Day of Atonement for this year. We have no leap year as often as other Jews have. They have 7 leap years in 19 years, but we have only 6 in 19 years. We never put an embolismic or 13th month until after 2 common years, but they sometimes put it after 1 common year. This makes sometimes a difference between us and them by a whole month. Now, the problem with this calendar that's in May, this would be a calendar that you would sometimes have. You might have to put in extra leap years. Okay. If you didn't put in extra leap years and it was just a set calendar and it was always 6, it's actually going to go backwards, right? Because you got to think over a 19-year period, if it's only got 6 leap years and a Jewish calendar has 7, well, after every 19 years, you're going to have 30 less days. And over the course of, 1,500 years, when did they do this calendar? Around 400 AD. So, so it's like, the Karaites are claiming they've always kept this calendar, right? So But if the Karaites were having their own calendar all this time, their calendar should start to slowly go backwards. It should start to be like where they got earlier and earlier dates, right? So maybe they had Passover in May one year, but if you start to go back and they only had 6 leap years in 19 years, suddenly as you start to slowly go back, I mean, suddenly as the years progress, the Passovers become earlier and earlier. And after so many years, you start to have Passovers in February. Now you're starting to have Passovers in January after so many years. So that's a big deal. And if you look at this, he's got the exact same timing as that other letter. Well, actually, this is weird. This is really weird and confusing because the rabbinical Jews kept their Passover he's saying like in his, they kept it 1 month earlier. And he's saying they kept it on, they celebrated evening to evening, because he says the rabbinical Jews reckon their time from sunset to sunset, but we reckon ours from sunrise to sunrise. So this is the only Karaite I know that they talk to. Like, I'm wondering, like, because you got to talk to some Karaite to get crop reports from someone. And yeah, they didn't have internet those days. So where are you getting all these reports from? And how credible are they? So rabbinical Jews reckon their time from sunset to sunset, but we reckon ours from sunrise to sunrise. Consequently, our Day of Atonement will commence on Monday morning at sunrise on October 21st, will end Tuesday morning at sunrise on October 22nd. I am fully convinced that Brother Miller's calculation of the prophetic periods is correct, and I believe that every Karaite in this choose, in my opinion. So now what I want to see is because he's saying that the rabbinical Jews did it on September 12th, 1843, third Day of Atonement. But they didn't commence theirs until October 13th. So I'm going to go look at that Hebrew calendar for that year. Hebrew calendar. So we're going to go back. This might be a boring show for a lot of people. Like I said, I'm just making sure I get all this information out here because I don't plan on ever doing this too much anymore. I don't even know if I got time. I don't really want to waste a lot of time, but I did a lot of research. I just didn't want to lose it. Well, so far, it looks like he lied. So it's like here we got the rabbinical Jews keeping Tishri on the 10th. Man, this is like one messed up count. Like, I almost wonder if these people made this stuff up, if this is a letter someone made up or something, because when I'm reading the actual, now I know people go, well, we reject Calvin. Okay. But when I was reading those other writings earlier, they were saying that they started Passover. I mean, not Passover, but the month of Nisan on the 29th, right? And I mean, these rabbinical Jews that year, they already had a leap month. So these rabbinical Jews were already starting Nisan in April 1st of 1843. So now they're claiming that they had the start of their new moon on the 29th. Man, that looks ridiculously early. That's why I'm like, I want to see whose calendar you're using. Who are these people? So I can look them up and understand it better. But I mean, for some reason, you don't seem like you care too much, Seventh-day Adventists. But if you don't care too much, then why should you get mad when we say you're lying? And why don't you just prove it first and just eat it, until you can, you just accept those comments like, yeah, I know it looks bad. We have no proof. It looks like we're just believing some 19-year-old girl. Yeah, just accept that, okay? Don't get angry. Just accept it. But from that document, if you want me, anyone thinks I should bring it up again, I will. But their document says that they're starting the month of Nisan on the 29th of April. So That's going to push everything 1 month later. Now, okay, basically, according to them, in November 10th, oh, not November 10th, November 3rd of 1843 would have been their Day of Atonement. And it's a really wacky calendar because, man, when I'm reading this information, I honestly wonder how much how much this guy Snow even knew. Like, it looks like he reminds me of like when I was first learning this calendar and I was getting kind of confused. And you got to think, if you are not talking to Jews, you don't have internet, and you're doing all this other stuff, you're still probably trying to work, do a job, you're reading other things, about prophecy. I don't know how hard they're studying this calendar, but it looks like it's a mess. Like it doesn't even add up. It doesn't even make sense. So what was that one thing he said where, oh yeah, this that document right here. Here, let me. So this doesn't really make much sense. Pressure from it's because he's saying. I think this is too technical for Seventh-day Adventist. That's why a lot of you guys quit watching. You're like, man, I can't understand this. I'm no genius. I know. Why are you believing this? Like, my biggest argument was you're believing this little girl, right? But I'm pretty sure in this document, yeah, right here we go. And this is from like Samuel Snow and all them, right? So this is hold on, let me find the name of that document real quick. Oh, Prophetic Faith, volume. So this is Prophetic Faith. I think it's volume 4. And it's talking about the close of 1843. And when you read here, this is the real important part. Because it says, as signs of the time editorial. So this is around, let's see here. This part is what I'm reading right here. So signs of the time editorial declared. Now there is a dispute between the rabbinical and Karaite Jews as to the correct time of the commencing of the year. The former rabbinical Jews are scattered all over the world and cannot observe the time of ripening of that harvest in Judea. Therefore, they therefore regulate the commencement of the day. They therefore recommend the commencement of the year by astronomical calculations, and they commence with the first day of the new moon nearest the vernal equinox when the sun is in Aries. The Karaite Jews, on the contrary, still adhere to the letter of the Mosaic and commence with the new moon nearest the barley harvest in Judea, which is 1 moon later than the rabbinical year. See, in some years. See, what I think it is he's getting all this information and he's kind of getting confused because it's like, yes, in some years it might be off, right? But it's only going to be but it's still going to be in April. So the Jewish year of AD 1843, as the Karaites reckon it, and according with the Mosaic law, therefore commenced this year with the new moon on the 29th day of April, and the Jewish year 1844 will commence with the new moon on next April 18th or 19th, when 1843 and the 2,300 days according to their computation will expire. But according to the rabbinical Jews, it began with the new moon on the 1st of last April and will expire on the new moon next of March. See, they're saying that they're Karaite is the 29th day of April, and that's the new moon. So that's they're saying that's the start of Nisan. So, and that would have to be a leap year, right? So 1844 is not a leap year. So now I'm going to show you one final proof to show you that these people don't know what they're talking about. I forgot to send myself this document, so I'm going to have to take a minute to upload it. So I'm sorry, please be patient with me, because there is one. So I think I got it right here. Yes. Oh, good. I didn't have to look hard for it. So now I got to do is just bring up this. This should really smash them apart. Well, not smash them apart, but I mean it's just adding to it. Oops, I gotta get to the right account. So, what have we got up here on the screen? Oh, what is this? Oh, this is William Miller. It's got this document, right? And so, and they even say in the signs of the times and the and whatever that I keep forgetting the prophetic publication that they had. But anyway, you can see up here in this corner, color key, Gregorian calendar timeline, rabbinical time reckoning, Karaite time reckoning. Okay, so we see, remember what I just showed you up on the screen? I want you to keep this in mind. When we read this, over here. When we read this, that they were saying that these Karaites started with a new moon on April of 1843. That's what they were saying. That's what this whole thing is saying right up here, because it says, and the Jewish year of AD 43 will commence with the first moon nearest. Will commence this year with the new moon on the day of April 29th. Right. That's a leap year. That would be a leap. That would be a leap month to get it that way. And we're talking about their crazy calendar, right? So now, what I'm going to show you up here is this first part: the development and involvements of the October 22nd, 1844 position. Oops, gosh, I wish this thing would. So it says the three structural dates: BC 457, autumn 31 AD, spring crucifixion 1844 AD, is the ending, right? So the one thing I'll show you, man, that's so bad, but this is the worst part down here. Oh, I hate this. I wish this thing would not be so touchy. I don't know. Man, I'm so sorry about this. This is so frustrating. It's like, why won't it? There we go. There we go. Come on. There we go. Just so you can see this. Now, the crazy thing about this calendar is, it looks like William Miller obviously drew this. He didn't get this from a Jew, and he looks very confused. Or whoever submitted this, whatever SDA came up to this, because they go I think they're making this like their interpretation of the Karaites up, like they're reading a lot of books, and then they're not consulting with an actual Karaite. They're just kind of reading this and trying to figure it out themselves. I read through a lot of Seventh-day Adventist material, And that's what I came to the conclusion of. These guys were basically reading a lot about Karaites, but they did not really consult a Karaite. Like, they didn't have a Karaite that, and so they knew, like, okay, this one is claiming that they're having he for some reason he's interpreting it as a Karaites having starting their year in 1843 on April 29th, which would be the first of Nisan, which would have you have like a, what is it, like a May 13th Passover, right? Unheard of by the Jews. So right here we got Tibet, Shabbat. So these are you can see up here, it goes by the Gregorian, and you can see 1843, right? So it's starting to end. So now we got January. So now right here, when it says January, so December of 1843. Now it's January of 1844. So this whole thing from January on forward is 1844. So now you got the Jewish month of Sabbath, February. So you got a little bit of Sabbath is going to February. Adar, February. That's normal. Normally have Adar in February. That's correct. So now Adar goes a little bit into March. And this Adar, that's your second Adar. So that's Adar 2, basically. So you're adding this Jewish leap year onto here. Then now you're going to add Nisan onto this. But this did not come from that same Karaite calendar that they're looking at, because that calendar, you can't have 2 leap years. You can't have back-to-back leap years. And you're having a back-to-back leap year. And nope, impossible, because whoever he was talking to, this Kalman guy who's got the same exact calendar, all these other dates match up to what it looks like what Kalman's saying. But Kalman's, well, I guess almost, as far as like their whole October thing, but he's got another leap year month. Well, no, because he said in that letter we just read, they started Nisan on the 29th of April. And if you go and write out this whole calendar, you're not going to have another leap month. This should be Adar. If anything, maybe it would have shoved Adar 1 all the way over to here, all the way where Adar is happening here, and now you got Nisan. So, but the way he's writing it out, he clearly doesn't even know what he's talking about. Because why are you putting this here? What it looks like to me is he decides to not look at a Karaite source that he was looking at, goes and looks at the rabbinic source, takes the rabbinic source and adds on an Adar 2 so it can fit his new calendar. Because see, the rabbinic Jews did not celebrate Adar 2 in 1844, and whatever Karaites he was looking at did not have an Adar 2 on their calendar. So I'm seeing a big contradiction here, and it's like, it looks like to me this should like make you question everything. Like, they don't know what they're talking about, and we can't find these sources. And now we're seeing a clear contradiction from what they just wrote earlier that year, just a month earlier. And you mean you're talking to these guys, you're sitting there trying to figure this out, and you're making this calendar and you're adding a month of Adar? No, like, I mean, that's why I'm like, come on, guys. I know you didn't just start believing Ellen White, right? You didn't just go, oh, I love this. I'm going to believe it. No, wait a minute. Didn't you think critically? Don't tell me I'm the first person in your guys' almost 180-year history that decided to think critically and ask this question. Come on now. You guys care about truth. You guys looked at this. Tell me why you got back-to-back months of Adar. And I guarantee you, I mean, Adar 2, back-to-back Jewish leap years. That's what Adar 2 is, a Jewish leap year. Because you can see right here. Oops. If I can. Why won't this? Okay, now. Because now if I see it a little bit clearer, you can see 11, 12. So that's the 12th month. 13, that's Adar 2. So now you got back-to-back leap years. So, I mean, the calendar probably should have slid all of this. So, like, Adar should be over here. And you don't have a Jewish leap month. You should have your 12th month here. And now you're starting it. But it just gets really confusing when I'm looking at this because they got just their dates, their months don't match up. It's all over the place. And it starts to look like they don't know what they're talking about. And then when you just add on the fact we can't find Jews keeping May Passovers, their calendar clearly calls for May Passovers yearly. Like, I mean, like almost like I think an April Passover, according to this calendar, would be practically non-existent. Because I don't even know if they ever, maybe if they, because when I'm reading his documents, there's this other letter called, the Midnight Cry. Yeah, the True Midnight Cry right here. When you're reading this other Samuel Snow piece, you get down to the 15th page here. And again, he's going to talk about the Karaite calendars, right? So he's talking about this guy, Dr. Hells, and being one of the best chronologers. And he says Ferguson has placed it in 33 AD, but in order to prove it, so right here, they're just arguing about the rabbinical modes and all this stuff as far as just 31 and 33 AD, nothing really important. So anyway, it says they commenced the year with the new moon in March, but the Karaites with the new moon in April. The word Karaite signifies one perfect in law. But the main thing I want you to notice here is this. They commenced their new moon in March, but the Karaites with the new moon in April. What I honestly think is that these guys are just kind of like putting together all this information and they're not getting everything squared away. And they're not really consulting any Karaites. They're just reading this information and trying to figure it out themselves. But they don't have Barley reports. They don't have none of this stuff. Because if they do, I need to see where they were getting their sources from. SDAs can't approve it. And when I say, well, Kalman's your source, then they deny Kalman, so now they have no source. So they commence their year with the new moon in March, but the Karaites with it in April. So, okay, so if it's in April, wait a minute, no Jew, why do Jews always, no Jew starts it always in April? And no Jew starts it always in March. I've never seen a calendar do that. I've seen a calendar where sometimes it could be in March and sometimes it can be in April. Just like I showed you on that one document right here, right? We see an actual Karaite barley and everything. We see it right here. Look at this. It's always, the barley's always found in March, except for one time when they very first started doing it, they found it it took them until April. Another time when they very first started doing it, they say it took them until April to see it. So these are the first 2 years they're doing it. And then after the first 2 years of doing it, suddenly they don't have it anywhere near close to that date. I'm just saying that looks odd. So when we're studying that, we're seeing that they're always starting Nisan 1 Karaite, April, March, April, March, April, March, April, March, April. Also, do you see a Nisan? We don't even see a Nisan past the April 10th. What's the earliest? What's the latest Nisan? April 8th. Except for that one time when they very first started doing it, they did it April 18th. But all the other times, April 6th, April 4th, April 8th. April 8th being the latest they found barley. Or, well, I mean, the latest they started Nisan. The latest they started Nisan. And I really think part of so it's like they find this Aviv barley. If you keep finding Aviv barley in March of 25th, March 23rd, March 28th, only this first 2 times, April, it took you till April to find it, but all the other times you're finding it since then, you're finding it in March 28th at the latest. I'm thinking you just didn't do it right your first 2 years you tried doing it. I'm also thinking that this also means that the barley is there's almost always ripe barley on an April Passover. So if you have Passover at any point in April, you're almost always going to see ripe barley according to this. Well, if you're the barley's Aviv, it looks like that barley is going to be ready at any point in April. Yeah, so barley Aviv 26 starts Nisan March. April 10th. Like, I don't see any time when they're on their Karaite. Here's their latest one they had was April 21st. Besides when they very first started doing this, so they got an April 21st, 14th day of Nisan. So I just got a lot of problems with your calendar, man. And I hope some Seventh-day Adventist looks at this and sees like, hey, you guys got major problems because someone's not being consistent here compared to this letter. Oops. Let me get off here for a second. But he said the Jewish year of AD 1843, as the Karaites reckon it, in accordance with the Mosaic law, therefore commenced this year with the new moon on the 29th day of April. See, part of the problem is if your new moon is on the 29th day of April, if that wasn't a leap year, then that would mean your following leap years are even later than that. Do you know how like insane that would be? Like, oh, this is a year you started Nisan on the 29th of April, almost in May, right? You almost started it in May, the 29th of April. And you're going to tell me that wasn't even a leap year and you're starting it that late? So that had to be a leap year, because if that was a normal year, okay, if that was like a normal regular year, that just seems just so late. Like, I would think all your other years would be even later than that. So that's just, to me, is just so wild. So it's like, so what is he doing here? He's not like this. This is all stuff he wrote up. You can clearly see that. No Jews sitting there like, oh, I'm going to help you write your calendar. No, I mean, this is clearly a chart they wrote. And it's like, well, why didn't you just copy the Karaite calendar? And he didn't. So the Seventh-day Adventist is the only region, I think he meant religion, that observed the Bible completely. Nope. They obviously didn't. They lie. They're not using God's calendar. Keep the Sabbath holy. Sunday is the day the Catholic Church chose to turn to God. Yeah, I know that. No, see, what I'm arguing is, no. Hold on. Look at my picture. Look at my picture. We're going to go back. Look at this. Look, what do I got? What do I got in my background? Got Sabbath. See, I'm all about Sabbath. I keep Sabbath. What I'm saying is, let's come out of the Seventh-day Adventist Church that's breaking it. Because don't you realize? Let's go back. And see, I even got other Seventh-day Adventists. If you look at my screen, I'll show you my screen. Look, even Seventh-day Adventists say, why does Chris, he meant to say Chris, he misspelled my name, Christ, still think this matters? So annoying that people don't see how they don't make the point they think they are. SDAs don't keep the Jewish calendar. I just proved you don't keep a Jewish calendar because we can never find, and this Seventh-day Adventist agrees with me. They don't keep the Jewish calendar. Okay, I'm glad you agree with me because that's not a Jewish calendar at all. No Jew starts the month of Nisan on the 29th of April, and I show you your document saying that these are the Jews you're talking about. You go ask any Jew how wild that sounds. Say, hey, I believe in it. I believe the real calendar has months of Nisan that start on April 29th. What do you say? Or I believe, they always start after April 16th. Right. After April 16th or 17th, I believe it's almost always the month of Nisan almost always starts after that. Ask them what they'll say. They'll look at you like you're crazy. So now let's go back to something else I said earlier, and because now I'm in the portion of my show where I'll just maybe repeat some earlier points I made, since now people are coming on and I'll interact with more. I just wanted to in fact, here we go. You know what I'll do? Let's just make this show one really complete show. If any Seventh-day Adventist wants to now come up here, you guys can come up here now. I got this link in my channel. All right. So let me kind of make sure. I'll go back here and make sure I post that link on my live show. I'll just go to my show real quick. Just give me a second. I post that link. So now I want to make sure I pin this. So here's this pinned link I got. If anyone wants to even come on here and challenge what I'm saying, you're more than welcome to come on here and explain to me why I'm wrong. Because I've completed this. If you got questions, you're free to come up here and ask me questions on this topic, right? So now it's wide open. Anyone can come on here and challenge me, okay? So we got that. That link is pinned. Okay. I keep Sabbath. Now, let's see here. We're going to show you something, though. You guys do not keep Sabbath. I want to be real clear on this. This is the whole reason why I'm doing this video. Right here. I wrote this. And I say the Seventh-day Adventist breaks 6 commandments. The Sabbath Observance, the 4th commandment, is to remember the Sabbath and keep it holy, which not only involves resting and dedicating the day to spiritual matters, and they got to be holy spiritual matters. But if you promote falsehoods on this day, it is seen as a violation of this commandment. So yes, to lie on the Sabbath or to break any other commandment on the Sabbath is to break the Sabbath. You've got to keep it holy. Okay. So now, are you doing any of these other things on the Sabbath? Because if you are, you're breaking the Sabbath. Are you bearing false witness? The 9th commandment prohibits bearing false witness against your neighbor. If promoting a false prophet involves spreading lies and deceit, then it could be considered a form of bearing false witness, right? Commandments. So now here's 3 and 4, 2 more commandments. I'm not saying you're breaking commandment 3 or 4. I'm just saying I'm counting up as we're breaking commandments, right? So idolatry, so now we got 2 commandments here that are being broken. The first and the second warn us against having other gods and making idols. If the promotion of a false prophet leads others to follow someone other than the true God, it could be seen as a form of adultery. So when you got this woman saying that her words are God's and people are respecting her words as if they are God, now she sits in the place of God, claiming to be God because she says my words come from God because the words coming out of my mouth are from God, right? Because that's what she's saying in her writings. So now, just like the Pope, she sits in the temple of God claiming to be God, right? Because she says her words are of God. Just like when the Pope speaks and they say the Pope is infallible, and that everything he speaks is as if Jesus Christ himself speaks it, and it's infallible. Now, if you're going to call the Pope Antichrist and call him an idol, you've got to say the same about Ellen if she's a false prophet and she's saying, well, this is the Day of Atonement, and it's not. She's saying she met Jesus. She's also saying that, hey, people are going to be translated, or some might be turned into food for worms, and they're not, and this doesn't happen. Hey, she lied, didn't she? So now, taking God's name in vain. The third commandment prohibits taking the Lord's name in vain. If someone claims the authority of God or speaks falsely in his name, it could be considered taking his name in vain, right? Well, that's what, when you're a false prophet, that's what you're doing. You're taking the name of God in vain. So that's real serious. And now when you promote it, you're also taking God's name in vain. When you promote this, stealing, receiving money through the fraud of promoting a false prophet could be considered a form of theft, as it involves deception to obtain financial gain. Would anyone support you if they knew you were a false prophet? So therefore, you're committing a fraud as posing as a true prophet, and being a church that you say this is a true prophet of God. And so now your church is based on these words from some God that's not the God of the Bible, but you're claiming it is. And now you're receiving money through that fraud. So now you're stealing. So now, and then if you want to count honoring your mother and father by lying and breaking all these other commandments, hey, 7 commandments you're breaking on the Sabbath day, right? So I think the sky is falling for these people. I think it is. Like I said, come up here, and any Seventh-day Adventist, if you want to come up here, please come up here. You can come up here. You can click that link. So let me read something else to you, because here's some writing of Ellen White's. So we got this third angel's message. This is a letter. I don't know, letter 1902, EV 196.1. So it says 3 angels' message is important, and the theme of the greatest importance is the third angel's message, embracing the messages of the first and second angels. All should understand the truths contained in these messages and demonstrate them in daily life, for this is essential to salvation. Whoops. So they're saying this is essential to salvation. Whoa, essential to salvation. We shall have to study earnestly and prayerfully in order to understand these grand truths, and our power to learn and comprehend will be taxed to the utmost. I tell you what, that's kind of crazy, though, when you say this is essential to salvation. So I can't be saved without them, without understanding them the way you guys are pushing them. Prophecy is the foundation of our faith. Ministers should present the sure word of prophecy as the foundation of faith of the Seventh-day Adventists. So this is their foundation, is the sure word of prophecy, which Ellen White's given, right? It's the foundation faith of Seventh-day Adventists. The prophecies of Daniel and Revelation should be carefully studied, and in connection with them, the words, "Behold, the Lamb of God, which takes away the sin of the world." Now, here's the kicker right here. The 24th chapter of Matthew is presented to me again. So this is Ellen White talking. The 24th chapter of Matthew is presented to me again and again as something that is to be brought to the attention of all. We are today living in a time when the predictions of this chapter are fulfilling. So she thinks, remember, she had that Battle Creek prophecy in 1856 where she says, some will be food for worms and some will be translated, right? And she was saying this, and she never said it was conditional at all. And she had her chance in 1905 when those people came up to her asking her for a list of names, and she said, what are you doing with that list, right? So keep all that in mind. So we are living today in a time when these predictions of this chapter are fulfilling. Let our ministers and teachers explain these prophecies to those whom they instruct. Let them leave out all their discoveries or other discourses of matters of minor consequence and the present truths that will decide the destiny of souls. Now, the biggest thing the reason why I underline this is the 24th chapter of Matthew. We are living in a time when these predictions of this chapter are fulfilling. So, has anyone ever read the book of Matthew and thought it was going to take 180 years to fulfill those predictions? Do you think that's actually what she meant in whenever she said this in 1860 or whatever? Do you think this is what she meant, that it's going to take about 180 it takes 180 years for Matthew to be fulfilled? Are you willing to bet anything that this still won't be fulfilled for a while? I mean, it might not be. How many years? I mean, hypothetically, like at this time when you say these are being fulfilled, how long are you saying they're going to be fulfilled? Hey, what if, you're not saying this as if, were they being fulfilled all the way back in 34 AD? No, she's saying that they're being fulfilled now because she's having that vision of Battle Creek, remember? She got this vision, 1856. I think she's thinking these are going to be fulfilled in her lifetime, because I don't think she's thinking that Matthew's going to go on and on forever. How long is that supposed to go on? I'm just curious, 17 Adventist. How long is Matthew 24 supposed to be once it starts? Because she says it's starting to be fulfilled. Once it starts, how much longer? And did any Adventists ever respond to this? Yeah, plenty saw it. None responded to it. And I posted this same sort of thing on Facebook, and I got very little responses because it's like no one will tell me how long this was supposed to take. So how long is it supposed to take? How about just can we stop it at 170, 180, 190, 200, 300? How many years is that supposed to take? Come on. She's saying this is being we're seeing it fulfilled in our day, but it didn't get fulfilled in your day. So I'm really sick of this, man. Eternal life is to know the Lord Most High and the Son. Yep, I agree. It's also very curious that they go to Matthew but never to Mark 13 or Luke 21. Yeah, isn't that what almost all futurists do? Yeah, but they're not supposed to be futurists, that's right. Even though they're kicking prophecy way past the right dates they're supposed to be. I think anyone who kicks prophecy to a later date is a futurist, but to a later date than it's supposed to be. But if someone wants to say that, futures just means you believe some part of the Bible needs to be fulfilled, well, almost everyone but a full preterist would be a futurist then. So I'm a futurist, but that's not really quite the definition. That's really confusing to people. And partial preterist, these definitions are real confusing to me, because do you guys mean, I'm a partial preterist? And then someone will be like, well, I'm a futurist. Well, if you're a futurist, you don't believe any of the prophecy of the Bible's been fulfilled. You don't even believe Jesus, the Messiahs came. No, I do believe that. Well, then aren't you partial preterist? Right? It's so it's kind of hopefully every Christian is at least partial preterist. All right, you gotta basically believe some parts of it got fulfilled. So I kind of think some of these terms are just kind of messy terms, unless you want to say preterist means someone who believes something that is future hasn't been fulfilled yet but is wrong. Futures means someone that believes something that has already been fulfilled is still in the future. So these, if you want to say these terms are for people who are wrong, that's fine. But it's kind of really confusing to me, because it's but that's how it was always, given to me when I went to church. It's are you a futurist or preterist? They never even told me there was a middle. I'm a brand new Christian, and and they're telling me what it means, and I'm like, well, do you believe that this part of the Bible came true? And I'm like, well, no. And it's like, well, you're a futurist. I'm like, okay. Yeah, I agree, man. All these side views, views side by side shows confusion. I'm trying to hold on to tradition over studying. Yeah. I don't really know how much more I can go over this whole. I want to make sure I cover this date well, and this Daniel 8. I guess I could go over Daniel 8 real quick. I don't think Daniel 8's really that hard to go over. If I can find it, I know I brought it up. I'll just go over the. No, you know what? I better not use. I'll use the Berean Bible version. I was just going to use the interlinear, but I'll just use that on pieces of it. So let's see how quick I can get through this. I'm going to try to shoot through this really quick. So basically, in the third year of the reign of King Belshazzar, a vision appeared to me, Daniel, subsequent to the one that appeared to me earlier. And in the vision, I saw myself in the cathedral of Susa, in the province of Elam. And I saw in the vision that I was beside the Ulai Canal. Then I lifted up my eyes, and I saw a ram with 2 horns standing beside a canal. The 2 horns were long, but one was longer than the other, and one grew up later. I saw the ram charging towards the west and the north and the south. No one could stand against him, and there was no deliverance in his power. He did as he pleased and became great. And this will tie into Seventh-day Adventism. And as I was contemplating all this, suddenly a goat with a prominent horn between its eyes came out of the west, crossing the surface of the entire earth without touching the ground. He came toward the 2-horned ram I had seen standing beside the canal and crushed him with furious power. I saw him approach the ram in a rage against him, and he struck the ram and shattered his 2 horns. The ram was powerless to stand against him, and the goat threw him to the ground and trampled on him, and no one could deliver the ram from his power. So I'm just going to stop right. Oh, let me read verse 8. And the goat came very great, but when he was at the height of his power, his horn was broken off, and 4 horns came up in its place, pointing towards the 4 winds of heaven. Okay, so now when we get down to here, we know. Well, here, I'm just going to go over mine. So the ram with 2 horns is going to be Media Persia, right? I think we're all pretty clear of this, and it says it down at the bottom of this same Bible passage. Horns are kingdoms. So when it says one was long, but the other one was longer than the other, and one grew up later, yes, it's like one kingdom did come up later, right? The oh gosh, what was it? Was it the Persian Empire that came up later? Gosh, man, my brain's a little fried right now. I saw the ram charging towards the west and towards the south, and no animal could stand against him, and there was no deliverance from his power. He did as he pleased and became great. And as I was contemplating all this, a goat, so the goat, it tells you down at the bottom, is Greece, or actually it says Javan, but we know Javan is like basically means Greece. But and down at the bottom it tells you, it says in verse 20, the 2-horned ram that you saw represents the kings of Media and Persia. The shaggy goat, so Media came first and Persia rose up second. The shaggy goat represents the king of Greece, and the large horn between his eyes is the first king. We know this is Alexander the Great. You can read Josephus, other early works, but especially Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews. He tells you that the Jews came up to Alexander the Great and showed him the book of Daniel and said, you are this person in this book. And that's why Alexander the Great had favor with him. And Alexander the Great told the priests of this dream he had before he met them. So that's another reason why Alexander the Great honored his dreams, honored the Jews, and gave them special favoritism because of all this. So the 4 horns that replace the broken one represent the 4 kingdoms that will arise from that nation, but will not have the same power. And so we know, you just do a quick internet search, right? 4 kingdoms after Greece. Let's see if that, like, we'll just type that in just because that's what the Bible says, right? So I'm just typing in random, oops. Shoot. I didn't want to. There we go. So, I just typed that in to the top of my search engine, right? 4 kings after Greece. And first thing that comes up, the Hellenistic. Why does it do that? I'm just trying to enlarge it. You know what? I think someone told me I can do it this way. Let's see here. Oh, here we go. The Hellenistic world eventually settled into 4 stable power blocks: the Ptolemaic Kingdom of Egypt, the Seleucid Empire, and the East, the Kingdom of Pergamum in Asia, and Macedon. Right. So right here, I'm just reading the Bible, and it says as the horn gets broken and 4 come up in its place. Right. So now, let's see here. Antiochus persecuting Jews. So we can just go to Britannica, Encyclopedia Britannica, and it's going to tell us about this Antiochus Epiphanes, Syrian king, who reigned as a ruler. He was best known for his encouragement of Greek culture and institutions. His attempts to suppress Judaism brought on the wars of the Maccabees. Okay, so we can kind of just see, just from just doing a real quick internet search, nothing fancy or anything, it's just like, can you just basically exegete and just read a Bible, right? Pretty easy stuff. So now we got these 4 horns. We know that this guy came up out of those kingdoms, right? This guy Antiochus Epiphanes right here. It's telling us right here. His attempts to oppress Judaism brought on the wars of Maccabees, right? Just common things that people know. So, and he came out of the Seleucid Empire, and we just saw previously that. What did this thing tell us? Like, went earlier than that. See, the Hellenistic world eventually settled into 4 stable power blocks: Ptolemaic Kingdom, Seleucid, and so he was the Seleucid king. All right, I think that's what it said. Yeah, Seleucid king. Yeah. So definitely this guy fits that bill. We see on the internet, even secular historians will say 4 kingdoms. One of them was a Seleucid king. Now we see this. Who was this Seleucid king? Oh, it's this guy, and he's persecuting the Jews, and fits right about the time period, everything. Oh, and so okay, so all this seems to fit. So this isn't that complicated, all right? Anyone can look this up, and all you had to do was just read the Bible right here. The ram you saw represents the kings of Media and Persia. Look it up. You could even use AI and go, hey, who conquered Media and Persia? You want to see how hard this is? Because we got AI now. We can just go to Bing. How hard is this? Everyone can get on the internet and look up Bing, right? So I'll just be like, who conquered Media Persia?
Cyrus the Great, the founder of the Achaemenid Empire, is credited with conquering Media Persia. He established what would become one of the largest empires in history, stretching from the Aegean Sea to the Indus River. Cyrus the Great began his conquests by defeating his grandfather, the Median king Astyages, in 550 BC, which resulted in the creation of the Achaemenid Empire. Later, Alexander the Great would conquer the Achaemenid Empire, including Media, in 330 BC.
Okay. So the Achaemenid Empire was conquered by Alexander the Great. So I'm just going to ask it a question because I know some people are going to be like, oh, wait, what? Oh, that's weird. I thought Alexander the Great conquered Media Persia.
You are correct. Alexander the Great did indeed conquer the Achaemenid Persian Empire, including Media. He achieved this through a series of campaigns and battles that began in 334 BC and culminated with the decisive Battle of Gaugamela in 331 BC. This victory led to the fall of the Persian Empire and the end of its rule, marking a significant moment in history as Alexander's conquests spread Hellenistic culture across the newly formed empire. Cyrus the Great initially founded the Achaemenid Empire by conquering Media around 550 BC, but it was Alexander the Great who ultimately conquered the entire empire. My previous message might have been a bit confusing, but both statements are historically accurate. Cyrus the Great conquered Media to establish the Achaemenid Empire, and Alexander the Great later conquered the empire itself. Thank you for pointing that out.
So Cyrus the Great, he was Persian, right?
Yes, Cyrus the Great was Persian. He was born between 590 and 580 BCE, either in Media or, more probably, in Persis, the modern Fars province of Iran. He hailed from Persis and brought the Achaemenid dynasty to power by defeating the Median Empire. His lineage is traced back to the ancient Persian leaders, and he is remembered as a significant figure in Iranian history. Cyrus the Great's conquests laid the foundation for the Achaemenid Empire, which became known for its inclusion of various cultures and its vast territorial extent.
Okay, so see, the thing about this is, so Cyrus goes, conquers Media, right? But a lot of times, what the Persian government did was it would leave these people still to rule their provinces. So that's why I think, you can have the Media Persia, but it's basically this horn's longer than the other. So this horn, right, that's letting these people stay in power and go ahead and govern their own little territories. That's why it's longer than the other horns. Okay, so it's real simple stuff, right? So it's real easy to kind of confirm the Bible and confirm this. So it says the shaggy goat represents the first king of Greece, and the large horn between his eyes is the first king. So that's Alexander the Great. The four horns that replace the broken horns, and just kind of went over that with all four of those kingdoms. So in the later part of their reign, when the rebellion has reached its full measure. So we know the Jews were definitely Hellenizing around that period of time, right? An insolent king, skilled in intrigue, will come to the throne. Oh, that's really weird. Let's just see something here. I'm going to ask the AI something. When was the peak of Hellenization by the Jews before they stopped Hellenizing? Oops. Oh, here. That's probably good enough.
The peak of Hellenization among the Jews occurred during the Hellenistic period, which began with Alexander the Great's conquests in the 4th century BCE. This era saw a significant cultural exchange between Greek and Jewish societies. The most intense period of Hellenization in Jewish history is often associated with the reign of King Herod I of Judea, 37 to 4 BCE, who embraced Greek culture and instituted it within his kingdom, including the construction of Greek-style theaters, amphitheaters, and hippodromes. However, the process of Hellenization had started earlier and continued for several centuries. It was not just a simple adoption of Greek culture, but a complex interaction that resulted in a unique blend of Greek and Jewish traditions. The translation of the Hebrew Bible into Greek, known as the Septuagint, is a prime example of this cultural synthesis. It's important to note that Hellenization was met with varying degrees of resistance and acceptance within Jewish society. Some embraced the changes, while others, like the Maccabees, actively fought against the influence of Hellenistic culture, leading to the Maccabean Revolt in the 2nd century BCE. This period.
Could it be said that around 170 BC that the Jews became pretty Hellenized? Because that would be around the time of Antiochus, right?
Yes, it could be said that around 170 BC, there was a significant Hellenization among the Jews. During this time, the influence of Greek culture had permeated many aspects of Jewish life. The Tobiads, a Jewish faction in Jerusalem that led the Hellenizing efforts, were expelled to Syria around 170 BC, which indicates the extent of Hellenistic influence within Jewish society at that time. Additionally, in 170 BC, both claimants to the high priesthood, Jason and Menelaus, bore Greek names, and institutions of Greek education had been established. The process of Hellenization included the adoption of Greek language, customs, and even names, which is evident from the historical records of that period. However, it's important to note that this was also a period of cultural tension, as not all Jews embraced Hellenistic culture. Some actively resisted it, leading to events like the Maccabean Revolt, which began in 167 BC. So, while Hellenization was indeed prevalent around 170 BC, it was also a time of considerable conflict between traditional Jewish practices and the encroaching influences of Hellenistic culture. This period was pivotal in shaping the cultural and religious identity of the Jewish people.
Okay, one important thing I want you to notice here is when it says the Tobiads, a Jewish faction in Jerusalem at that time, led the Hellenization efforts, were expelled to Syria around 170 BC. So think about this. This is like they're peaking in this. It all started under Alexander the Great around 330 AD, 330 BC, right? So this is going on for about 160 years, when it gets to this point, about 150 years when it gets to this point. And it's probably getting really bad. Like it was probably already getting bad like about 50 years before this, and it's starting to peak. So it says the Tobiads, a Jewish faction in Jerusalem that led the Hellenization efforts, were expelled to Syria around the time of 170 BC. So that must mean they're so bad they're getting expelled to Syria, right? Which indicates the extent of the Hellenistic influence within Jewish society at that time. Additionally, in 170 BC, this is key, both claimants to the high priesthood, Jason and Menelaus, bore Greek names, and institutions of Greek education had been established. So, bore Greek names and institutions of Greek education had been established. So, they were becoming pretty Hellenized here. Okay, so now let me go back and read this one more time. So, keep all this in mind that we just read. In the later part of their reign, so talking about those kingdoms, when the rebellion has reached its full measure, an insolent king, skilled in intrigue, will come to the throne. His power will be great. Well, see right here, when the rebellion has reached its full measure, the Jewish rebellion has reached its full measure because they were Hellenizing. Think about what I just read, and think about how this is late now. In 170, this is the later part of the Hellenistic kingdoms, because and this is the peak of it right here. That's why it's considered the later part, because this is right before all the kingdoms start to be conquered by Rome, starting around, I think it was, what is it, like 150 or 140 BC. They start one by one start to lose. Like you lose, I think 2 or 3 of them in like a 40-year period. I'm just kind of doing this off the top of my head, but so you start to lose all these kingdoms. So this is definitely the later part. Is if in 170 this happens, and then around 150 or 160 you start to see Rome snatch up all these kingdoms, right? So this is definitely the later part of their reign, right? Their reign, meaning those kingdoms, when the rebellion has reached its full measure. So that's the Jewish rebellion. because they're Hellenizing. Think about all that I just read. An insolent king, Antiochus Epiphanes, skilled in intrigue, will come to the throne. His power will be great. And he was considered, this was considered the height of the Hellenists. Right before they started to disappear, this was considered like the height. Because he was conquering Egypt. He was moving pretty. If it wasn't for Rome, he would have conquered a lot. But it will not be his own. So his power will be great, and it will not be his own. He will cause terrible destruction and succeed in whatever he does. He will destroy the mighty men along with the holy people. Through his craft and by his hand, he will cause deceit to prosper, and in his own mind, he will make himself great. Yeah, because there were these coins and things where it's like, where he's like a god, like he was considered a god on these coins. In a time of peace, he will destroy many, and he will even stand against the prince of princes. Yet he will be broken off, but not by human hands. Well, what happened to him? Oh, he died not by, no one killed him. He died of, like, there's like 3 or 4 different accounts where he died where by some terrible disease. And this is like not religious accounts. Like, some of them are religious, but then there's like and I can't think of the names of them off the top of my head, but you guys can do an AI search and go just look it up real quick. Well, you know what? Why not do it? What are some old historical sources that talk about how Antiochus Epiphanes died? See if he died without human hand. We'll just look this up. See if it matches all the prophecy.
Certainly. There are several historical sources that provide insights into the death of Antiochus IV Epiphanes, the Seleucid king of the Hellenistic Syrian kingdom. Let's explore a few of them. Encyclopedia Britannica. Antiochus IV Epiphanes reigned from 175 to 164 BCE and was known for encouraging Greek culture and institutions. His attempts to suppress Judaism led to the Wars of the Maccabees. During his rule, Antiochus faced conflicts with both Syria and Egypt. He invaded Egypt and occupied most of it, ruling as the guardian of Ptolemy VI. Eventually, he fell ill and realized that his suffering was a consequence of the miseries he had brought upon the Jewish nation, including plundering their temple and disrespecting their God. He confessed this before his death. Flavius Josephus in the Antiquities of the Jews. Antiochus IV heard of a rich city in Persia called Elymais, with a temple of Diana containing valuable donations left by Alexander the Great. Antiochus besieged Elymais but was defeated. He fled to Babylon, where he received news of the defeat of his commanders in Judea. Realizing his impending death, he confessed that his calamity was a result of his actions against the Jewish nation. He had plundered their temple and disrespected their God. Antiochus died, and his friend Philip became the guardian of his kingdom, preserving it for his son, also named Antiochus. Other sources. While these two sources provide detailed accounts, other historians and scholars have also written about Antiochus IV's life and death. Some mention his untimely demise due to illness in 164 BCE in Elam. In summary, Antiochus IV Epiphanes met his end through illness, and his actions during his reign left a lasting impact on Jewish history and culture.
So, died without human hand. I mean, like, if I was talking to an atheist, right? And I'm like, look, how can you say that this is not a true prophecy, right? Like, you would get, like, like, if you did this about any other prophecy in the Bible, you'd start to get frustrated with them. But the 70th Adventists would be like, no, God failed. God died. God did not get the prophecy right. It's like, how? Look at what the research I did. You know what? I've done this to a guy that doesn't even believe the Bible, right? And he's like, well, that looks pretty good, man. I admit, it looks pretty good, but it was probably written during the time that it actually happened, and they just try to make it look like it was a prophecy. That's reasonable, right? That's reasonable. I mean, so now, but I mean, so I have never met back with the person and show them, no, there's actually proof to show that this was written, around 500 BC. Like, there's actual proof to show this. But I haven't been able to get a hold of them. But the person was like, hey, I just think, Chris, it was probably written around 160 BC. But yeah, man, it looks pretty good. It looks pretty solid. If and you can, hey Chris, if you can ever prove to me that it was written in 500 BC, I mean, I have to say, dude, that would look pretty interesting to me, you know. But you know, Seventh-day Adventists will be like, no, it didn't come true. It's like, how? You know, like this guy Porphyry, he was like he's like this guy that didn't believe the Bible, and he existed around 300 AD, right? And he's talking against Jerome. I think he's arguing with Jerome. And with Porphyry, it was a well-established thing that almost everyone believed that this prophecy came true, right? And so no one back then argued it. Porphyry was the first one to start, who came up with the whole idea that it must have been written around 160 BC. And so he's the first one. But that's the only argument against Daniel 8. Up until that time, no one was arguing that it wasn't a fulfilled prophecy, to my knowledge. And that's why just everything I just showed you, and this is internet. So those people back then, maybe they can't look things up. Maybe you got a little bit more reason because you can't see the information for yourself. Okay. But today, no one's got an excuse. You're just wicked. You're wicked. If you say you're a Christian and you deny this and you can just go look it up like this and see everything matching, I think you're wicked. I don't think you really care about the truth. I don't think you really care about God. I don't think you care about the Bible. And if you're a teacher teaching that this is something else and it didn't come true, I think you're a false teacher. And I think this is actually a good way to see if someone's a real teacher or a false teacher. Because if this guy's been teaching for 40 years, can do this full time, and he's sitting at a church doing this weekly and having prophecy seminars and things like that. And if anyone, not just Seventh-day Adventists, anyone teaching this is some prophecy that didn't come true or it's about something else, I honestly think you're a false teacher, because I don't see how. I mean, we just saw how just now, me just doing this real quick, how easy it is to see that everything matches up so easily. No, so there's no excuse. So let's just go back up and finish reading the prophecy. So now we can go on to other issues that Seventh-day Adventists have. From one of these horns, a little horn emerged and grew extensively towards the south, towards the east, and towards the beautiful land. It grew up as high as the host of heaven, and it cast down some of the hosts and some of the stars to the earth and trampled them. It magnified itself even to the prince of hosts, and it removed his daily sacrifice and overthrew the place of his sanctuary. These are all things Antiochus did, because he did magnify himself even above God, because he's saying that he is God. So he is magnifying himself even like he's the prince of the, like like higher than God. Because if he did not think he was higher than God, what right would he have to even remove the daily sacrifice and overthrow the place of his sanctuary, right? Because he thinks he's better. He thinks he's higher, and he thinks that, the gods he serves, like Zeus and everything, are better. And in the rebellion, the host and the daily sacrifice were given over to the horn. So guess what God's telling us? The Jews are Hellenizing at this point at an all-time high, right? They even got Greek names. They're Hellenizing, and we can just see all of this depravity going on at the time. They're even having like these gymnasiums that have naked wrestling going on in Jerusalem, from what I understand, right? So, and like the Jews are starting to accept this culture. So, and in the rebellion, the host and the host and the daily sacrifice were given over to the horn. So the little horn that I was just talking about, right, was given over to the horn. So God's saying he's going to give you over to this guy, Antiochus Epiphanes, and he flung the truth to the ground and prospered in whatever it did. And that's what happened. Then I heard a holy one speaking, and another holy one said to him, how long to the fulfillment of the vision of the daily sacrifice, the rebellion that causes desolation, and the surrender of the sanctuary and the host to be trampled? And he said to me, it will take 2,300 evenings and mornings, and the sanctuary will be restored. So this 2,000 evenings and mornings, that's Arab and Boker in Jewish language, right? Showed you earlier in here from Jewish writings that the SDA showed themselves. They interpreted this to be 1,150 days. So this isn't some wacky interpretation I have. And so we know from history that Antiochus stopped the sacrifice around 167 BC, and it wasn't restored until 164 BC. And so when he sets up that altar, now the book of Maccabees, some people say it's, now if you want to say it shouldn't belong in the Bible, it's not perfect and accurate. Okay, well, maybe that dating between that 3-year dating from Cheshvan 10 to Cheshvan 15, maybe you want to say it might be off. Or what I think it is that's only referring to when that the altar was set up. But when I'm reading it, to me, it sounds like the sacrifice, because whenever you attack the temple, if you remove the menorah or anything of it, when you remove these items, they can no longer perform the sacrifices. And so when Antiochus first came there, I argue that's when he disrupted it, because he's stealing all these things from the temple. So by that being disrupted, now they can no longer make the sacrifices. And then he goes about a month later, he sets up this altar of Zeus in the temple. Well, right there you have almost your exact 1,150 days, right in the ballpark, right? Close. I mean, and since we don't have perfect historic documents, and we see it's that close, until we can see perfect documents that say otherwise, probably okay to believe it, right? And maybe when we see something else, but also when we see all of this other stuff, okay? So before you get so bent out of shape over, we don't know if it was exactly 1,001, that's not the only part of this prophecy. I just showed you this bottom part here from verse 20 to 20, 25, 20 to 25, all of that we can show through history. It looks like it's gotten fulfilled. Then when you add in all the details in Daniel 11 that further go into some more detail, and we see how those details got fulfilled, it's like, well, why reject this? Just because we can't for sure prove the exact day. Now, I think I can, but I need a lot of help. I need time off. I need support and funding. But since I don't have none of that, I can't get the resources I need to prove that day perfectly. But I think I can actually prove it perfectly. So I think that we got a really close date going by all the other sources, for the 1,150 days. Jews interpret it even by Seventh-day Adventist sources. So, and then when you just go to other parts, like I showed earlier, Daniel 11, you go down to verse 29, it sounds exactly like this, because this is about when that all happens, right? So at the appointed time, he will invade the south again. That's Egypt. But this time will not be like the first. The ships of Kittim, those Roman ships, a Roman envoy, will come against him, and he will lose heart. And he will turn back and rage against the Holy Covenant and do damage. And he will return and show favor to those who forsake the Holy Covenant. Well, let's see here. Did Antiochus Epiphanes ever try to attack Egypt, but was met with a Roman envoy that gave him an ultimatum, and then he returned back to Jerusalem and took out his anger?
Yes, indeed. Antiochus IV Epiphanes, the Seleucid king of the Hellenistic Syrian kingdom, attempted to conquer Egypt during his reign. Here are the key events related to his Egyptian campaign and the Roman intervention. Egyptian campaign. Antiochus IV had already built up his forces and positioned them for an invasion of Egypt. As soon as the Egyptian forces left Pelusium, Antiochus and his Seleucid army attacked and defeated them. The Seleucids then seized Pelusium, gaining access to supplies and control over parts of Egypt. Roman ultimatum. In Eleusis, a suburb of Alexandria, the Roman ambassador, Gaius Papilius Laenas, confronted Antiochus IV. Laenas presented Antiochus with an ultimatum. He must evacuate Egypt and Cyprus immediately. The Roman envoy drew a circle in the sand around Antiochus and demanded that he make a commitment to withdraw his forces from Egypt. If Antiochus breached the circle without committing to withdraw, it would provoke war with Rome. Antiochus hesitated but ultimately capitulated, committing to withdraw from Egypt. So, Antiochus IV's ambitions to conquer Egypt were met with both military conflict and diplomatic pressure from Rome. His actions during this period significantly impacted the dynamics of the Hellenistic world and had repercussions on Jewish history as well.
Okay, so for my thing to work, my ideal, this would have had to occur around June or July. So did this event happen around June or July?
The event where Antiochus IV Epiphanes was confronted by the Roman envoy Gaius Papilius Laenas with an ultimatum did indeed occur around June. Specifically, it happened on June 22, 168 BC. This confrontation took place in Eleusis, a suburb of Alexandria, where Antiochus was given the ultimatum to evacuate Egypt and Cyprus immediately, which he agreed to do. This event is a well-documented moment in history, marking a significant point in the Hellenistic period and the power dynamics of the Mediterranean region.
Okay, so now what I'm arguing is that it's going to take about 2 months, so July 22nd, August 22nd, about 2 months, right, to move this army over to there, to where the Jews are. And he's going to probably attack as soon as he gets close to there, right? And so there you would calculate 1,150 days, and you would arrive around Cheshvan. Okay, so about August 22nd, maybe September, maybe sometime in the middle of September. And then, Cheshvan normally happens in October or November. Right there is that little bit of extra time you need, right? To come up with your extra, I can't remember if it's like 30 days, 25 days, 30 days, or 40 days. It's somewhere right around that ballpark you need to come up with. To me, that all makes sense, right? Look, I'll ask it a question. How long would it take to move an army that size back to Jerusalem? Would it take about 2 months?
Moving an ancient army from Egypt to Jerusalem would have been a significant logistical undertaking, involving not just the soldiers, but also support personnel, animals, and equipment. While the exact time it would take can vary based on numerous factors such as the size of the army, the season, the route taken, and the logistical capabilities of the military at the time, historical marches of similar distances could take anywhere from a few weeks to several months. Considering the distance between Egypt and Jerusalem is roughly 800 kilometers, 500 miles, and ancient armies typically marched about 20 to 30 kilometers, 12 to 18 miles, per day, it could take approximately 40 days at a steady pace without significant delays. However, this is a simplified estimate, and actual historical accounts might provide more accurate figures. In the case of Antiochus IV Epiphanes, if he had to move his army quickly and efficiently, and if we assume there were no major obstacles or delays, a 2-month time frame for his army to return to Jerusalem from the borders of Egypt could be a reasonable estimate. However, this is speculative, as historical records do not provide precise details on the duration of such marches.
But but we got a pretty reasonable time now, right? So I mean, this is like reasonable, like that he gets turned away by Rome around June 22nd. And so now we even, like, it's not like it happened in January, it happens around June. It takes about this amount of time to move from one place to another. We just need rough approximations, right? Just to make sure like this, because you wouldn't want him getting, like, if it happened in January and he got turned around, well, he'd probably already be back in Egypt, and then it could be real speculative. But now we're like, whoa, it does say in the Bible that he's going to be turned away by this, like, by these ships of Kittim, and then he's going to come and turn away, and then it's like he's going to turn to take this out on the Jews, is what it looks like, right, when we're reading it. And now we see this exact same thing happening in about the exact same time period. We need about something that happens around June, something that takes a couple of months to move an army, and then this army is getting there right around this time, right before the month of Cheshvan. So that gives you probably right around in Tishri. The month of Tishri probably arrives there, maybe earlier than that. So, I mean, so this is fair. Like, this is a pretty, like, it's not like I'm reaching here. So at that point in time, he will invade the south again, but this time it will not be like the first. The ships of Kittim will come against him, and he will lose heart. He will then turn back and rage against the Holy Covenant and do damage. So he will return and show favor to those who forsake the Holy Covenant. Remember earlier I was reading about how there was two Jewish priests with Greek names. So it would be people like that he's showing favor to, who are forsaking the covenant, who are going along with the Hellenization. His forces will rise up and desecrate the temple and fortress, which he did. I mean, that's even secular authorities say that. And they will abolish the daily sacrifice and set up the abomination. See, everything happened like that. With flattery, he will corrupt those who violate the covenant, which he did. But the people who know their God will firmly resist. That's the revolt of the Maccabees. Pretty simple. And even secular sources say there was a revolt, a Jewish revolt called the Maccabees that happened, right? That resisted this guy Antiochus Epiphanes. So anyway, those with insight will instruct many. For a time they will fall by the sword or flame, or be captured or plundered, which happened for about a period of just a little over 3 years. Now when they fall, they will be granted a little help, but many will join them insincerely. Some of the wise will fall, so that they may be refined, purified, and made spotless until the time of the end. For it will still come at the appointed time. So it's even saying that this will come at an appointed time. So just like, and it seemed like that thing stretched for 3 years, just like the Bible predicted. And it says, and made spotless until the time of the end, for it will still come at the appointed time. So this is right down here in verse 36. I think this is transitioning into Rome. I'm not sure, I mean, I'm not sure where Antiochus Epiphanes starts and Rome starts. I haven't went into this. I'm just up to, I just want to make clear the verse 34. There's arguments down here when you get to verse like around 36 and where it transitions into Rome, or if it doesn't transition into Rome. There's a lot of arguments. But here, we got a lot of people agreeing all the way up to verse 35 about everything. That's why I kind of stopped there. Right. But nothing to invalidate yeah, I still got to figure out how to perfectly exegete 36 through 44. But I think it should be fairly easy to exegete all that other stuff, man, especially when you just when you already first you just exegete Daniel 8 like I just did earlier, right? We just slowly go over those verses 20 through 25. Anyone should be able to do that. Figure that out. That's not hard. Not with the internet, not with AI. You should be able to exegete this in about 1 hour properly by just asking the AI questions. I mean, definitely if you're like a long-time Bible teacher, that's why I call everyone who tries to teach this and doesn't say it's Antiochus and doesn't say, doesn't say this is Antiochus and Alexander the Great and the Jews. Anyone that says this is anything else, talking about anything else besides that, I think they're absolutely just horrible teachers, maybe even probably false teachers, because I just don't see how hard it can be. No, I keep the Sabbath. What I'm saying is you guys are breaking the Sabbath, and what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to, because this is a Seventh-day Adventist, so what I'm trying to do is, since you guys are breaking 7 commandments every single Sabbath, and so you're breaking the Sabbath too, right? Sabbath's one of the 7 commandments you're breaking every Sabbath. What I'm trying to do is show people that, because I'm trying to start a church, right, of real Sabbath keeping Christians that actually want to obey God's commandments, right? Because I actually think it's important. Now I'm not sitting here going to tell you I'm preaching it for salvation and things, but man, when I read the Bible, it sure seems pretty important to God. And I don't think the Roman bishop ever changed anything. Unlike the Seventh-day Adventists that think, papal authority, right? Because you guys believe papal authority did away with the Sabbath, right? I mean, not the Sabbath. You believe it did away with Passover. And I don't see that in the Bible, to be honest. But then you guys want to still use the Jewish calendar and say the Jewish calendar is still in effect because you still have this cosmic Day of Atonement. And the problem with that is, with your Day of Atonement, there's no Jews that keep Sabbath in May, right? So you guys are changing the calendar of God. Do you know, like, you're probably unfamiliar with this, being a Seventh-day Adventist, but I want to show you something. There's this verse in Daniel 7:25 that warns against doing things like your church is doing. And he shall speak great words against the Most High and shall wear out the saints of the Most High. Now, this is the key part. And think to change times and laws. Who are you to get rid of the Passover observance? Who are you to use a different calendar than what God uses? And I want to see proof that there's Jews that keep a May Passover consistently, like I just proved earlier in this video. Because I just showed you how your calendar is all jacked up. Miller's little picture I brought up, that's a very jacked up picture. So, like this thing right here, because you can see this is like William Miller, and they even call it Exhibit A and everything. Look at that. So that's there, but look down here. This is the weird part, man. It's like you guys got, and because I showed you that letter, and now we got another leap year. Jews don't have back-to-back leap years. But right here, William Miller's got a calendar with back-to-back leap years, because we have 1843. That was a leap year, because I showed you where this guy in this other document, right? Oh, where is it? Oh, yeah, right here. See, we got the Jewish year of 80. Oh, I wish this thing would cooperate with me. The Jewish year of AD 33, 1843. I mean, the Jewish year of AD 1843, as the Karaites reckon it, in accordance with the Mosaic law, therefore commenced this year with the new moon on April 29th, right there, the 29th day of April, right? And then he goes on to say the following year in 1844 will commence the new moon on April 18th or 19th. Well, right here, this would have been a leap year to have Nisan start on the 29th of April. That would be a leap year on that calendar. Now, I don't know any Jew that ever had Nisan start on April 29th, but that's what your guys are saying. But I want to say, prove to me that there was ever a Jewish group that was consistently keeping Passover in May. And I did show all my proof, because right here we got this. We got an actual Karaite calendar of actual Karaites trying to keep the feast, right? Right here, look at this. When does it say the barley's found? Look at that. Barley. In March, except for 2000. I know you're like, oh, whoa, 2000. Look, April 4th. No, well, this was their first 2 years of keeping it, 1999 and 2000. That's why they were starting Nisan and like on April 18th. And so the first day of Nisan was on May 1st. I argue I've never seen that before. And so they're saying April 18th. And if we went by that date, let's just say, even if that was a real date, because that's pretty close to what you guys are saying in that letter. I'm just curious. Heap Cal, 1999. Like, even if we went by that date. Let's see here. So I want to make sure. Okay, so I'm looking at a rabbinic calendar right now. We know it might be off one day, right? As far as like the moon, right? So what we're going to do is we see that they started Nisan a month earlier. So when we see Lair right here, where is it? The first of Lair. It starts the 17th. I actually don't have a problem if you say you're starting a year on the evening of the 17th. But the Seventh-day Adventists say they started on the evening of the 18th and 1844. I believe that's what they're trying to argue. But because on that letter it said 18 or 19, right? 18 or 19. So, but right here is the Jewish month of Lair, and you look at any Jewish calendar, even any Karaite calendar I've ever seen, this is normally Lair. But you guys are saying this is actually Nisan but even if we said this is 1999. So this calendar Lair is it starts 7. So as soon as sundown on. Okay, so the Karaites are probably saying that their first day is on the 18th, but it would be like the sundown. So they're just saying the 18th, but they actually mean sundown of the 17th. So when is that going to put their Day of Atonement, I wonder? So okay, so see, Tishri would be on the rabbinic calendar. It would have been in September, but we're saying no. We're going to go by that Karaite that said it was actually starting on the 18th. But if you look at it, that's the 20th of October. I argue that's the latest date you'll ever see. You guys are trying to claim the 22nd. I don't see it. Because in that particular year, you could argue, because of the vernal equinox. See, because you got the first of Nicene. So let's pretend like the vernal equinox was on the 19th or 20th. So right here, we're seeing that, well, let's say you're going by a calendar that says you never start it before the vernal equinox. Okay, so we start it afterwards. So we can't count this month. So this is going to be Adar 2. Instead of Nisan, it's going to be Adar 2. And so you're going to shift it all the way to the month of Liar, which is going to start the 17th. As you can see over here, the 17th would be, you're going to say that's the first of Nisan. But now let's go look closer here, because we know this particular year, it was the 20th of October because they shifted it. And so this is going to be very similar to 1844 in a way, right? I mean, but I don't think you're ever going to move it much past this date. Like I've never seen a date where you're going to start it any later than that. And so, I mean, it's going to be real weird, but that would be one of the latest ever months of the latest dates of Day of Atonement ever. But actually, according to that calendar, you guys are supposed to have a later Day of Atonement the year before. So, I mean, if this was a real calendar and it was so common to have May Passovers, I think we would see some evidence of it. So even according to your own Seventh-day Adventist letters, this wasn't like, oh, it's just a fluke. It was like happening every single year. So what do you go by? Can you show me what you are going by? Because I've looked and you guys have not provided proof. I'm saying that I have searched and searched. There has never been a Jew that started a Passover in May. It's crazy looking. Have you ever read your material, or do you just go, oh, I just believe? Or have you actually read it? Look, here we go again. Like right there. Yeah, right here. This particular line right here. I'm trying to get it as big as possible so we can all see it. See, they commenced their new moon on the 29th of April in 1843, because I showed you that previous line right here. And the Jewish year of 1844 will commence with the new moon next April, on the April 18th and 19th. But right here, this is the start of Nisan in 1843, according to this calendar. And this comes from the Signs of the Times. This is from your own publications. This isn't me. This is you guys telling me this is how you figure it out. I'm like, where is this calendar? Who's got it? Ask any Jew. You guys think you're so smart and everything. Go walk up to a Jew and say, do you guys start Nisan in 29th of April? Like, that's not no big deal. Is it any big deal to start Nisan after the 18th? They'll look at you like you're crazy. Go, please ask any Karaite, if that even sounds right. And the only proof you guys have ever showed me was Bob Pickle pointing out, hey, Chris, in 1999, we did. Look, the Karaites did it right here. I'm like, do you know that was the first Aviv barley search conducted by the Karaite Jews in the land of Israel in the modern era? That's the first year they done it. Do you think maybe that's an anomaly and maybe that's not right? Considering when you look at all these other years, they're finding a barley in March and early March, like the first half of March, March 11th, March 12th, March 11th again. Look at all these days they're finding Aviv barley. So of course, you're gonna have here 23rd, but here they're only kicking it out until April. See, one thing interesting is every time they find it in March, that's when I would have had it anyway. These are all my Passover dates pretty much. Oops, not here. Like here, I agree with them here, except for this March 31st. I'm not sure. I'd have to go think about that. I don't know if I agree. I don't think I agree with that 27th of March. Well, we got both. So this is every time they add a leap year. I actually have to look at this a little. Yeah, I'm gonna have to really think of this over, because really they got me thinking that my calendar might be wrong, because I'm thinking maybe the first week of Nisan has to like, it doesn't have to start after the equinox. I think but it has to be within those 7 days. Because when I'm judging this, I'm like, man, I thought I was right, and I'm like, man, I think my calendar might have to actually start earlier some years, because you can't have leap years in back-to-back years. You can clearly see on their calendar. Well, if the previous year you're having Nisan on the 29th of April, that had to be a leap year. And now we see that in this Millerite calendar, you have a second leap year again. You're doing it again. Oops, I wish I could. Hate how it does this. Man, I hate how it does that. That's so frustrating. But what I'm saying is, you're having a second leap year right here, because Adar and Viadar. That's Viadar's, and you can see 13th month. I know it's probably hard to see on your screen, but that's 13. But you had to have a leap year the year before. That doesn't make sense. You never have back-to-back leap years on a Jewish calendar. So you guys got like a lot of issues you guys got to go think about. So you say, no, it isn't helpful. Objections are fine, but what's the objection? What do you say? Yeah, exactly. See, and these guys wonder why I get upset. Where is it? Like, I showed all of your documents, right? And it all agrees with what I've been saying. And then you guys are like, well, you don't care. You're just a critic. Okay, I spend my time, right, looking at this, because I'm like, okay, you guys say this claim one time. You guys need to eat it, man, because it's like, you could see I clearly did the research. I did my research live. You got to watch it. Look at all this work I did. And then all you guys can sit there and go, who says that? We don't go by that. Well, show me what you go by. You guys saw all the research, all the reading I did, all the sense I'm making. I mean, I showed you your stuff doesn't make sense. Hey, here we go. Look, here we go again. I'll just see here if I can. Has any Jew ever observed a Passover in May more than 3 or 4 times, or ever? See, you guys got to come up with the records, right? So I'm just going by everything. So here we go. Come on, start talking.
Passover, or Pesach, is traditionally observed in the month of Nisan on the Hebrew calendar, which usually falls in March or April on the Gregorian calendar. However, there is a lesser-known observance called Pesach Sheni, or Second Passover, which occurs exactly 1 month after the regular Passover. Pesach Sheni falls on the 14th day of Iyar, which can sometimes be in early May. This observance was established for those who were unable to participate in the Passover offering at the appointed time due to being impure or away on a distant journey. It provided a second chance to observe the holiday's rituals. As for the regular Passover occurring in May, it is highly unlikely due to the fixed nature of the Jewish calendar. The Jewish calendar is lunisolar, meaning it is based on both the moon's phases and the solar year, and it has mechanisms to ensure that festivals fall.
Okay, so when it said liar or whatever that, or is it I-Y, is it, I don't know if it's L-Y-Y-A-R or is it I-Y-Y-A-R, but however they pronounce it, I-A-R or whatever. that Jewish month, when it has that second Passover, that's also the second month of the Jewish calendar. So what we're arguing is about Nisan the first, and the Passover that's in the first month of the Jewish calendar, not this one that sometimes comes in the second month of the Jewish calendar, right? So just to be clear on that. But wait, what about the barley harvest? Surely there's got to be some calendar out there that has some sort of different mechanisms that can possibly give me a Passover that is also a Jewish calendar. Isn't there something out there? Since the Seventh-day Adventists won't answer it, we'll just do this.
The timing of Passover in the Jewish calendar is indeed closely linked to the barley harvest. The Jewish calendar is a lunisolar calendar, which means it is based on both the lunar months and the solar year. The start of the month of Nisan, when Passover occurs, traditionally coincides with the ripening of the barley crop in Israel. This agricultural connection is so significant that the barley harvest was historically used as a marker to determine the beginning of the year and, consequently, the date of Passover. In ancient times, the Sanhedrin, the Jewish high court, would declare the new month based on observations of the barley's ripeness. If the barley was not ripe enough, an intercalary month, known as a leap month, would be added to ensure that Passover remained in the spring. Today, the Jewish calendar is fixed and no longer relies on crop observations, but the historical practice shows the deep connection between the agricultural cycle and the religious calendar. So, while the fixed Jewish calendar does not typically allow for Passover to occur in May, the historical agricultural practices and observations of the barley harvest were indeed crucial in determining the timing of the festival.
Okay, prima scriptura. I don't know. If you're talking about Bible vibes, I agree with you. The question is, when was Passover in May in order for your okay, I'm going to show you the calendar for, let me get back here. We're going to go to the calendar for 1844, right? And I'm just going to let this go on for just a little while longer. But okay, so we got 1844, right? So here's the rabbinic calendar. It says that Nisan started on March 21st, right? Nisan starts on March 21st. Okay. Now what you're saying is, no, our Seventh-day Adventist calendar is correct. And I'm like, I don't see a Jew that kept such a calendar. But can you show me proof? Because see, so you're saying, no, that was actually the month of Adar 2. But no, it wasn't, because as I showed you earlier, that wasn't a Jewish leap month, because you guys already had a leap month the previous year, according to your calendar. So you can't have two back-to-back leap months. But anyway, William Miller's got it drawn up as Adar 2. But let's pretend that he actually meant he made a mistake. It's actually Adar 1. But, I mean, this kind of goes to show you that they don't know what they're talking about. So let's pretend that this is the month of Adar. So instead of having it in March and February, we're now shifting the start of Adar to March 21st, because that's what your crazy calendar says, right? So you have to have that. That way your Nisan, see here we got April of 1844. Now you can have Nisan start on the 20th of April. And so instead of IR, it's now going to be Nisan that starts on the 20th, or maybe the 19th. I think they said 19th. So they were claiming the 19th in their letter. So they're claiming the 19th. So now we go all the way. So now, and I'm going to show you the difference, and pay attention, because I know it's kind of real hard for you guys. So now we got the Tishri. We see Tishri. We know the 10th of Tishri is the Day of Atonement. So here's the 10th of Tishri. Look up here. We see on this is the rabbinic calendar. September 1844. Right here. Now, this is the exact same calendar I would keep, even with my calendar that normally is a month later than the Jewish. But this we would agree for this year. So here we got Tishri on the 23rd of Yom Kippur. So now we got to say, no, it wasn't. So now you got to move this forward because you're saying that Nisan actually started a month later, which put Passover in May, right? So see, your Passover can't be in May. I want to go back to here so you understand what I'm saying. We're saying Lior now has to be Nisan, right? Okay, Passover is normally on the 14th. So you're looking at this month of Lior as being on the 14th. So this is actually Nisan because we had to shift it forward, remember? So now we got a May Passover. Because remember, your guys' own sources say you had to start Nisan on the 20th, right? So look, or 19th. So now you're shifting it to at least the 2nd. So maybe you're saying this is the 14th of Nisan, or this is the 14th of Nisan, right? One or the other, according to your guys' calendar. So we have a May Passover. Jews never had a May Passover. Are you following it? I think it's pretty easy. See, if you didn't have a May Passover, if you would have had an April Passover, then Tishri is the 23rd, right? See this? Because see, what did they say? They had a May Passover that year. I mean, an April Passover that year on their Jewish calendar. But you're saying, no, those Jews had it wrong. It's supposed to be in May. Okay, well, if it's in May, then you can have your right here, the 10th of Sivan. Well, you guys are actually saying it's one day earlier according to your calendar. So you're saying the 10th of, instead of the 10th of instead of the 9th of Sivan, you're saying it's the 10th of Tishri. Okay. What I'm saying is there's no Jewish calendar that ever shows that. Pretty easy. All you got to do is find me a calendar where you have Passovers in May. Not that hard. Why do you keep saying you don't keep the Feast of the Jews? You still use the same calendar. Duh. What do you mean? What kind of argument is this? Are you guys this stupid? Do you guys not understand your own religion? Am I educating you on your own religion? This is the calendar you use. Do you see up here 1844? Do you see this date up here? This is the calendar you use to figure out the Day of Atonement. If you don't use this and say, hey, Ellen, that was done away with, this is a false religion because we don't keep these feasts are done away with. There's no reason for Jesus to enter the Holy of Holies. That's because that would, okay. And when you guys try to downplay this, it's kind of like the Jews had a Passover, right? But you go, the Passover in AD 31 was the antitypical Passover. That's when Jesus fulfilled it. Like all the other Passovers were just a type until Jesus fulfills it, right? So you would say the same thing about the day. But see, if you say, but what if Jesus got crucified in the month of Lier, right? Or a different month? What if Jesus got crucified 2 months, wrong months, right? It's like not in the month of Nisan. He gets crucified in a later month. That kind of is anticlimactic. It's not the antitypical day. It wouldn't be the antitypical Passover, right? Get that through your head. This would not be the antitypical Passover where Jesus is the Lamb of God on a cross, right? Where he becomes the Passover lamb, the Lamb of God, right? That wouldn't even make sense. It's like, okay, you're the Lamb of God, but you're not crucified on Passover, right? So by the same thinking, Ellen White, when she's talking to you guys, and all the Millerites are telling you guys about this, SDAs are telling you about this vision Ellen White had about the antitypical cosmic Day of Atonement. It would be just as silly for Jesus to not be crucified on the Passover as it would be for him to enter the most holy of holies in heaven, and it's not actually the Day of Atonement. Do you now comprehend your own religion? I'm sorry I have to teach you your own religion. This is really sad. So could you imagine Jesus? He's going to enter. It's supposed to be about the Day of Atonement, entering the most holy of holies, just like you guys, because you guys said this in your own literature. I had quotes from Ellen White where she goes, Jesus is entering into the Holy of Holies, just like the high priest entered into once a year into the Holy of Holies on the Day of Atonement. Jesus is doing the same thing in the heavenly sanctuary. Are you following your religion? I'm sorry I have to teach you it. So Jesus is entering into your cosmic heavenly sanctuary, right? On your Day of Atonement. But if he didn't enter in the Day of Atonement, now it's anticlimactic, because what would be the whole connection? Well, it's the month of Cheshvan, and he's entering into the Holy of Holies. It's just like Jesus being it's just like if Jesus got crucified and it wasn't on the Passover. It's like, right? Because that's the antitype when he gets crucified on Passover. So for him not to, for you guys to have this prophecy, if this was a real prophecy and Jesus actually entered the Holy of Holies, it should be on the Day of Atonement if it's the antitype. And that's also what she teaches. As a prophet, she teaches it. And she kept teaching it. Look at you, got just resorting to name calling. Can you answer my questions? Oh, yeah, I'm here to talk about here, come on my show. I have the link up there. There's a link. Here, I'll throw it in the chat. It's pinned at the top. You can come on here and you can show me this stuff. And you can come on here and you can show me Passover. Jews kept, no, Chris, you're crazy. Jews kept a May Passover. Or how about when, let's see here. Jesus's blood gets the heavenly sanctuary dirty, right? That's what you guys say. I've showed you earlier too. You guys agreed with me. Agreed. So I showed old comments, right? So here's something I wrote 8 months ago. And come on, show it up. Okay. So I wrote this 8 months ago. And we're going to see. I go, Adventists, is this wrong? How do Adventists explain how the heavenly sanctuary is made dirty and defiled? According to Seventh-day Adventist theology, the heavenly sanctuary is the true tabernacle that the Lord has set up and not humans, where Christ ministers on our behalf, making available to believers the benefits of his atoning sacrifices offered once and for all on the cross. The heavenly sanctuary is defiled by the sins of God's people who are identified with him as his witnesses. When they sin, they dishonor God, profane his holy name, and violate his law. The heavenly sanctuary is also defiled by the record of sins that are transferred there through the earthly sanctuary services. So see that? The heavenly sanctuary is also defiled by the record of sins that are transferred there through the earthly sanctuary services. The blood of the animal sacrifices that were offered for the sins of the people are symbolize the blood of Jesus, which cleanses us from the sin. The blood was sprinkled in the holy and the most holy places of the earthly sanctuary, thus transferring the sins to the sanctuary. See that? The blood. Okay, so they're saying the blood was sprinkled in the holy and the most holy places of the earthly sanctuary of these animals, right? Thus transferring the sins to the sanctuary. So that's what they say. In the same way, the sins of those who believe in Jesus are transferred to the heavenly sanctuary through his blood. So Jesus's blood defiles the heavenly sanctuary because it's through his blood that the sins are transferred. The heavenly sanctuary needs to be cleansed of these sins caused by Jesus's blood, which is what Christ is doing in his second phase of his atoning ministry, which began in 1844 at the end of the prophetic period of 2,300 days. This is known as the investigative judgment, which reveals who among the dead and the living are faithful to God and who are worthy to inherit the kingdom. This judge vindicates the justice of God and saving those who believe in Jesus, and declares those who have remained loyal to him shall receive the kingdom. And the completion of this ministry of Christ's mark this completion of ministry of Christ will mark the close of human probation before the second coming. So first of all, the sanctuary didn't even get cleansed according to you guys. Remember that prophecy says, and then it shall be restored, or then it shall be cleansed, or then it shall be justified. However you want to translate that Hebrew word at the end there, right? Cleansed, restored, justified. That means finished, done. Not that it's going to start getting cleansed. It doesn't say start getting cleansed. It says it is cleansed. It's done, right? Also, it's not getting cleansed if it's getting dirtier. Have people start sinning yet? Can you tell me that? Have people stopped sinning? Bible vibes. Have people stopped sinning? If people have stopped sinning, then the sanctuary is kind of just staying the same. How's the sin leaving the heavenly sanctuary? So I think people are still sinning. That means the sanctuary is actually getting dirtier and dirtier since 1844, right? So since the sanctuary is getting dirtier and dirtier, and it's not being cleansed, that's a failed prophecy by your guys' standards. Like Jesus failed. It was supposed to be cleansed, but he failed, right? How's it getting cleaner? Because by your theology, you say the sins have to be placed on the scapegoat, which is Satan, right? You say it gets placed on Satan, and then Satan saves the sanctuary by having the sins on him, and he's cast to hell because he takes the sins upon him. And now heaven's restored because of Satan, because Satan gets the sins placed on him, right? Because kind of flipped everything upside down and kind of made him like the guy that's saving heaven by cleansing heaven, because now he's taken upon sins himself. All right, hey, Prima Scriptura.
Hey, buddy, what's up?
Oh, not much, man. Hey, you just go ahead, man. You say whatever you want to say, man.
I'm not here to defend SDAs, but I mean, you could make your own arguments, but could you go to Hebrews chapter 9?
Sure.
So we can kind of establish some clarity on the topic.
Oh, man, why didn't it go? Something down. I don't know what I'm downloading. Why is it? Sorry, man. My keyboard is like being real sensitive in a really weird way.
If you want, I can share my own if you want. That's okay.
You know what? Hey, why don't we do that? That way, because you want to walk me through it, and that's a lot easier for you to walk us through it.
No problem. Let me try to hook it up.
Sure, man. So, people, I just want to show you that I'm trying to be fair here, and I'm going to let this guy talk uninterrupted.
Right. Is it up?
Yeah, here, I'll even make the screen bigger. There.
It's okay. It's cool. All right, cool. So, I think if I'm to remember SDA theology, what you're talking about is the investigative judgment and Christ's work in the sanctuary ministry, right?
Right. That's what I was just now referring to.
Right. So Hebrews chapter 9 gives a breakdown of that particular sanctuary service that Christ does, as it's typified or paralleled with the earthly one. So it says, Hebrews chapter 9, it says, "Then verily the first covenant had also ordinances of divine service and a worldly sanctuary." So we can agree that there was an earthly sanctuary, right? For there was a tabernacle made, the first wherein was the candlestick and the table and the shewbread, which is called the sanctuary. And after the second veil, the tabernacle, which is called the holiest of all. So there are two places. So we can understand that. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm fine with that so far.
Okay, cool. Right. So it says in Hebrews that basically it has two places in terms of the sanctuary and its compartments, right? It says here, and over the, let me just go back here. And it says, and after the second veil, which is called the holiest of all, which had the golden censer and the ark of the covenant overlaid round about with gold, wherein was the golden pot that had manna, and Aaron's rod budded, and the tables of the covenant, and over it the cherubs of glory shadowing the mercy seat, of which we cannot speak particularly. Now, when these things were thus ordained, the priest went into the first tabernacle, accomplishing the service of God, but into the second, when the high priest alone once every year, not without blood, which he offered for himself and for the errors of the people. So we know that there were services every day in the sanctuary, um, in the first compartment. The second compartment, the high priest went once, which we know is the Day of Atonement, right? It says the Holy Ghost, right, which is this signifying that the way into the holiest of all was not yet made manifest while the first tabernacle was yet standing. So do you understand what that particular part says, verse 8?
Yeah, hold on. The Holy Ghost, this signifying that the way into the holiest of all was not yet made manifest while the first tabernacle was yet. So yeah, I get all that, man. Because
Right.
I
It
would
says,
say that's
right. So it says, which was a figure of the time then present, in which were offered both gifts and sacrifices that could not make him that did the service perfect as pertaining to the conscience, meaning that this was something that the Lord instituted, but this was just a formality of what is supposed to happen in heaven, since that these earthly things could not save them, right? So it couldn't. It says it was a figure for the time then present, in which were offered both gifts and sacrifices. So it was just a figure, it was a type. That's what the word says, right? It says, which stood only in meats and drinks, and diverse washings and carnal ordinances imposed unto them until the time of Reformation. So that process was supposed to only happen for a time, right? So verse 11 begins by saying, but Christ, being come an high priest of good things to come, by a greater and more perfect tabernacles, not made with hands, that is to say, not of this building, meaning it's not of the earthly building, neither by the blood of goats and calves, but by his own blood he entered in once into the holy place, having obtained eternal redemption for us. So you believe that Christ died, and that his blood was shed for the eternal redemption for us?
yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so we're on the same page so far. It says, verse 14, how much more shall the blood of Christ, who through the eternal Spirit offered himself without spot to God, purge your conscience from dead works to serve the living God? So let me just read that again. How much more shall the blood of Christ, who through the eternal Spirit offered himself without spot to God, purge your conscience from dead works to serve the living God? And for this he is the mediator of the New Testament, that by means of death, for the redemption of the transgression that were under the first testament, they which are called might receive the promise of eternal inheritance. So what verse 15, let me see if I can break this down, is what he was saying is that all of the people who did all of these sacrifices, which were a figure of things to come, that essentially was not done in vain, because it was done under the first testament, or the first covenant, right? So meaning that it wasn't as such that these things could save them, right? But these things were always pointing towards the true mediator, or the true Lamb of God, who is to come and die for our sins. So we know that even before the tabernacle was pitched, that uh, Abel made sacrifice to God, Abraham made sacrifice to God, Jacob made sacrifice to God, Moses made Abraham, Isaac made sacrifice to God, Jacob made sacrifice, Moses made sacrifices unto God, right? So all of these were a figure of things. So it says for verse 16. So what I'm just adding to verse 15 is that it says that by the death for the redemption of the transgressions that were under the first testament, which are called, might receive the promise of eternal inheritance. So therefore, all of the patriarchs, everyone who believed back then that their sins would be forgiven by the Lord, and they made sacrifices and offerings to him, that Christ came and that his death, right, was able to keep that promise that God had made with them. Now here's where it continues. It says, for where a testament is, there must also of necessity be the death of the tester. For a testament is of force after men are dead, otherwise it is of no strength at all while the tester liveth. Whereupon neither the first testament was dedicated without blood. It says, for when Moses had spoken every precept to all the people according to the law, he took the blood of calves and of goats with water and scarlet wool and hyssop, and sprinkled both the book and all the people, saying, this is the blood of the testament which God had enjoined unto you. Moreover, he sprinkled the blood with blood both the tabernacle and all the vessels of the ministry. So it wasn't even the sanctuary, but they didn't have a sanctuary back then. Actually, he was just the vessels in the first offering that they made, right? But what the writer of Hebrews also pointing out is the covenant that God made with them, right? It says, and almost all things are by the law purged without blood. Without the shedding of blood is no remission, so that we can have no no remission, or I would say no blotting out of your sinly record without blood, because blood is what blots out your transgression. So you believe that there are two books, right? One of life and one of death, and there's a record, and the names that are in the book of life would have the blotting out of their transgression because of Christ's blood upon their record. You believe that, yes or no? So at least I can move on.
What the two books or what?
I said there are two books that have two records, one of life and one of death, right? It says let me just read verse 22 so you understand. And almost all things are by the law purged with blood, and without shedding of blood, there is no remission. Do you understand what that
Well, yeah, I understand that, but I
Mm.
wasn't sure about when you said the two books. I don't remember a
Right.
second book. I just remember the book of life.
There's two, but I could jump to that later on in
Yeah,
the book of Revelation. When I'm finished, I can show you why what I'm talking about when it says that for the remission of sin. But let me just finish up. It says,
okay.
it was therefore necessary that the patterns of things in heaven should be purified with these, but the heavenly things themselves with better sacrifices than these. So the same process that God instituted with the children of Israel is the same process that he has in heaven, because it says, let me read it again. It was therefore necessary that the patterns of things in the heaven should be purified with these, but the heavenly things themselves with a better sacrifices than these. For Christ is not entered into the holy places made with hands, which are the figure of the true, but into heaven itself, now to appear in the presence of God for us. So Christ does his ministry work in the sanctuary, and it says that he is not entered into the one made with hands, which are a figure of the true one, meaning that the earthly was just a pattern of the heavenly, right? So it says, nor yet that he should offer himself as often as the high priest entered into the holy place every year with blood of others, right? So what it's saying is that he didn't have to do it every year, just had to do it once. It says, for then must he have often suffered since the foundation of the world, right? But Christ only came 2,000 years ago, but this is referencing the world. So what he's actually trying to let the reader know is that this process was to cover from the beginning until the end. But now once in the end of the world had he appeared to put away sin by the sacrifice of himself. And as it is appointed unto men once to die, but after this the judgment, so Christ was once offered to bear the sins of many, and unto them that look for him shall he appear the second time without sin unto salvation. So we can get and understand Christ does have a work, that there is a sanctuary, there are two compartments, right? And that there is a job that he performed, and he performed that once in order to save us. Now, you asked me about the two books. Let me just jump
Well,
to.
no. Hold on. I don't want to go back past this. Hold on, because I
Okay.
don't see how any of this is like helps your investigative judgment at all. Because it says he entered into the Oh gosh, I gotta get down to it since you're kind of moving the page because I want to key on something here. For Christ is not entered into the holy places made of hands, which are but figures of the true, but into heaven itself now appeared in the presence of God. Not yet that he should offer himself often as the high priest, right? So he doesn't have to keep going into this and doing this yearly Day of Atonement. He went in there once. When did he go in there? He went in there in 31 AD, right? So he went in there one time as a high priest, and now he doesn't have to go in there yearly with the blood of others. He went in there one time with his own blood, so he no longer has to do this. So I don't see how this helps out the 1844 at all.
Right. I don't know what's the point with the 1844 you're knocking at, because the 1844 calculation, if I believe what SDA theology is about, I believe that comes from Daniel chapter 9 verse 25 and 26, where it talks about the 400 and the 70 weeks prophecy, because
Are
it
you
talks
hold
about.
on a second? Are you an SDA or not?
I'm one more of scripture, but I'm very much familiar with SDA theology. So, if I want to be an advocate, sure, I can take that position. But what I'm saying is that what you're referencing in the 1844, right? If I'm to remember it correctly, it deals with Daniel chapter 9 verse 25 about the 70-week prophecy. That's where that particular date comes from.
Well, you guys try to say you started on that date, but there's also problems because I'm just more or less talking about like the
Actually,
whole.
let me just clarify that. It's not the 400, it's the 2300-day prophecy. Sorry, that
Yeah, because
comes.
see, I'm
Yeah.
mainly focused on Daniel 8 because this teaching by the Seventh Day Adventists, they say that
Mhm.
the sanctuary is supposed to be cleansed after 2,300 days. It says, "And it shall be cleansed." My
Right.
problem
Well,
is
the SDA doesn't say that. The Bible says that.
right. The Bible says that, right? But they
Mhm.
say the okay. So yes, you're right. The Bible does say that. Thank you for clarifying that because that's a very important thing we need to clarify here.
Mhm.
The Bible says it will be cleansed. My problem with SDA theology is that
Mhm.
while the Bible says it's supposed to be cleansed, which means finished, it's done. Like it's no longer dirty, it's cleansed because it was dirty up until that point, right? It's not. So why would you say it's now cleansed? Now, if you're trying to say no, what it really means is cleansing. It's starting to be clean. Again, that would mean people had to stop sinning. But yeah, I still see people sinning, and it says the sins are transferred through the blood of Christ into the heavenly sanctuary. So that means the sanctuary is still getting dirty because the sins are still dirtying up. Because the SDAs teach that the sins have to be placed on the head of the goat, which is Satan, and it's got to be placed on Satan, and then Satan's cast into hell, and that's how the sins are ultimately removed from the sanctuary. Up
Right.
until that
But
point,
you know that.
the sins are still there, but it's gathering more and more sins. So it's not getting cleaner. It's not being cleansed. It's getting dirtier and dirtier. Because where are the
Okay.
sins going until it happens? That's it.
Right. So let me just clarify. The that process that you talked about is the Day of Atonement, right? That happened yearly during the time of the Jews. So let me put it this way: it happened until the temple was destroyed.
That's what I believe. Yes, I believe everything's
Right.
clean.
So on the Day of Atonement, the Jews there would be two goats, and they would cast lots, and one would be chosen to be sacrificed, and the other was used to transfer the sins from the sanctuary onto the goat. Wasn't that correct? We could
Right,
read it,
right.
right? So I'm saying I'm just paraphrasing. We could find the text I'm sure you have it at hand that you were talking about. So what I'm saying is that, so that was a yearly happening. Now, in terms of the prophecy of Daniel, so Daniel is talking about the Messiah who would come, right, and who would be that eternal sacrifice. So what I'm saying is that, so before Christ came, we have everyone with sin. It doesn't matter, right? But remember, all of these operations that the Jews kept was a figure of what is in heaven. That's what Hebrew says. So I didn't say that's what we just read that. So everything that they said, the goats and all of that, and it said those things uh, couldn't save them from their sin. It couldn't. It was just what I would call, for want of a better word, more a ritual performance. It's a figure of what would happen, meaning it's a figure of what Christ would do in the sanctuary. So if Christ came and he died and he returned, just as you say, and he died, right, then that sacrifice was done, and therefore he can stand before God and minister on behalf of his people who he died for. So it's not to say that that um that people would stop sinning when Christ came, because if that was the case, then we should not be here, right? It was just the sacrifice was done. It's made available for those that were in the past and now for those that are in the future.
But to me, this when I'm reading the Hebrews 9, it seems like it talks exactly against the Seventh-day Adventist interpretation of Daniel 8 and the whole heavenly sanctuary, because it says that when these priests on earth entered in the sanctuary, they had to keep doing this once a year and sprinkle it with the blood of and sprinkle with blood both the tabernacle and the vessels of ministry, because almost all things are by law purged with blood, and without the shedding of blood there is no remission. So the shedding of blood it causes remission of sins. It doesn't make the tabernacle dirty. It doesn't defile it. This is what they're using to purge. They're using blood to purge. That's what this language sounds like to me. So if Christ entered into the most holy of holies in 31 AD or 30 AD, whatever other people might want to say, and he enters in there, and because I'm talking about after the crucifixion, basically, he enters in there. He and now he presents his blood. Well, but see, he doesn't have to do this year. Like, he only had to do it one time with his own blood.
Right.
He presents it, and so everything's cleansed now, right?
Right. So I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but I think you're misunderstanding the point.
Well, no. Hold on now. But see, you got to remember, the sanctuary gets defiled, and now it's got to be restored. But it should have already been restored in 31 AD when Christ brought his blood once and for all, right? So how does it get defiled again? Because I thought his blood did it once and for all, because that's what these passages are saying. So if it did it once and for all, how does it get dirty again if he enters in there? Because his blood's supposed to be better than a priest. So he's not bringing animals in there yearly. He's bringing his own blood. So he puts his own blood in there. Boom. You can't defile this anymore, right? So that's how it's going on in heaven, according to what you're saying.
So let me ask you this question. Did Christ die for your sins yesterday? And did Christ die for your sins today? And did Christ die for your sins tomorrow?
I believe so.
Right. So it means that Christ doesn't have to die yesterday, today, and tomorrow for your sins to be remitted, right? So he did that once. So
right.
Right. So the understanding of the text, because remember there are two different services in two different compartments. The first one was the daily, which if somebody went and they made a sacrifice unto God, the Levites and the high priest would make the sacrifice unto God. That was the daily one that they did. What happened is that they went to the curtain and they would sprinkle the blood on the outside. And they did the Day of Atonement once a year. Now, they did that ritually for how many, 400 and something years that they had the sanctuary, right? So I'm saying now Christ came and he died. Christ's death is for eternity. He doesn't have to do it again. And he died for your sins yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Even the sins that you haven't committed as yet, for tomorrow, he died for that. So That's why I'm saying you're not understanding the difference between the two compartments. And when you just think that the sanctuary is being cleansed, it is a prophetic statement that is made by Daniel, meaning that the sacrifice has been made. Because remember, there's no remission of sin without the shedding of blood.
Right, but see, I don't see how the heavenly sanctuary can be defiled after Christ already goes up there in 31 AD, right?
Where
Because
does
that's
it
when you
say?
guys believe he got crucified and went up there. So how does it get defiled still?
But where does it say that the sanctuary is defiled?
In Daniel 8, if you want, I can show you it, man, right here.
Yeah, I could pull it up on the screen, no problem. Let me go to it. Which verse?
We can just start at well, it's around 9. It's I guess like 10, where it starts to talk about it grew as high as a host of heaven and cast down some of the hosts and some of the stars to earth and trampled them. It magnified itself even to the prince of the host. It removed his daily sacrifice. So you got to think this. You guys are saying this is not a prophecy that went on earth. This is going on in heaven. So how did this thing that you guys say is a little horn that you guys say is Rome? Because this is where I get confused, because you guys say that little horn is Rome. But wait a minute, how did Rome get up into heaven and remove the daily sacrifice? Because this daily sacrifice is supposed to be going on up in the heavenly tabernacle, yet Rome went up into heaven and removed the daily sacrifice and overthrew the place of the sanctuary. So his sanctuary and the rebellion. And it's like, I just like, to me, this is incomprehensible how this happens, because you guys tell me it's Rome that's the little horn. And now I'm reading this, and in verse 11, it says, it magnified itself even unto the prince of the host, and it removed his daily sacrifice, overthrew the place of a sanctuary.
Right.
I don't know how they overthrow God's Rome overthrew a sanctuary. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So let me ask you a question. Who destroyed the Jewish temple?
Okay, but this isn't talking about that.
No. Here's my question. So I'll clarify it. Who destroyed the Jewish temple?
Well, you know what? I would argue the Jews destroyed it themselves, because they made Rome incredibly angry.
Well, no, but
I mean, you could say Rome did it.
Well, let's be historical. I don't himself have to be biblical. So we know it's Vespasian and Titus that destroyed in 70 AD the temple, right?
Right.
So, and this is what it says, and it was given, and host was given him against the daily sacrifice by reason of transgression, and it was cast down the truth to the ground, and it practiced and prospered. And I heard, actually, that's not the one I'm looking for. Verse 14. It says, and he said unto them, 2,300 days then shall the sanctuary be cleansed, right? But that's not actually it. It says, and I heard speaking another saying, which was, how long shall the vision concerning the transgression of, right, this is it. How long shall be the vision concerning the daily sacrifices and the transgression of desolation, to give both the sanctuary and to the host to be trodden underfoot. Now, what our text is pointing out, remember, let's just say Christ came, right? The sanctuary was still there, correct? Christ came and the sanctuary was still there.
Okay.
Right. So, and in 70 AD, which is about 60 something years later, the sanctuary is now destroyed. So, since the sanctuary was destroyed until up to today, could the Jews make any sacrifices unto God in the temple?
No.
Right, because there's desolation, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So 2,000 years since the desolation of the temple. Now, this one is given in chapter 8. I'm sorry. Let me just pick it back up. In Daniel chapter 8, right?
Right.
In Daniel chapter 9, it sort of gives and much more with the
Whoa,
25.
whoa! Before we move on, hold
No,
on.
it's the same. It's the same prophecy. Don't worry, it's the same prophecy.
Well, hold on, but you still have an issue here because
Mhm.
you asked me earlier, how does the sanctuary get dirty? But if you want to think about this, because now you're trying to say that the sanctuary is getting destroyed by Rome, so
Right,
that's
that's
how
the
it gets
earthly.
toppled down, right? Is that what
Right.
you're saying in verse 13? Okay, so now this isn't going on in heaven, then, right? So this is going on
No,
earth,
this is the
right?
earthly
Okay,
sanctuary that the
right. But
prophecy in Daniel is
I
speaking.
no, because follow me here. So if you're saying all this pertains to 70 AD in here,
Mhm.
right? All like verses, I guess like 10 through 12
Mhm.
has to do with the 70 AD. Then it's asking how long until the fulfillment of the vision and the daily sacrifice and the rebellion that causes desolation. But wait a minute, up here in verses 9 through 12, this question's referring to that.
Right.
And so, but yet you're saying that happened in 70 AD because you can't say any of that happened in heaven because you said this is referring to the earthly
Yeah, it's
destruction of
the
Jerusalem. So
right.
then, so now you can't apply this to heaven or the heavenly sanctuary because this is all happening on earth. So it's
No,
like, how do you
right.
even try to marry those two? I
So
guess.
so you're not understanding the difference between the two prophecies. So one is talking about the desolation, and actually this I'll be straight with you just to give you some historical facts, right? Daniel, Jeremiah, and I think Isaiah before. So there's Daniel, Isaiah, Zechariah. All of these were taking place during the reign of during the time of the end of Babylon and also the beginning of Medio Persia, right? So this is actually explaining them. And it says here, let me just read Daniel 9:24. So you get a context in terms of the prophecy of the temple and the prophecy of the Messiah that comes during the prophecy. All right. So let's just read what it says. And it says here, at the beginning of the supplication, the the commandment came forth, and I am come to show thee. This is actually the angel, right? Let me just read from, and he says, and he informed me and talked with me and said, O Daniel, I am now come forth to give thee skill and understanding. At the beginning of the supplications, the commandments came forth, and I am come to show thee, for thou art greatly beloved. Therefore, understand the matter and consider the vision. So he's the angel is now telling them the explanation of it, right? He says 70 weeks are determined upon thy people and upon the holy city to finish the transgression and make an end of sin and to make reconciliation for iniquity and to bring in everlasting righteousness and to seal up the vision and prophecy and to anoint the most holy. Know therefore and understand that from the going forth of the commandment to restore and to build Jerusalem unto Messiah the Prince shall be 70 weeks, 62 and 2 weeks. The street shall be built again, and the wall even in troublous times. And after 70 weeks shall the Messiah be cut off, but not for himself and the people of the prince that shall come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary, and the end therefore shall be with a flood, and unto the end of the war desolation are determined. And he shall confirm the covenant with many for 1 week, and in the midst of the week he shall cause the sacrifices and the oblations to cease, and for the overspreading of abomination he shall make it desolate even unto the consummation, and that determined shall be poured upon the desolate. So let me just see if I can break that down, right? So the angel comes and tell Daniel and say, listen, you guys are in Babylon right now, right? So he says, from the call to restore, to rebuild Jerusalem, right? Shall be so and so time. From that time, you shall be have 70 weeks, which is a prophetic time. And the middle of that, you shall have 1 week when the Messiah will appear. He will be there um, for for a period, and after that, it says that the sanctuary will be desolate, right? So that what we're looking at here is the order of events. So I want you to understand. So when this prophecy came, uh, the Jews were in captivity. When the Medes and the Persian came through Cyrus and then Darius, who was a minor ruler, right? They, I think it's Artaxerxes the second, came, and there were like 3 different instructions for them to leave and return to rebuild Jerusalem. So it says from that time when they were given the call to rebuild Jerusalem. So if you check from there, you check the 490 years.
Yeah, I got all that. I already
Right.
know. I've did this prophecy. I've debated people. I don't have the
Right.
futurist
So
interpretation.
cool. So I don't have to have a picture, but we just chronologically putting in the order of events. So you
All
have
right.
the call, right? You have the Messiah coming, and then you have the desolation of the sanctuary. Now, here's what I want to pull one more text. I don't want to. I'm not jumping, but I just want to show you how, in terms of when Christ comes, what he says about this particular verse that we're dealing with here, right? So I go to Matthew chapter 24. You know the text I'm going with?
I think so.
All right, okay. So
I
let's
don't
pull
know
it
it
up.
off the top of my head. I don't have things memorized.
All right, that's okay. All right, cool. So here's Jesus, and he says, right, Matthew chapter 24. And Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came to him to show him the building of the temple. And Jesus said unto them, See ye not all these things? Verily I say unto you, there shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down. And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, Tell us, when shall these things be, and what shall be the sign of thy coming and the end of the world? 3 questions. But here's what Christ says in relation to Daniel's prophecy, right? Here's what it says. I just read verse 15, right? It says, When ye shall therefore see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet stand in the holy place, whosoever readeth, let him understand. Then let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains. Let them which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of this house. Neither let him which is in the field return back to take his clothes. And woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. But pray ye that your flight not be in the winter, neither on the Sabbath day. So Christ actually, when they asked him about the prophetic time, and in him telling them, in him saying that when you look at the temple, it's pretty, but he is telling them, hey, not one stone shall be left upon this temple, right? And he gives them the prophecy actually from Daniel, and it's spoken. And that's the thing about Matthew. Matthew comes out and actually explains it. I think you could go in Mark or either Luke. They also give you another reference as well. So this is Christ actually speaking about the destruction of the temple, and he is telling them in those days, right? Because he told them that the temple would be destroyed. So if you go back to the book of Daniel, right, 9:25, right? And that's what it says. And it says, and he shall confirm the covenant with them for 1 week. And in the midst of the week, he shall cause the sacrifices and the oblations to cease, right? And for the overspreading of the abomination, he shall make it desolate, even unto the end of the consummation that to be determined shall be poured out upon the desolate. This is just fancy words to mean what they were saying up here in verse 25, that then shall come the city and the sanctuary, and the end thereof with a flood, and unto the end of the world desolation are determined. So this is prophecy, but it was just pointing towards the destruction of the sanctuary. Now and which is the earthly sanctuary. This has nothing to do with the heavenly sanctuary.
Right,
So
but see, my problem is
mm,
that's what you said in Daniel. You said Daniel 8
right.
verses 9 through 12 refer to the earthly sanctuary. So at what point does it ever refer to the heavenly sanctuary? Because if this is happening on earth,
Mhm.
then this
Right. So
2300 days should apply only to the earth also.
right. So the heavenly only has to do with the part where it says um it says this is the part here. It says, and upon the city finish it, it says 70 weeks are determined upon that people and upon the holy city to finish the transgression and to make the end of sins and to make reconciliation for iniquity and to bring about everlasting righteousness, to seal up the vision and prophecy and to anoint the Most High. Therefore, no one understand that from the
Okay,
going
hold on,
forth,
hold on, hold on. No. Look. We don't
the
need to
must,
keep repeating Daniel 9 because what I'm asking you specifically is about Daniel 8. So go to
right.
Daniel 8 and go to verses 9 through 12. And tell me where it's transitioning from the earthly to the heavenly, because
No,
that's what you're arguing.
no. What I'm trying to tell you,
Okay, so if this thing, hold on, if this is all about if there's no transition, then it's all on the earth.
no, you're not understanding. So
No, I
understand.
think no, you're not understanding, because I think what you're doing is you're trying to make Daniel 9 fit into Daniel 8, and it
Daniel
doesn't.
8, Daniel 9 is the explanation of Daniel, parts of Daniel 8. That's why the angel comes and explain it to him. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why I read before when he says, "Yeah, look, um, it says why it says yes, while I was speaking in prayer, even the man Gabriel, whom I had seen in the vision at the beginning, being caused to fly swiftly, touched me about the time of the evening." And he says, he informed me and talked with me and said, "Oh Daniel, I am now come forth to give you the skill and the understanding." So he's actually explaining to him that it's the Messiah, right? And I'm talking, and when I talk about, you ask me about what is the heavenly part, I'm saying that this is a prophetic time. And in that prophetic time, we have unto the Messiah, the Prince, shall be 7 weeks, right? That's what they're talking about, the Messiah.
Well,
The,
he was just praying about the prophecy of Jeremiah and the 70 years of captivity, and knowing that
correct.
it's going to be over with. That's exactly why it says now it's going to be 70 sabbatical cycles. That's what the sevens are. There's weeks, the 70 weeks, or in Hebrew, it's not the word weeks, it's the word shavuim, which
Mhm.
means sevens, which is a reference to sabbatical cycles. So instead of 70
But he breaks it up,
years,
right? He breaks it up. It just that's the whole. But he says 7 weeks and then 3 score and 2 weeks, right?
what he's saying is in Jeremiah it's 70 years, but now instead
Right.
of years, it's going to be 70 sabbatical cycles, 70 sevens, right?
Right.
So
Correct.
that's what he's saying. So
Seven, seven.
now it's
Yes.
a so now when he says I'm going to give you skill and understanding, he's talking about that. He's talking about I'm going to help you understand why all this is occurring. I don't think
Ve-
it's a single reference to Daniel 8, but I just want to get back to Daniel 8 because I have a problem with how you can interpret the verses from 9 to 12 and where that is transitioning from a heavenly to an earthly sanctuary. Because if read it one more time, it
All right,
says,
no problem. I read it. Or you want to read it? Go ahead.
okay, no, you go ahead and read it.
It
I'd be
says,
happier if you did.
and 9 to 12, correct?
Yeah.
And out of one of them came forth a little horn, which waxed. Yeah, we got to read a little bit back up, which talks about the little horn. But anyhow, let me just read it as you ask. I'll read it
Yeah,
as
wherever you want. So if you want to start at 8, that's fine.
no, because the little horn um is more, it gives some more information. But let me just do 9 and then I could always jump back. It says, and out of one of them came forth a little horn which waxed exceedingly great toward the south and towards the east and towards the land. And it waxed great even to the host of heaven. And it cast down some of the hosts and of the stars to the ground and stamped upon them. And he magnified himself to the prince of the host, and by him the daily sacrifices was taken, and the place of his sanctuary was cast down. And
Hold on, let me stop you right there. Now,
Mhm.
we are in agreement that it's saying out of one of them. Now, you're saying came forth a little horn. You're saying that's Rome, correct?
I didn't say that. You was the one who started out by saying
Okay, so
it's
who do you say the little horn is then?
um yeah, we can, the interpretation is that it is Rome, but there are
Okay, that's all
different,
I want to be. I want to be clear
yeah.
that you're saying that's Rome. That's all I want to be clear
Well,
about.
no, I'm saying that's the interpretation of it. So, but let me
Well, then
finish
who?
up.
Oh, then well, hold on. Who is
Yeah.
the little horn then? Because this is going to help me follow what you say. Who is the little horn then? If it's not Rome,
if it's not Rome.
Or I mean, well, what is your interpretation of the little horn? Is it
Mhm.
Rome, or who is it?
Well, I'll take it. Let's do it this way. I'll take it as the SDA argument that is Rome. Let's do that. Is that okay?
Are you saying it's the papacy / Rome, or what?
Well,
No,
let
I
me
don't
put,
have a problem. My channel is very anti Jesuits. So,
yeah. Well, what do you think it is? Let me ask the question.
well, okay, I think the little horn was the Seleucid kingdom ran by and I think Antiochus Epiphanes fits it
Mhm.
perfectly.
Right.
But I know you don't. But I'm trying to follow what you are saying it is,
Right. But
because see, what I'm trying to
does he
understand is
fit
where
the
you're
does he
transfer.
fit here's my question. Does he fit the timeline?
Yeah, oh yeah, it perfectly fits it, because we know
Mhm.
that this kingdom was conquered by Alexander the Great in about 331 BC, 334 to 331 BC, right? We know Alexander Great dies, and we know that Greece became 4 kingdoms. Like, this is, just, you can look it up. Anyone can do an internet search. And we
Mhm.
know that one of those kingdoms was the Seleucid kingdom, which Antiochus Epiphanes was part of. We also know that from even historical sources that the Jews in around 170, well, from like 200 to 170, were starting to become very Hellenized, and they started reaching their peak of Hellenization right around 170. Same time Antiochus Epiphanes, is coming around. So now it says this little horn comes about basically because he's a judgment against the Jews.
Mhm.
So to me, yeah, it fits, because now, yep, there was 4 kingdoms. Alexander the Great gets divided up into 4. We got this guy; he's persecuting the Jews, and he even dies without a human hand. He dies of disease, right? All
Mhm.
those things fit.
Right. But I think
But
if
I'm
I'm
not going to argue with you about that. I'm
right,
just
but
trying to argue.
if I'm to follow your understanding of it, um, they weren't new kingdoms, right?
Well, they were split from the Greek kingdom.
No, no, no. They weren't new kingdoms. Those were conquered kingdoms already, right?
Well, it was all one
Yeah,
kingdom,
because
and it split up into
no, no,
4.
no,
But
no,
it got
no, no.
split into those
Well,
4 generals.
it was one empire, but the Greeks were uh what was the where was Alexander from again? He was a
Like a Macedonian or something like that.
Macedonian, correct. That's what I'm getting at. He was a Macedonian, right? So remember, he conquered within the 10 years that he lived, he moved swiftly. In the prophecy of Daniel, it points them out as the 4-headed leopard. That's what it points them out as. The leopard with four heads and 2 wings, meaning that he moved swiftly. It was just 10 years, and he was pretty young. He was like in his 20s when he did all of that within 10 years, and he conquered from Macedonia to India, in the Indies, straight down to Egypt. So I think if I remember, Cassandra, Ptolemy, I can't remember the four generals. What was he said to the
Oh
strongest?
gosh, man, I have to look up
Yeah, no, it's okay.
generals.
It's okay.
But
But
yeah, we know
yeah,
it's 4 generals,
we
right?
know it's four, right, to the 4 generals. So if I remember, uh, the one kept Macedonia, one kept Egypt, one went to Shushan, which was Babylon, and I think the third kept like Damascus, which would include. I could be wrong. I can't remember what the third one was. And one kept, one kept Damascus, which was included Jerusalem. Don't quote me on that. I could be wrong on that in terms of where the spoils who went to. But what I'm just trying to point out is that um, the the 4 generals just inherited 4 kingdoms that had already existed. So if
Well,
we
they divided up Alexander's kingdom.
yeah, so that's what, well, it was an empire. It wasn't like his kingdom was Macedonia. Remember, he was Greek, so he ruled the Macedonians ruled from he took his father's kingdom in Macedonia, which at that point in time you didn't have like the Greek, um that kingdom that was a little south in Italy. I forgot the name that you call. Not in Italy, lower down there. But he was Macedonian, and it was his father's kingdom that he took over. So he didn't really, his kingdom was Macedonia. All the rest was what he conquered. And if he didn't conquer them, if I'm not mistaken, like Jerusalem, he never conquered Jerusalem, right? Jerusalem was already a vassal state, right, under
Right.
Nebuchadnezzar. So when he took Babylon and he burnt Shushan, all of the representatives in Shushan came and they paid him homage, and so all of the Levant come down into Egypt just paid homage to him. I think the only one he fought maybe a little bit was in Egypt, but I don't think that was like a big battle. I could be wrong on that one, but I know he mainly fought. His most of his wars was in the what you call that place, Elam, yeah, which was against
So,
the
yeah.
Babylonians and um, all of their different factions, and then he went further east as well. So I'm saying that I know the SDA conception of it is Rome. Um, in terms of, I think it's interpreted as one being papal Rome and one being pagan Rome. The two horns. I haven't done much remembrance on it. Forgive me. It's not a topic I study every day, but I mean I can articulate the argument and be, just in terms of what you're saying, as I was pointing out. So if you try to fit the timeline, when then do you put the date of the beginning of the 490 years? That's the other question, because you had three
Oh, the
different.
490 years. I see. I don't need to do. I don't need Daniel 8 to do this, because the 490 years, I just go by the Artaxerxes decree in a 7th year, which was
Right.
457 BC.
Right.
I do allow for arguments to 458 BC if someone
No,
wants to
it's
argue
neither.
that.
Yeah, neither here nor there. Yeah, I think the if you studied Artaxerxes did, I think he was the final one, because the first one came, there was some little problems. That's why it says that the prophecy was actually not only dealing with current events, because when they returned from Babylon and they got the instruction to go, that the it was Zerubbabel and Joshua the high priest, right, who had to fight the Moabites, and I forgot the other guy's name. To I forgot his name. It's in Nehemiah and Ezra. The books of Nehemiah, Ezra, and I think Haggai kind of gives the understanding of that. So they were even building the temple. That's why it says the temple will be rebuilt in troublous times. So the prophecy not only dealt with their time then, and it's not only the book of Daniel is actually talking about that, and not only Jeremiah. Daniel, I think Jeremiah might have outlived Daniel maybe by some years, but you had the prophet Haggai, Zechariah, and Ezra. All of those books deal with the time when they were rebuilding the temple, after the exile period. So if you read those books, you get a proper understanding in terms of the timeline and all of them who returned, the number of them, and the rebuilding of the temple from then until when Christ comes. So
Right.
yeah. So I know
Yeah,
we
I
veered
really
off,
want
but
to get
it's
back
more
to this Daniel 8 thing though, because
right.
like I understand Daniel 9, because all you have to do is know you read that letter and Ezra 7, and I think that gives you and that letter in of itself tells you that that's definitely the prophecy. I mean the start of the decree, right? All you
Right.
got to do is read that letter. That's all you
Right.
need.
Right.
And then find out when that letter was written, which is
Right.
around 458 to 457 BC. But
Right.
anyway, back
Yeah,
to
but
this.
if you accept that, then that's almost SDA theology, because I think that's the date that they use as well.
Well, we actually teach a lot of similar things, because when I do debates, a lot of SDAs watch my debates, because
Mhm.
we
First time I
have a lot.
came up on your channel, man. That's so.
Yeah, we have a lot of similar timelines. My problem is with this Daniel 8, I feel like they're undermining prophecy by teaching what they're teaching, because and it doesn't even make sense to me, because like in verse 9, if this is Rome or papal Rome or some kind of hybrid combination, you want to say this little horn is both, whatever you want to say. Now, if you want to say it emerged and it grew extensively towards the south, towards the east, and towards the beautiful land, and it grew as high as a host of heaven. So I'm just saying, and we're just going by your guys' interpretation, and it cast down some of the stars to the earth. I'm guessing you guys would just say this is the Jews to the earth, the Jewish leadership.
I can't remember what they say about it, but what I know the interpretation is, it is two phases of Rome. So you have the pagan phase, in which is from I would say from during the time of Christ, or before, when Rome invades and takes over, and that's during the Hellenistic period when they come in, and up until what, AD 325, when Constantine becomes the emperor. Sorry, he's the emperor and he becomes Christian or something like that, and now he gives authority to the church. So I know that's the two different interpretations of
Okay,
it.
that's fine. You can say
Yeah,
like this little horn has two phases. I just want you to follow something I'm saying though, real quick,
right.
because it says from one of these horns emerged and grew extensively towards the south, towards the east, towards the blue from the land. It grew as high as the host of heaven. It cast down some of the hosts and stars to the earth and trampled them. Now, if you want to say this is Christian leaders and Jewish leaders going from 457 all the way up to 1844, okay, whatever. Let's just pretend that's what that is. But now when we get to verse 11, it magnified itself even to the prince of the host. So you can argue the Pope, Roman leaders did that. Okay,
Right.
let's just pretend like that for a minute. It removed his daily sacrifice and overthrew the place of a sanctuary. Now, now, are you just saying this just happened sometime between this 2300-year period? Did it do it before? Did it do it after? I mean,
Well,
when
but
when does
remember,
this take place, and how does this occur?
right. So remember, as I said, it was Titus and Vespasian who destroyed the temple in AD 70, right?
Okay, so now, okay, that's why I want to be clear. So it removed his daily sacrifice and overthrew his place. It's like, but you don't think this relates back to Daniel 9, right? That part of it, you don't think it relates to Daniel 9.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because the daily sacrifices, it talks about the daily sacrifices as was taken around verse 12, and the hosts have given them the daily by reason of transgression. My point is this, is that if this is not prophetic, and let's throw out all of the prophetic reasoning, I'm just saying for a minute, right? And let's just be historical. The temple gets destroyed between AD 70 until now. What has stopped Israel from rebuilding that temple to continue the daily sacrifices?
Okay, but the problem I have is if you say that verse is also speaking about Daniel 9, you
No,
run.
I'm not only saying Daniel 9. I'm just talking in relation to the event that is supposed to transpire, meaning that the daily sacrifices would end. That's what I'm talking. I'm not talking about what it relates. I'm just saying this is an event, a prophetic event, that the sanctuary would be destroyed. The daily sacrifices would cease, right? So I'm saying if we throw out all of the prophetic information and just we look at it from a historical perspective, and we let's say, okay, Vespasian and Titus destroyed the temple. What has stopped the Jewish people from rebuilding the temple and continuing to do sacrifices up until today?
Okay, yes, I know that because the Rome destroyed it, but now if you relate it back though to Daniel 8, that verse in Daniel 9 to Daniel 8, what about when it says and he shall cause the sacrifice and oblation to cease? Because now it's kind of starting to sound confusing to most people, because we have verse 11 saying it removed his daily sacrifice And you guys are also saying this is having to do with Daniel 9, and it's saying Jesus is the one who causes sacrifice and oblation to cease. Do you see where this gets real confusing to
No,
people?
I don't.
That's
I
why I
think
say you
you're
got to keep it separate.
right. I think you're confusing it. Now, the text has a lot of information that you have to break down, uh, or I would say decrypt, right? So you have to break down, okay, what is the event, and did the event happen? That's how we deal with prophecy.
Well, would you say Jesus removed the daily sacrifice, or would you say Rome removed the daily sacrifice?
All right. Here's the thing. Here's the question I ask. If was this temple destroyed? Who was it destroyed by? That's the question. So it was Rome, right? So Rome destroyed the temple. Now here's the question. If Rome destroyed the temple, what what has stopped the Jews from rebuilding the temple 2000 years from, well, yeah, 2000, almost, well, less than 2000 years? What has stopped them from rebuilding it to continue to do the sacrifices?
Well, because it's still been destroyed, so that's what stopped them from
No,
doing.
yeah, but what I'm saying is, okay, the first one was destroyed, right?
Right.
Right. So the first one was destroyed by the Babylonians. So when God redeemed them and brought them back to Jerusalem, he said, okay, I'll reestablish the temple, right? And he gives them prophecy concerning the temple, right? And so he tells them, okay, I pick Zerubbabel, I pick Joshua, and you guys, you rebuild upon the foundations. So they rebuild the temple. And now he tells them later on that that those sacrifices will cease. Christ comes and he tells them that, hey, the temple that you're looking at, that is going to be destroyed, and that is from Daniel's prophecy. So Christ in Matthew chapter 24 tells them, the disciples, and tells everyone, hey, the same prophecy that Daniel have, I'm telling you that the temple is going to be destroyed, and that prophecy that I'm telling you about the daily sacrifices being ceased, right, is from Daniel. So he quotes it. Matthew puts it down and he quotes it. So here's my point. Did it happen? Did the temple was destroyed? Yes. Who was it destroyed by? The Romans. So it answers your question about uh, Daniel chapter 8 without even, what I'm saying, going into the exegesis of every word of the text you're looking at. I am just looking at, did the event happen? Was it prophesied? That's how I look at it. I hope you understand.
Well, all I'm saying is when you're looking at Daniel 9 and it says, and he shall cause sacrifice, and well, I gotta bring it up now so I can even remember it. I can't remember it word for word
Mhm.
because in
What I
Daniel,
have the screen. You can tell me which verse. I just pull it up.
oh, it's verse 27. It says,
Daniel
and
9:27.
yeah, because it says, and he will confirm a covenant with many for 1 week, and in the middle of the week he will put an end to sacrifice and offering. Okay, so who's it saying it's putting an end to sacrifice and offering?
Right.
It says Jesus, right? Would you agree
Right.
that's
Yeah. Yeah.
Jesus?
I'm agreeing with that. No problem.
Okay. So now when we go back to, if we're going to say that this is still talking about, if we're saying Daniel 9 and Daniel 8 are talking about the exact same thing,
Mhm.
then
Right.
it says it removed his daily sacrifice and overthrew the place of his sanctuary.
Right.
Right?
And here's what your 27 says, right? In the midst of the week, he shall cause the sacrifice and oblations to seek, right?
Yeah, to cease to end.
Right.
And
So
now
so
this,
so here's my question. Um, when Christ came, right? Is he the fulfillment of the prophecy of sacrifices ceasing? Because remember, at his crucifixion, it says that the temple veil, right, had rent from top to bottom, right?
right. But
Right.
see, I
So
would
so
say,
here's my other question is, so I'm asking, is Christ now the sacrifice, right, for sin when he died? And my question is, even when Christ came, what was the gospel that he preached about uh repentance and forgiveness?
Right, but see, this is saying it removed his daily sacrifice. Now, wouldn't we say that Jesus, we read Hebrews 9, you read it to me. He
Mhm.
offered his blood for a once and for all sacrifice. So you don't need to
Right.
keep doing it, right? Now, it
Mhm.
says in this verse in Daniel 8:11, it removed his daily sacrifice. So how does Rome
Right. So
remove his daily
which daily
sacrifice? Because he now offered that sacrifice once and for all.
right. So
So
which
it cannot
sacrifice
go
was
remove
removed?
it.
No, which sacrifice was removed?
Well,
Right. So
but
right.
that
So
I would
it's
say
the
that
earthly.
Jewish sacrifice is no longer his sacrifice. They just like you could
The,
say Rome removed the temple, but I don't think
right.
it removed his daily sacrifice because that would be him.
Right. So listen, you're mixing up um the earthly and the heavenly. So we know that Christ is the propitiation for I would never pronounce that word properly, forgive me. So we know that Christ is the atonement for sin, right? And with it says within that week that he came and he caused the sacrifice and oblation to cease. So therefore you then have to go now to the temple. You can just ask God, because Christ came and said, what, repent, what? He came. John actually was the first one who changed the theology, John the Baptist, because he prepared the way, right? Because he came preaching the gospel, what, repent and be baptized, right? But if you had to have your sins, let's say, remitted, right? Remember, you had to go to the temple, correct?
Right.
Right. But John came preaching what? Repentance and confession, right? And then Christ taught the same thing, repentance, and he also baptized. But that was a different theology than what the Jews had, correct?
Right, but the way this is starting to get real messy is when you read 11, it's like it magnified itself even to the prince of the host, and it removed his daily sacrifice. Now, let's say you want to say that's only meaning the temple, right? So
Mhm.
he just gets rid of the temple, is just getting rid of the daily.
No, no,
Not talking about
you're
his.
mixing up you're mixing up the temple procedure and Christ's atoning sacrifice, because the temple procedure is earthly.
Okay, yeah, I understand all that, but I'm saying, I'm trying to understand this verse because I don't think it's transitioning between heavenly and earthly, but you're saying it is. So, and now when
No,
I'm
no, no,
reading,
no, no. What I'm all right, listen. What I'm trying to tell you is that in Daniel, it talks about the earthly sacrifices, and it talks also about the the earthly temple, right? About the desolation in the temple and all that. It also talks about Jesus being the sacrifice from heaven, the eternal sacrifice. So therefore, the earthly sacrifice will now cease to do well. Remember, it didn't actually do the job. That was the whole thing. It is when Christ came and he died, right? That was the sacrifice once and for all. So what you're trying to do is mix up earthly proceedings, right, with Christ's sacrifice
well, I'm
and
not
his
trying to mix it up. But no, no, no. I'm trying to figure out this verse.
which verse
What
is
you
that?
guys are saying, because to me it doesn't make sense. It's got a lot. It makes more sense when I say Daniel 9 and Daniel 8 are two separate prophecies, and then everything makes sense. But now when we're reading this, right?
Mhm.
And let's just separate those two for just a minute. I'm just trying to understand
Give me the text. You want to go?
your view just from strictly this, because we got this little horn, which you say is Rome, papal Rome, both, whatever. It's
Mhm.
growing extensively towards the east and west and the beautiful land, and it grows up high to the host of heaven, and it casts down some of the stars and to the earth. And we can say this is Christian leaders, whatever, tramples them, or and Jewish leaders throughout this whole course of 2,300 years or whatever. Or maybe you're just saying up to the point of 70 AD, it's doing all this, and
Mhm.
it magnified itself even to the prince of the host. So I guess it would have to only be up to 70 AD, because the next thing it does is it magnifies itself up to the prince of the host. It removes his daily sacrifice, which you say is the destruction of the temple. It's not referring to taking Jesus out of heaven or anything. You're saying it's only referring to just the earthly daily sacrifice of Rome destroys the temple, so now they can no longer have this daily sacrifice. and overthrows the place of his sanctuary. But this place is no longer a sanctuary because he did away with it when on the cross. So they're just kind of just destroying what was once a sanctuary. So Rome's destroying all this. And in the rebellion, the host of the daily sacrifice were given over to the horn, and it flung the truth to the ground and prospered whatever it did. So I guess you're just saying, like, okay, in 70 AD, the Jews rebelled, and the host and the daily sacrifice were given over to Rome, and it flung it all. Well, this isn't exactly truth because the Jews rejected Jesus, and 70 AD is being destroyed, right? So the temple's being destroyed in 70 AD. So this is the part where it doesn't make sense to me, because in the rebellion, we would say those are the, if you're saying this is 70 AD, then in the rebellion, that's the Jews' rebellion against God. The host and the daily sacrifice were given over to the horn. That means given over to Rome, and Rome flung the truth to the ground and prospered for whatever it did. But if this temple and the Jews are rebelling because they're rejecting it, they're not exactly flinging the truth to the ground. I guess you could say, okay, hold on. Maybe I do have some way you could say. I guess you could.
Much of what you're saying, I can't comprehend. I don't know where you get that from. I've never even heard it from SDA theology. What you're saying?
I'm trying to figure out where this.
No, because you're adding stuff there that's really. I don't think I ever heard that before.
Okay. So maybe in the rebellion. So that's the Jews.
So listen. So remember,
who's rebellion? Who's rebellion then?
So listen. If you're trying to decrypt every single word out of Daniel 8, we could always do a Daniel 8, a separate thing. But what I'm pointing out, what we were just pointing out as we began, right? And I told you, and I pointed out to Matthew 24. So Christ, in terms of the destruction of the temple, tells the disciples that this temple will be destroyed. And he said this is in accordance with the prophecy of Daniel. Did I say that, or did Christ say that?
Right. And look, I have no problem. I'm trying to follow what you guys are, how you guys are examining the text, because I'm just going by Daniel 9. You're saying this is papal Rome, right? And now you're saying it magnified itself even to the prince of hosts, and it removed his daily sacrifice and overthrew the place of sanctuary. So that must mean you're talking about 70 AD and Rome destroying the temple. Is that what you mean by that sentence in verse 11?
It's not by what I mean, right? What I'm just pointing out is that out of the prophecy of Daniel, is Daniel predicting that the sanctuary would be destroyed without even decrypting every single word line up on it. I'm just going to the basic person who reads this, right?
Well, the basic person who reads this is kind of like me, and I just walked people through this whole prophecy and how you can figure it out in 15 minutes, right?
No, that's not. That's trust me.
Oh no, it's pretty.
It's not. No. Listen,
this is pretty good, man.
No, listen. If you try, because what you're saying there,
pretty good.
Much of what you're saying there doesn't connect, even with if you're arguing.
No, I can't connect what you guys are saying because I'm trying to figure out how Rome is doing all this. Because if you really listen to what I have to say, it magnified itself. It destroys the temple because you said that's how it gets rid of the daily sacrifice in the sanctuary, right?
So here's my question:
Is that not how it does it?
Yeah, but how did Christ confirm the prophecy of Daniel that the temple would be destroyed? That's my question.
Yeah, but I think that happens in Daniel 9, and Christ is confirming what happens in Daniel 9. He's not talking about what's happening in Daniel 8.
Okay, so we can have a difference of understanding because all I told you is that I quoted Daniel 9, you quoted Daniel 8 to ask me what it means. I didn't bring up Daniel.
No, 8. Hold on. I'm not going to Daniel 8 to ask you what Daniel 9 means. I want to know what Daniel 8 means. I don't care about Daniel 9. I want to know only what you mean about Daniel 8 because in Daniel 8, how do you exegete this sentence? That's what I want to know.
So listen to me. That's not what my discussion with you started off with. I started off with Hebrews chapter 9, right? And we read about the daily sacrifices, and I said, did Christ die? Was it prophesied, right? Because you asked me about
yes. Look, I already
and that's how we ended up in Daniel 9.
I understand Daniel.
Then you brought up
all that. I don't have a disagreement with.
Well, okay, wait. Let me finish. So I'm just saying how we got here. Then when I was in Daniel 9, you said, I want to know what's in Daniel 8. And I said, well, I don't understand you asked me what is I told you. I said, well, the angel comes in 9 and explains to Daniel the prophecy from Jeremiah, and we agreed on that. But you brought up Daniel 8 as a separate caveat to ask, what is he talking about, if it's the horn or if it's whatever? And I said, well,
because this has to do with the heavenly sanctuary. This has more to do with this conversation when you brought up Daniel 9 and the heavenly sanctuary. That's why you brought up Daniel 9. We were talking about the heavenly sanctuary. I'm bringing up Daniel 8 because it goes into more detail about this heavenly sanctuary, and it's actually central.
Does it
to
say
the
it's heavenly
Seventh-day
sanctuary
Adventist.
there? Does it say it's heavenly sanctuary?
No, but I'm bringing this up because you guys say in verse 14 it's talking about the heavenly sanctuary. Because you say that, yes, because you say that's talking about the and because in verse
that's not. Let me pull up 14. Let me see what it says. All right, and he said, which is 8, and he said unto me, 2,300 days then shall the sanctuary be cleansed. Right? You was quoting. Remember,
that doesn't say heavenly sanctuary though, does it? Hey, wait a minute. It doesn't say heavenly sanctuary though, does it? We don't see the word heavenly sanctuary here, right?
No. Right. So, and then it goes on to say,
the earthly sanctuary is destroyed, right? We know the earthly sanctuary is destroyed, right?
Right. No, listen.
So this must mean that prophecy had already been fulfilled because the sanctuary's gone. It's gone in 70 AD. It cannot go beyond 2,300 years. It says 2,300 years, and it does not say anything about a heavenly sanctuary here, does it?
Right. So let's
okay. So now we know this does not talk about 1844. We know that now.
So let's read the text. What it says, right? He says, and he said unto 2,300 days then shall the sanctuary be cleansed. And it came to pass, when I, Daniel, had seen the vision and sought for the meaning of it, then behold, there stood before me as an appearance of a man, and I heard a man's voice between the banks of Ulai, which called and said, Gabriel, make this man to understand the vision. Right? So this is a vision of a time span, a prophetic time span, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So we already agreed, right, that the in Daniel 9 it breaks down in terms of when this 2,300 days start, correct?
No, 2,300 evening mornings. It doesn't say days. It doesn't say days. So
evening and the morning was the first. Evening and the morning was the second. It's a day. Anyhow.
No, I showed you from Seventh-day Adventist sources when they're quoting Jews. They quoted.
I'm not quoting Jews. I'm quoting the first chapter.
Well, they interpret it as being 1,150 days.
No,
because it's evening morning sacrifices over the course of 1,150 days. That's how they interpreted it, and that comes from Seventh-day Adventist resources that I quoted at the beginning of my video. I showed it up on the screen.
So listen.
So what I'm saying is, it could be evening mornings, and you have to establish that this evening morning. Before we start thinking about years, show me one place in the Bible where it says evening morning gets to be turned into a year.
Where it says gets to be turned, or we can go back in. I think is in understand that the time that one day is for a year. I mean, you should know that that's prophetic. The prophetic time frame is
an evening and morning though. But see, that's when we see the word days in the text. We don't see the word day in the text.
Okay, so in the Hebrew of Genesis chapter 1, it says the evening and the morning was the first yom. Correct?
Okay.
So what does it mean? The evening and the morning was the first day, correct?
Was the first yom, but this is not talking about
right.
yom.
And the yom, no way. Yom, no. Right. When did the priests do the sacrifice? At evening?
One in the evening, one in the morning. So over the course of 1,150 days, you would have 2,300 evening morning sacrifices.
So is that not constitute a day?
Yeah, 1,150 days, I guess. Yeah, sure.
I don't know where you get 1,400. Does
because that's what the Jewish sources that you guys.
I'm not asking you about Jewish. I'm asking you in terms of the Bible. I didn't ask you what Jews. Jews have a total different understanding in terms of their calendar dates.
What I'm saying is, it's not very uncommon for the Jews to interpret that 2,000 evening mornings as being 1,150 days.
Okay.
I'm saying that's how they interpret from Jews themselves, right?
What you interpret it as? Let me hear.
Well, I'm just saying people have interpreted it both ways. So
Mhm.
before we just jump and think this means years, the
Mhm.
Bible text, it looks like it's, you know what it really looks like it's saying? This is definitely days. Like this is not no years, because why would he say 2,300 evening mornings when he could have just said 2,300 days? And then someone
Okay,
could maybe point to
so
the prophecy.
here's the question, right?
It sounds
If
like he's being
this
very
right,
clear.
so let's put it
It's
this
just
way.
days.
Okay, so if I'm to take that it's not a full day, right? And it's not the years, right? Was there a sanctuary within the time frame from Daniel up until 2000 something days? How many were 2000 something days? That's just about 5 by 375. I mean, that's like 6, 7 years. Did the temple be built in 6 or 7 years?
What do you mean the temple rebuilt in 6 or 7
Daniel,
years?
so listen, Daniel is given
Uh-huh.
this prophecy in the time of captivity. There is no temple. As we agreed, the Jews came back from Babylon, from captivity, to rebuild the temple. During this time, they are given these prophecies, right?
Right, with no temple, right.
With no temple. If it is that you're saying that the time frame is not days, it's not years, and it's a much shorter time span, this only calculates to, if you want to take it as literal days, then was the Jewish,
3
the
days and
second,
3 years and 2 months. 3 years and 2 months is what you
right?
would get out of it.
So was the temple even rebuilt within that time?
No, because this has nothing to do with the rebuilding of the temple.
So, but it talks about the sanctuary.
No,
What?
well,
Where,
Daniel was. That's why Daniel was confused, because he knew the time of the captivity was almost up, right? So in Daniel 9, he's still kind of thinking about this vision, and he's
Mhm.
like, "Man, we don't even have a temple. We're still in captivity." But Jeremiah's
Right.
prophecy is almost up, and then
Mhm.
this angel comes and gives him this vision. Then he
Mhm.
starts to tell him, okay, I know you're thinking about this temple. Basically, he knows Daniel's still thinking about that temple and everything. And he's
Mhm.
like, well, now I'm going to give you this vision. This is when the temple's going to be rebuilt.
Mhm.
This prophecy in Daniel 8 is something that happens within that 490 years after
Mhm.
the temple's rebuilt. The temple gets rebuilt in Daniel 9, and they tell you
When,
when the
so
temple's going to be
let me
rebuilt in
ask you the
Daniel 9.
question. What date is the temple rebuilt? How long does it take for the temple to actually be rebuilt?
Um, it takes about 49 years, I think. No, wait, no, not
When,
49 years. Hold
so,
on, it
so,
just started.
so,
I got to go back over this, man, because it's like,
all right, so let me ask this question, right? When Christ said, right, um, in 3 days I will break down this temple, right, and build it back up. What was the response from them when they asked him? How much was the years before the
I
temple
think he
was
said it
actually
took 49 years to build this. I can't remember off the top of my
right,
head.
right? So it was 49 years from when it was completed, or it was 49 years from when? Let me hear. So you see, your timeline will never match, right? Even if you try to not use the dates, right, and you say, okay, it's literal days, it doesn't match, right? Even if you say yes, it still wouldn't match in terms of the actual number, right?
So now you don't think Daniel 9 came true because it doesn't have the dates matching? Because I think it started from 457 and went all the way to 470. I mean, 34 AD.
Right. I'm not disputing that. That's the one that
Okay,
I would
well, no,
prefer.
no. So you can't say my dates don't match. No, what I'm
No, what I'm
saying
saying,
is,
what you said just now was that it's not literal days. You changing your tongue twice as we speak.
what's not literal days?
Right. No,
Because
you were saying
I'm saying Daniel 490, right? I mean Daniel 9.
Mhm.
Those are 490 years, right?
Right. So, but you were arguing that they're not days, meaning that days that compute to years, right? In terms of the prophetic time period. And you're saying, no, 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 there's 2,300 days, is three. And I'm like, bro, that's you just
No,
said
those are
before.
2,300 evening mornings. It says it quite like it's like I don't want you to mistake this for anything else. There's
Mhm.
a year does not have evening and mornings in it. Have you ever thought of that? A year doesn't have evenings and mornings. So you have to have 2,300. Even if you want to say it's days, you have to have 2,300 of something that has an evening and a morning in it. So it's something that has an evening and morning in it, and it's in 2,300 of those. Me
Mhm.
personally, I think it's talking about the sacrifices, referring to verse 13. So it's saying 2,300 evening morning sacrifices, which is 1,150 days. But if you want to say 2,300 days, since it's got to have an evening, it's an evening and morning in each of these days, right? But you have to have something that gives you an evening and morning, you know. So there's an evening and morning within this calculation, and that evening and morning has occurred. So there's 2,300 evening and morning. Just like if I said 2,300 Passovers, if I said 2,300, like 2,300 summers and winters. Well, there's got to be a summer. There's got to be a winter. Okay, this is saying evening mornings. There's got to be an evening. There's got to be a morning.
Right. So all I'm saying
You
is
can't get that out of a year, and a year has, if you go like. If you go 2,300 years, that's way more than 2,300 evenings and mornings.
Listen, I give you a simple one. Does Genesis chapter 1 have the evening and the morning was the first?
Yeah, one day. Yeah, I can go with that. One day. Yeah.
Right. And that's not me saying.
And hey, does a day have an evening and a morning? One evening, one morning. Does a day have one evening and one morning?
Does a day have one evening? Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Okay, so if a day has one evening and one morning, and it says it will take 2,300 evenings and mornings, I'm thinking it's either 1,150 days or 2,300 days, since a day has an evening and a morning. Now, now, if we say 2,300 years, that's way more than 2,300 evenings and mornings.
Right.
Way more.
So okay. So here's my point, right? The word in the translation says days.
No, it doesn't. No, you're wrong. I have a guest on here.
No, I said the word in the translation. I didn't ask what
the word in the translation.
Hebrew.
Okay.
Right. I didn't ask you what the Hebrew says. I said the word in the translation says days, right? And that is what we took it as. Now, even if we say it's 2,300 evenings and 2,300 mornings, the understanding is that evening and a morning constitute a day. So whether or not you have the sacrifice in the morning and in the evening, in the evening and in the morning, it constitutes a day. Correct?
Well, that's fine. Okay, let's roll with that for a minute. Let's say I give you that, but I can't get years out of this, because this is an evening and a morning. It sounds like, if anything, God's being very clear to us, because he could have just said 2,300 days, just like he does in all these other prophecies when he uses the word yom, right? Or he uses the word yamim. Here, he's clearly using Arab boker, which only has it only has a meaning like of either it means the sacrifices, or he's talking about an actual morning or an actual evening, because they do call like the evening morning sacrifices, right? So you could say evenings and mornings and think it's meaning sacrifices, and it's like any combination. But since a day's always got an evening and a morning to it, it's going to pretty much equal out to 1,150 days could equal up to 2,300 evening morning combined sacrifices, right? But if you want to say it's 2,300 days, a day still has an evening and morning. But when you start to say 2,300 years, there's more than 2,300 evenings and mornings in 2,300 years, all right?
Right, but in the text in 8:14, right, just as you're alluding to, it says evening mornings, right?
Right.
So it's in the correct order. Now, I'm saying if the translation just says days, what it's doing is actually taking the interpretation of the Hebrew, right, and giving us a day, since an evening and a morning constituted a day, correct?
But that's their exegesis. I mean, when you're looking at the actual Hebrew, it says evenings, mornings.
Right. So it says Ereb Bokwe.
Yeah, and that's an assumption by the translator. If he puts days in there, and say you should just translate it evenings and mornings.
Right. But what I'm saying is, what does an evening and a morning constitute in the Bible?
A period of light and a period of dark.
And that is what? Not a yom?
You can have a period of light and a period of dark in one yom.
They can only have one. You can only have one of each, right? In one yom.
Yeah.
You can't, right?
Right.
And that's how it is. So I'm saying that if we just want to talk about the words in it, I'm just saying that the translation just in the English just tells you, oh, it's a evening and a morning, right? It's a and that by Hebrew definition is a yom.
Well,
We can get that from
yeah,
first first few
but
verses in the Bible.
but we know an evening is a period of dark and a morning is a period of light. So 2300 periods of dark and periods of light.
Right. But is that a day?
Yeah, you get a day out of it. Yeah.
Well, all
Okay.
right. So we could say 2,300 days and just cut
Yeah,
the.
but we can't say years. Okay, good. I agree with that. We cannot say years because
Right. Now the years is
we
gonna.
have to have we have to have 2300 periods of light and dark, or
Right.
dark and light. We have. It doesn't say we can have more than 2300 periods of light and dark. It only says it says 2300 periods of dark and light. That's it. No more. Just that. Right.
Right. So the 2,300 evenings and mornings or 23 days, right? That
Mm-hmm.
you know that we interpret this as being prophetic, right? It's symbolism,
Well, you're
and we have
guessing
to
at
read
it.
Daniel.
You're getting now. That's an assumption you're bringing on the text. You're
What's up?
assuming it's got to mean something more than that. But I mean, there could be
Okay.
another answer within the text, right?
Okay. So let's go down that rabbit hole then. So if this is literal, right? 2,300, and we
Uh-huh.
calculate that to 300 and something. Sorry, to three years, right? Or any amount. However, if it's not years, okay. If it's just days, and we say, okay, out of that, divide that by 30 and see how much months, and divide that by 12 and see how many years Jewish, right? That's only 3 and something years. Was the sanctuary built when they returned after Artaxerxes made that call? Did they take 3 years to rebuild the second temple?
Well, this has nothing to do with this. No, see what? See
No, no.
the prophecy the in Daniel 4:9 in Daniel 9 it
Mhm.
tells us it's going that the temple's going to start to be rebuilt at when the Artaxerxes gives the decree to restore. No, wait a minute. Not that the temple's going to be rebuilt. The prophecy is going to start. My fault. The
Right.
prophecy is going to start. The temple's already been rebuilt back in 486 AD. I mean, 486 BC. So the temple's already been rebuilt. So Artaxerxes is now, after the temple's being rebuilt, he's now given the decree to restore and rebuild Jerusalem. That means he's going to bring the Jews back, and he's going to build the walls and the moat and everything like that.
Mhm.
So at that time, and now we know the prophecy starts from when he gives that decree in Ezra 7, and then it takes us all the way to 34 AD. That would be the end of it. So and
Right.
that time, so this is already but this temple still did not even exist when when this prophecy was given. But what
That's
it's
my
saying is it's
point.
going to
I'm
happen
trying to
sometime.
tell you all the time. So if you try to take it as literal evenings and mornings, the temple was not built for it to be cleansed, right? And if it is, we are talking about it being earthly. There is no
But
earthly temple,
hold on. Back this up.
right?
We know that how does this prophecy start out? Nothing even starts to happen until the Greek kingdom
Mhm.
conquers Media Persia. The goat's got to conquer the ram, right? That happens in 334 AD. Wait a minute. Wait. The prophecy said the temple's already built in 457 BC. So do you see how my interpretation is just
No,
fine because of
no, the
2300?
temple isn't. There's no temple in 456 BC.
No, 457 BC. Yes, there's a temple.
There is
Yeah,
no
no, there's a
temple.
temple. The temple was already restored. Artaxerxes' decree is not to rebuild the temple.
Mhm.
Artaxerxes' decree is to restore Jerusalem. That means bring the Jews back, restore the law,
Mhm.
and and build the walls and the moat. That's what the prophecy says. Nothing about building the temple. It only says restoring Jerusalem. The temple's
Did it
already built
did
by
it
this.
not say, and the temple will be rebuilt in trouble, and the walls shall be rebuilt in troublous times?
It doesn't say the temple. Hold on now. Let me go.
It says
there.
the walls. But whichever one, there's no walls, so there's no walls even. So
Yeah. Hold on.
right,
Yeah. No.
it's Daniel 9. You just go later down in same Daniel 9.
Oh, wait a minute. I think I'm in Hebrews. I might be in Hebrews here. Yeah. Oops. So Daniel.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah. Because I'm going to show you, it doesn't say nothing about temple. I've debated this so many times because the futurists try to say it's the temple.
No, I know it says
it's the Cyrus decree, right?
Right. So it says the walls and also the temple, because there's no temple, right?
Yeah, it says the street shall be rebuilt again and the wall, even in a troublous time. No, the temple's already rebuilt. In this prophecy, it's already rebuilt.
Right. Okay. Show me where the temple was rebuilt in the time of
boy, dude, you would get
Zerubbabel.
killed in a debate, dude. A futurist would run over you. Okay, the decree of Cyrus was to rebuild the temple. The decree of Cyrus happens in like 534 BC. Yeah, that's when that decree happens. It takes all the way until about 486 for that temple to be finished.
What evidence do we have?
The Bible. And
go ahead. Just show me a text that says that the temple was
Dude, you're
rebuilt.
arguing against yourself because go
ahead. Let me hear. So all right.
Hold on.
I'm not arguing against myself. You're getting stuff mixed
up.
No.
You're gonna see that you're actually fighting against yourself.
Go ahead. Shoot. Go ahead.
Right.
No problem. Go ahead.
On the Bible archaeology website, can you show me when the Jewish temple, the second temple, was rebuilt?
Oh, you're going to Google now? Okay, no problem.
No, we're going to do the AI because this is a good website. They got the best. You can ask any Seventh-day Adventist. They'll tell you they got good research.
The Second Temple, also known as Herod's Temple, was the reconstructed temple in Jerusalem that stood between approximately 516 BCE and 70 CE. The construction began after the Persian conquest of Babylon and the subsequent return of the Jewish people to Zion. The completion of the Second Temple occurred during the reign of the Persian king Darius I, marking a period of Jewish hope and religious revival. According to historical records, the rebuilding of the Second Temple started around 521 BCE under Darius I and was completed on March 12, 515 BCE, which was
No, hold on.
Something's wrong.
Go to BibleArchaeology.com and give me their dates for the starting of the temple rebuilding and the ending of it being rebuilt. A stupid thing went to the wrong website. That's archaeology. Oh my God.
I'm sorry, but I can't browse the internet or access specific websites like BibleArchaeology.com. However, I can provide information based on historical records and scholarly consensus regarding the Second Temple's construction timeline. The Second Temple's construction is traditionally dated to have started around 536 BCE, after the return of the Jewish exiles from Babylon.
Okay, so because 536 BC, that's when
that's the start, eh? Then say the finish.
Yeah, that's because that's when they took over Babylon. That's when he conquered Babylon. And so so he's talking about that prophecy in that period of time, because that prophecy was written around 538 BC or somewhere around there, like 538 to 535 BC is when that prophecy was written. So it's like, and so then he gives the decree to rebuild the temple. It faced several things, so it was already completed by 516 BCE. So the temple's rebuilt by then.
So when you have that the temple was rebuilt, or the walls was being rebuilt?
No, but the temple is rebuilt by 516 BC. Now, when Artaxerxes gives that decree in 457 BC, that's to restore the walls and build the moat and also to restore the Jewish religion, because that's when Ezra starts to teach the Jews the law again and restore the commandments. And they're even given money by Artaxerxes to do all this and accomplish all this. So yeah, so the
Still didn't
temple
answer me
get
when the
rebuilt.
temple was finished, right?
Say what now?
I said you still didn't answer me when the temple was finished.
Oh, about 516 BC.
And what's the evidence we have for that?
Oh man. Okay. What kind of timeline are you going by? Because I'm honestly going by this website called BibleArchaeology.com.
Right.
and it's bringing me up the wrong. I wish the
So
AI used to be
let's
able
go
to do
to
this for me.
let's go to Ezra chapter 6. So here's what it says, right? Then Darius the king made a decree.
Here,
And search was made
add
in the
here.
house of the rolls, where the treasures were laid up in Babylon, and there was found at Chimata, the place that is in the province of the Medes, right? A roll, and therein was a record thus written: in the first year of Cyrus the king, the same Cyrus the king made a decree concerning the house of God at Jerusalem. Let the house be built. Right? So we know that it was destroyed. The place where when they offered sacrifices, let the foundations thereof be strongly laid, the height thereof 60 cubits, and the breadth thereof 3 cubits. So we know for sure that the temple was destroyed completely by the Babylonians. So this is in Ezra chapter 6. We read that information there, right?
All right. So it says, and they rebuilt it, finished it according to commandment of God.
Right.
According to the commandment of
verse
Cyrus,
14.
Darius, and Artaxerxes, the king of Persia. Hold on. So hold on. Repeat your argument one more time so I make sure I'm following you.
All I asked you was, when was the second temple completed? Right?
Right.
Right. So you told me, right, that the second temple was completed in the time of Daniel. That's what you were saying earlier. And I'm telling you that it was destroyed. How could it be completed during the prophetic time? I think I don't know. I'm guessing, I don't know, you don't understand your own arguments, but you've been contradicting yourself.
Hold on. No. I don't understand what you just said, because I'm arguing that it was completed in 516, and I'm arguing that Daniel got that prophecy in about 538, and then not in 538.
Right. So if it's
about it,
516,
and then it starts to
and
get built.
Right. So that's now. So if it's 516 and 538, does the prophecy then conform to the 3 years? The prophecy of the 2300 days.
Yeah, because it happens. The temple was already rebuilt
minus
after
538 minus 16 is how many years?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know what your point is on that.
No, so listen. You said if it's the 538 and 516, you
what,
minus
22
16
years?
from
22 years? You got a problem with that?
right. So if it's 22 years, and now what you said earlier is if you take the literal prophecy of the days until when the sanctuary would be cleansed, so let's just say the sanctuary is operational and it would be cleansed, because that's what you said earlier. I am saying, does your 2300 day fits into the time of your 538 and your 516? Now you see what I'm saying.
Because that's not when that prophecy starts to become. You didn't listen to me. Listen
Bro,
real
you
carefully
mixing
here.
up your
No. You need to listen real carefully. We're reading Daniel 8. No, read Daniel 8. Read Daniel 8. Hold on a second. In the third year of the reign of King Belshazzar, a vision appeared to me, Daniel, subsequent to the one I had to me earlier. But hold on a second now. So this isn't really. so down here, these two, he sees this vision, and he sees a ram with two horns standing beside a canal. The two horns were long, but one was longer than the other, and one horn grew up later.
But we're
And I
not
saw a
talking
ram.
about that.
No, we are talking about this. Hold on. No,
no,
hold on. Yes.
establish the
Hold on.
time
No, you got
frame.
to listen to me for a second. And you'll understand my timeline. No, listen to me. I got to mute you for a second because I want you to hear this out real quick. He said he's talking about this ram. We know this ram's Media Persia. And I was contemplating all this, and suddenly a goat with a prominent horn between its eyes came out across the surface of the entire earth without touching the ground. That goat is Alexander the Great. We already agreed to this earlier.
Media Persia is not Alexander the Great.
That's
you just said Media Persia. That's not Alexander the Great.
No, the horn, the goat that's coming up against him. We know Alexander the Great conquered Media Persia in 334 BC.
That's way down. We're talking about the prophecy of Daniel and the time frame of the
right. I'm getting to that. Because follow this. That means this prophecy of Daniel 8 had to happen after Alexander the Great conquers Media Persia, which is in 334 BC. So now we cannot even use 457 at all for any of this, because this prophecy is talking about a time period that comes after 457. Do you see what I'm saying? Because when you look at this text, Alexander the Great conquers Media Persia in 334 AD. So now we don't need to concern ourselves with anything that happened before then. We know this prophecy, whatever happens, if it's talking about anything else happening, everything else that comes after this has to happen after 334 BC, because it says after verse 5, it says, as I was contemplating all this, suddenly a goat with a prominent horn between his eyes came out of the west, crossing the surface of the entire earth without touching ground. He came towards the two-horned ram I had seen standing beside the canal, rushed at him with furious power, and I saw him approach the ram and rage against him. He struck the ram, shattered his two horns. The ram was powerless to stand against him, and the goat threw him to the ground and trampled on him, and no one could deliver the ram from his power. There's 334 BC. Now, everything after this has to be after 334 BC, because we know Alexander conquers Media Persia around 334 BC to 331 BC, right? So everything has to be later. So now we get down here. This goat becomes great.
Listen, we weren't discussing Alexander. What we were debating is one.
Daniel 8:14.
2300 days. Wait, if the time frame of the days are literal, which is 3 years, right? That's what you said. I asked you, when was the call made? You said the call was made in 538. You said in 516 the temple was rebuilt. Right. If I am to take what you said as facts, because you try to prove that in 516 the second temple was completed, I am saying that then your interpretation of Daniel's 2300 days does not fit, because if you use your 538 and then the temple is coming 516, that is 16 from that will give me what, 20 something years different.
It has nothing to do with the rebuilt temple. The temple's already built in this prophecy.
Listen, it says the 2300 days, unto 2300 days, then shall the sanctuary be cleansed. You said that days is literal days. So I am saying, if the temple is finished in your 516 and the command was given in your 538, that is 20 something years, then your prophecy understanding of 2300 literal days does not fit into 22 years. It is only 300 and something. So you are incorrect. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No. I'm not incorrect, because you're not listening. You have failed to listen.
No, you listen. You're contradicting your own self.
No, I'm not. This is not even a contradiction. No.
So show me how the 2300 days.
I'm going to bring up this. This is going to be very
No, show me how your 2300 days fit into the Daniel.
Right, I'm not ready to show you that, because I just want you to. I want you to see this.
Right. Show me the 2300 days fitting into the 538 and the 516. Since the temple is
I need to take and try and make this wide. I don't know. I don't have a better program to use, so sorry about that. But now I'm going to get this, make this as big as I possibly can.
No, go ahead, shoot. I'm listening.
Okay, so we have this temple. It's being built right here, 516. Whoops.
No, give me from when the call is made.
Right.
Let's do
Now,
the, let's do the call first.
say what now? What, the call first?
The call, because that's when the prophecy begins, right?
Well, the prophecy happens here. See, the temple's built in 457 BC. So the prophecy starts in 457 BC. Daniel 9 prophecy. So everything's already being rebuilt.
No,
But I don't even
no,
need to
you
talk
said,
about Daniel, right?
Listen, you said the temple was completed in 516. That's what you said.
Uh-huh. And in 334, Alexander the
Listen,
Great
I'm not
conquers
going
Media
to
Persia.
Alexander. Listen, we're not going to
I know we're
Alexander
not.
yet.
I know, but you're not following the argument because you're not listening. Because
I
when you
don't.
read the
Yeah,
book
but
of
we're
Daniel,
going
we know
where?
it starts. We know it starts in 334 BC. So Media Persia is conquered right here, right? So this is like Alexander the Great, Media Persia. I'll just put here, and we'll put like Alexander the Great conquers them. So we know this happens. Oh man, I wish I could use my drawing board, but it's. So we know Alexander the Great. So that's why I've got AG here. Alexander the Great conquers Media Persia. So now when I'm reading the prophecy, I'm saying everything from verse 8 on to verse 14 all has to do with after 334 BC. So this is 334 BC. So as we're reading the prophecy, now when we're in Daniel 8, we're talking about verses 8 through 14. And so now I'm saying everything that's happening in these verses is happening after. Oh, so when does the four kingdoms show up? Four kingdoms show up as soon as Alexander dies, because that's when the horn is broken, right? So now we got these four kings that show up because Alexander is broken, right? So this happens, this is still part of this,
It's not
like
even
3180, like 330,
It's
330
not even
80, right?
four kingdoms, bro. We talked about already. It's not
It
four
is.
kingdoms.
How is it not four kingdoms? Look,
Listen. Okay, so bro, name the four kingdoms to me.
Hold on. I gotta actually look at it. Okay, so the four stable, because I'm just
No, go ahead, pick.
Egypt,
Go ahead,
Seleucid Empire, Egypt, Seleucid Empire, the kingdom of Pergamon, and the Asia Minor and Macedon.
So those
Those
are
are
those four kingdoms.
those are the four kingdoms that
No,
happen
are
once.
they four? Listen, here's the word: kingdom. Are those four kingdoms or four regions?
Four kingdoms, because he had four generals.
Listen, it doesn't matter. You could have 10 generals. Are those areas four kingdoms? So we know them as four kingdoms today.
We don't know. They're not four kingdoms today. They're long gone. They're no longer.
No, listen, here's the question you're not understanding. The four areas that it was separated into, the four generals, were there more than one kingdom in one region that one general inherited?
All I know is just by looking up general
Don't say all I
Encyclopedia
know.
Britannica, it's four
Google it.
kingdoms.
Let's Google it. Google it. So show.
Okay, here, I'll ask.
Right.
How do you want me to ask this exact
You can ask
question?
however you want to ask.
Okay.
I just asked you if
right,
the
all
four
right.
regions are four kingdoms.
Okay. After Alexander the Great died, what happened to the kingdom of Greece? Was it divided up into four kingdoms, or was it divided up in more, or did it eventually come into four kingdoms? How did this happen after Alexander the Great died?
After Alexander the Great's death in 323 BCE, his vast empire did not pass to a single successor. Instead, it was divided among his generals, known as the Diadochi, who fought for control over different regions. This division eventually led to the formation of several Hellenistic kingdoms. Initially, the empire was carved up into numerous satrapies, provinces, governed by various generals. However, after a series of conflicts known as the Wars of the Diadochi, four major kingdoms emerged. Kingdom of Ptolemy, ruled by Ptolemy Isoter, it included Egypt and parts of the Middle East. Kingdom of Cassander, ruled by Cassander, it encompassed Macedonia and Greece. Kingdom of Lysimachus. Ruled by Lysimachus, it included parts of Asia Minor. Empire of Seleucus. Ruled by Seleucus I Nicator, it covered the largest area, including Mesopotamia, Persia, and parts of Central Asia. These kingdoms were established after the Battle of Ipsus in 301 BCE, which was a decisive conflict that solidified the boundaries between the territories of the Diadochi. The Hellenistic period that followed saw the spread of Greek culture across the Near East and the Mediterranean, profoundly influencing these regions for centuries. The division of Alexander's empire was not a peaceful transition. It involved complex political maneuvers, marriages, assassinations, and battles as the Diadochi vied for power and territory. The resulting kingdoms each had their own dynastic rulers and maintained distinct identities, although they shared a common Greek cultural foundation.
So it looks like in general, it's agreed to that less than about 22
So
years after the death of Alexander the Great, that there was 4 kingdoms established.
They're not 4 individual kingdoms, they're 4 regions. Because in those regions had more than one kingdom. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So we're dealing with empires under Alexander. When it was broken up, there were the region of Asia Minor. What's Asia Minor? How many kingdoms are in Asia Minor?
I don't know. It just says it was ruled by Lysimachus
Right.
and included different parts of Asia Minor.
Right. So where is Asia Minor?
Gosh, you might know.
That's my point. Asia Minor is all of the Levant. That includes all, even straight up to Anatolia. You even have the Egypt. There was Egypt and also North Africa. So you had Egypt, places like Tunisia, Morocco, all of those places on North Africa, even straight down to Sudan. So those were regions that were broken up. Right. So you see the vast areas I'm talking about? Those are kingdoms within kingdoms. Those are regions. And
yeah, it was but in general, they always look at it as
no, you can't put your own interpretation into the text. So that's
in general, were these kingdoms considered 4 kingdoms, or did they think these were individual kingdoms within kingdoms, or why?
They were regions because that's why I said they were regions that were controlled by these
The territories that emerged after Alexander the Great's death were considered individual kingdoms, each ruled by one of his former generals. These were not kingdoms within a larger kingdom, but rather separate sovereign states that were the result of the division of Alexander's empire. The 4 main kingdoms were Ptolemaic Kingdom of Egypt. Ruled by Ptolemy Isoter, it was centered in Egypt, but also included Cyprus and other territories around the eastern Mediterranean and the southern Levant. Seleucid Empire. Ruled by Seleucus I Nicator, it was the largest of the successors.
Right. So it looks like it's saying that these are 4 kingdoms, and yes, there might have been individual administration systems within them, but these were generally out of 4 kingdoms.
Listen, these were 4 areas that Alexander's empires were broken up into, which constituted many kingdoms.
Right, but it says each one of them, got Ptolemy of Sotor is one of the rulers of this whole region you're talking about. Now it's got Nicator, a ruler of this whole region you're talking about. Then it's got the kingdom of Macedonia, ruled by Cassandra, this whole area you're talking about.
Let me ask you this question. Based on that,
Lysimachus.
Okay, so let me ask you that. Based on that, then, which was Judah or Jerusalem a kingdom under that?
Well, the Seleucid Empire, I believe, ruled over it.
Right.
Yeah.
So Jerusalem was a kingdom in itself, right? They were vassal states. All of these are vassal states.
Yeah, but ruled by what? But ruled by another a top king. Just like like in America, we would say our president is ruling over these states, but these states are actually countries, but we're one kingdom under this one national government. So this was a national government. So it was a national kingdom, right? With these states up under them. That's what it had. And these
Right.
states were like countries, because like America, each state's supposed to actually be like a country of its own. That's why we
It's
got
states,
rules to
yeah.
get pushed back
United
against the
States, yeah,
central
yeah.
government.
United States of America, that's what its name is. So I'm saying that all of these regions, right, fell under the rulership of the different generals. They weren't understood to be kingdoms.
Four
It doesn't matter.
generals and
If he
four
had
kings.
6 generals, it would have gone to 6. That's not the point. My point, what I'm trying to say is that based on your interpretation, right, it's not 4 kingdoms, it's 4 regions.
Okay, it was still divided up into 4, right? It's still
Right.
divided up into 4, just like the prophecy says. And we know it was 4 general roles, 4 areas that they
So,
controlled. Because it's no, the history books say these generals rule over this, right? Just like we got a president of the United States that rules over all the states.
hmm.
We have a king that rules.
So
Like
how does
Russia's
the
got different states to
so
it.
how
These
does
other
the
places
prophecy
got different states to it.
so how does the prophecy fit into after your BC 30 34, whatever you want to
Well,
put?
that's what I was trying to get at, is that when
That's
I'm having this 2300, but but see, we know when we're reading Daniel 8, we know Alexander the Great conquers Media Persia around 334. He dies around 323 BC. So everything that comes after it, these kings, I should mark this out because
show me
this
how
should
the
be,
23 where the
it
2300
should be
days fit. Where you gonna fit the 2300 days now? Or
okay.
2300 evenings and
Let's
more?
keep reading the prophecy, because we know
No, no, no.
did a
We had you
prediction.
established the time. Show me where in
Right.
23.
We're gonna read. We're gonna read on. We're gonna keep reading and see when we should establish this time. We're gonna keep reading, because now we know right up to here, this goat became great, very great, and the height of his power. So the height of his power, we know, is when Alexander the Great had conquered almost everything.
Mhm.
His large horn was broken off. That would be 323. We just saw the thing. So then 4
His
prominent horns
large
come up,
horn.
and I'm saying
So
it's those kingdoms. Now hold on. I'm getting to it. I only got 3 more verses to go. From
okay.
one of these horns, a little horn emerged and grew extensively towards the south, towards the north, towards the beautiful land. I'm saying this right here is right around 175 BC, right? This is about when Antiochus Epiphanes emerges. It grew as high as the host of heaven, cast down some of the hosts of ground, some of the stars, trampled them, and magnified itself even to the prince of the host, and removed the daily sacrifice, which is what he did in 164 BC,
Mhm.
and overthrew the place of a 168 BC. He removed the daily sacrifice, overthrew the place of a sanctuary, and in the
How
rebellion, so
does
that's
he?
the
How
Jews'
does he remove?
rebellion,
How
the
does he
host
remove
of the
the
daily were
sacrifice?
given over to the horn. So God is given the host, and the daily sacrifice are given over to the horn, which is Antiochus Epiphanes, and he flings it to the ground and prospers in whatever he does. So now it says, and I heard one of the holy ones speaking, another one holy said, how long until the fulfillment of the vision of the daily sacrifice, the rebellion that causes the desolation? So that's the Jewish rebellion that causes the desolation of this temple, and surrender the sanctuary and the host to be trampled. And he said to me, 2300 evenings and mornings, and the sanctuary will be cleansed. So now we go back up to this verse, and it says, and it magnified itself even to the prince of the host, and it removed the daily sacrifice. Okay, so we know that this king starts around 175 now that we look back at it, but we know it had to be after 323. So it has to be sometime between 323 and when the temple's destroyed, because the temple's destroyed. So it can't be 70, it can't be past 70 AD. So now I'm looking for something that happens between there. Oh, I find this guy that comes out of these 4 regions, and he comes out of one of these regions that also came out of Alexander the Great. Right now he's conquering this, and now we read that he's basically trying to conquer all these areas. He
So
comes
the
back.
goat. Tell me again what you said. The goat was which
The
we can
goat
read.
is Greece, right? And the large horn is Alexander the Great.
So let's go to read Daniel 8:20 for me.
Okay, good. So the 2-horn ram that you saw represents the kings of Media and Persia. The shaggy goat represents the king of Greece. And the large horn between his eyes is the first king. The 4 horns that replace the broken one represent the 4 kingdoms that will rise from that nation, but will not have the same power. In the
Right.
later part of their reign, So we know that these kingdoms started to be
No,
eaten up by Rome around 140.
wait.
So it's got to happen between. Oh, so now we got another time marker in the latter part of the reign when the rebellion has reached its full measure.
So listen, wait. So all the time I'll let you talk because I know that the two horns that you will keep talking about were not Alexander. So it says the text
right here. No. I never said it was Alexander. I said it's the kingdom of Media and Persia. I said the goat. I kept saying the goat. No, I kept saying the goat. The goat is Alexander. The horn in between his
read 20 again. Read 20. It says what?
The two horns is
no. It says what? The ram.
Right, the ram.
Which thou sawest, wait, the ram. Which thou sawest.
I might have misspoke if I said the Alexander and the ram, but I would have meant.
I asked you 3 times. So here's what it says: the ram, which thou sawest,
ram.
2 horns, are the kings of Media and Persia. You kept saying, and I asked you, and you're like, no, you doubled down on me.
No, I didn't double down. I don't think you were paying attention. I kept saying, what I want you to pay attention to is that Alexander is going to conquer Media Persia. That's my thing. My biggest thing is to understand the time period that this prophecy cannot start before 334 BC, because that's when Alexander starts to conquer Media Persia. So now we know that this prophecy has to come after 334 BC. Right. And now down here in verse 23, it says, in the latter part of their reign, when the rebellion has reached its full. Wait a minute. When was the latter part of the reign of these 4 horns? Oh, that would be 140 BC, around 140 BC, when Rome starts to conquer these regions, right? Rome starts to conquer all these regions. And so they were losing their power. So now we know between 334 and 140 BC, this prophecy has to happen. And now I see a time period from about a 3-year time period
where the prophecy happens. I've been waiting for you all this time with your time.
Yes, around 168, 167 to 164.
When? Give me a marker. What does it say? It must have a marker. So the marker in the text is what? 2300 days, then the sanctuary shall be cleansed, right? So
right. It just tells you it's going to be cleansed after the 2300. It says, okay, the marker is when. Okay, here's the marker. Here's the marker, because we got to find this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the marker. Mm-hmm. It says, from one of these horns, a little one more, and went to beautiful land. It grew as high as the host of heaven, and cast out some of the hosts and some of the stars.
No, we're not dealing with.
Wait a minute. Okay, so now hold on. Now
we got a marker. Insert the 2300 days, because you began by saying 9 is when the start of it is. So you're already mixing up yourself. But go ahead, show me.
No. Hold on. Yeah, because
2300 days or 2300 evenings.
No, we got a hold on. We got a marker here, because it says it grew as high as the host of heaven. So it's talking about the same thing from verse 9. It grew as high as the host of heaven.
Where does the date, the timestamp give?
That's what I'm showing you. I'm getting to it right here. And it cast down some of the hosts and some of the stars to earth. That's when he starts to persecute the Jews. Let's see here. Now, because that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that's Antiochus Epiphanes. So now we go and look at history. When did Antiochus Epiphanes persecute the Jews?
Does the Bible tell you that the 2300 days fall within the time of Greece or Rome? That's what I'm asking.
It falls in time to Greece. That's what the Bible says.
Right.
Those 4 kingdoms.
Antiochus IV Epiphanes, the Seleucid
I don't need the
persecution of the Jewish people around 167 BCE. His reign was marked by a series of harsh decrees against Jewish religious practices, which included banning the observance of Shabbat, Rosh Chodesh, and circumcision. He also desecrated the Second Temple by erecting an altar to Zeus and sacrificing a pig within its sacred walls. This period of persecution led to the Maccabean Revolt, a significant uprising by the Jewish people against Seleucid rule, which is commemorated during the Jewish festival of Hanukkah. The revolt was a response to the religious oppression and the attempt to Hellenize the Jewish population forcibly.
But see, what we don't have is...
So let me ask then. So after Antiochus Epiphanes, did we still have sacrifices in the temple?
Yes, because it says, and it will take 2300 evenings and mornings, and the sanctuary will be restored. Restored means you start the sacrifices again. It says that
Mhm.
it's gonna stop the sacrifices because it says it took away the daily sacrifice. So yes, after Antiochus Epiphanes was defeated after a period of
Does
between
right. So did how
168
long did
and
Tychus
164,
Epiphany time last? What was how long was his kingdom?
his kingdom was from about, what was it, like 175 BC to 163 or something like that.
Right. How many years in total?
Oh, I
Still
have to
doesn't fit.
actually Google it. I
No,
have to
listen,
Google it.
it doesn't matter. It still doesn't fit. So go ahead. I don't know where you're going to fit your 2300.
How does that not fit? Because the 2300 days is 3 years,
Right.
basically 3 Jewish years, basically like 1 month over
So,
3
okay,
Jewish
so
years.
this is much later. If you can know all of this, right, then you should be able to be given a time that says Tychus Epiphany stop the 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 uh the sacrifices for 3 years during this period. So this is the time that it
Uh-huh.
fits because this is a much closer time to history, right? This is like 100 and something BC, correct?
Yeah, and the book
Right.
of
So this
Maccabees
is so
reports it,
this
and the
is
book of Josephus reports this.
right. So this is even where it could be reported, right? So show me a historical fact where it was 2300 days that they stopped the services in the
I
sun.
said it's not 2300 days, it's 2300 evening morning sacrifices,
Doesn't
so
matter.
it's 1150 days total.
That doesn't matter. Three years. I'm going with the 3 years. Show me when or historical that this 2300 day prophecy
Okay, I'll show
falls.
you. I'll show you.
Okay, cool. So
I
you have
need to
to
know how long Antiochus Epiphanes stopped the sacrifices of the Jews, and if you could provide a historic resource or 2 or 3, that would be appreciated.
bro, you gotta read the Bible instead of using Google AI.
No, I do both.
Okay.
Antiochus IV Epiphanes is known to have interrupted the Jewish practice of daily sacrifices for a period of 3 years and 6 months.
Hmm.
This period of religious persecution was a significant event in Jewish history, leading to the Maccabean Revolt and the celebration of Hanukkah. For historical resources on this subject, you might consider the following. Encyclopedia Britannica provides a comprehensive biography of Antiochus IV Epiphanes, detailing his reign and the impact of his policies on Judaism. Chabad.org offers an article with facts about Antiochus, including his attempts to suppress Judaism and the resulting Jewish revolt. Josephus' works, such as Antiquities of the Jews and The Jewish War, are primary historical sources that discuss the persecution of the Jews by Antiochus IV.
Can you show me in Josephus's works where he says the length of the persecution of Antiochus Epiphanes? I could show you this, but it'd take me forever to go look up the sources. I mean, if you want to wait hours, that's
Oh
why
no,
you.
I've heard this argument before. No,
Certainly.
this is not the first
In the
time
works of the
I've
Jewish
heard the
historian
argument.
Flavius Josephus, he mentions the persecution of the Jews by Antiochus IV Epiphanes. Specifically, Josephus notes in his writings that the daily sacrifices were interrupted for 3 years and 6 months during Antiochus's reign. This period of persecution is a significant event in Jewish history, leading to the Maccabean Revolt and the celebration of Hanukkah. Josephus's accounts provide valuable historical insight into this turbulent time and the impact of Antiochus's policies on the Jewish people. For direct quotations and more detailed accounts, you can refer to Josephus's works such as Antiquities of the Jews and The Jewish War, which are available in various formats and editions. These texts are considered primary historical sources for studying the period of the Hellenistic kingdoms and the events following Alexander the Great's empire division.
So he's even got coins. Says by taking the Epiphanes, God manifests. Antiochus even claimed to be Zeus incarnate. So he was claiming to be Zeus incarnate. So he did magnify himself up to the host of the Most High because he built an altar to Zeus on the Jewish temple. So it's like many of the pagan nations embrace and welcome these policies, but the land of Judea caused a cultural civil war, most notably among the members of the high priestly families. This is in the midst of this turmoil, according to the books of the Maccabees and the Jewish historian Josephus, Antiochus plundered the Jerusalem temple and carried the sacred vessels to help finance his campaign. So this period is written down in the book of Maccabees. I'm not sure if you want me to go pull up the book of Maccabees, because it does give a period of over 3 years.
No, listen, I'm listening, but I'm just saying that it still doesn't fit the prophecy, but go ahead.
How does it not fit the prophecy if it was from what I think it's from Sheshvan 10 to Sheshvan 15, right? Or Sheshvan 25. No, wait a minute. Sheshvan 15 to Sheshvan 25 is what I think the book of Maccabees says. And it says it starts it in 1 year, like the Seleucid year. It gives it in Seleucid years. And you can see it's a 3-year period of time. Now, we know that Antiochus Epiphanes got turned away by a Roman envoy, right? So when he gets turned back by this Roman envoy, because they're giving him an ultimatum, hey, if you keep pressing on into Egypt, you're going to come to war with Rome. And so this Roman general draws a circle around and says, you got to answer this question before you leave that circle, or else you will be at war with Rome. Are you going to turn back, or are you going to press on? And he decides to turn back, and he's ashamed. And so as he's coming back, it takes him about 2 months to get back to move that whole army. It's going to take about 2 months. And that time frame, that lands right about where the book of Maccabees says that he starts to erect an altar to Zeus. Now, it only gives you the time frame that he first erects that altar, which is on Cheshvan 15, or wait a minute, it's not Sheshvan. I think I got it wrong. It might be the following Jewish month. I think it's either Cheshvan or the following Jewish month. But anyway, it's like from Cheshvan 15 to Cheshvan 25. And so so if he came there a little bit earlier, which is what that time scale says, because it says he encountered that Roman envoy on January 22nd. So it's going to take a couple of months to move. That puts him in the Jewish month around Tishri, maybe a little bit before, right? So now we have these like 40 extra days or so, 25, 40 days we need to add up to the days that are recorded in Maccabees. So when you add that period of, like, let's say he gets there, he attacks the temple. We know once you take anything out of that temple or defile it anyway, you have to stop the sacrifices until you restore it, and start doing it properly. But if you take the menorahs or anything, those temple sacrifices are no longer valid for that period until you fix the temple again and start doing everything properly. So you could say that he stopped the sacrifices then. Now, he later erects an altar to Zeus, but that could have took a month at least, right, to build that thing. So that time period right there could have been when he stopped it. And then all the Maccabees is doing is telling you the day he set up the altar. So the altar was set up for almost 3 years exactly. It's like 3 years and 10 days. So 3 years on a Jewish calendar. So if you add in leap years and you say maybe there was 2 leap years in there and 1 normal year, the way I did the math, I could still get it to even where it's 1 year, 1 leap year and 2 normal years. But either way you want to do it, you can get it pretty close to where it's right in that time period. So no, I don't have a problem with it, and I can even show you in Maccabees.
Yeah, listen, that's a lot of mathematical shifting to compensate for the exact days and the times, correct?
It's no mathematical shifting. You don't have any. This is the best we can do because we don't have records. All we have is the book of Maccabees.
Mm-hmm.
Here, hold on. In the book of Maccabees, can you show me where it calculates how long Antiochus desecrated the temple from the day he set up the altar to Zeus until the day it was cleansed?
In the books of 1 and 2 Maccabees, which are part of the Apocrypha, the period of the desecration of the Second Temple by Antiochus Epiphanes is detailed. According to 1 Maccabees 154, Antiochus set up the abomination of desolation, an altar to Zeus, on the 15th day of Kislev in the year 145 of the Seleucid era, which corresponds to 167 BCE. Then, 1 Maccabees 4:52-54 describes the temple's rededication on the 25th day of Kislev in the year 148 of the Seleucid era, which corresponds to 164 BCE. This means that the desecration lasted for about 3 years. The rededication of the temple is celebrated by the Jewish festival of Hanukkah, which commemorates the miracle of the temple's menorah burning for 8 days on a small amount of oil. For a more detailed study, you can refer to the text.
There we go.
Right. So is the calculation still exact? It's still not. It's anyhow you spin it. Listen, I've heard this argument before, but anyhow you try to do the mathematical calculation of the 2300 evenings and mornings, it's still not going to be correct.
It is correct. I mean, you don't have no proof it's not correct because we don't have an exact day that he stopped the temple sacrifice. We don't have it. We only know the day when he set up the altar to Zeus.
Mm-hmm.
That's all we know. It says Antiochus Epiphanes set up the abomination of desolation, an altar to Zeus on the 15th day of Kislev. So I was wrong about that. It's Kislev, not Sheshvan.
Mm-hmm.
On the 15th day of Kislev in the year 145 of the Seleucid era, which corresponds to 167 BC. Then 1 Maccabees 4:52-54 describes the temple's rededication on the 25th of Kislev in the year 148. That's 3 Jewish years. Now, a Jewish year, if it's got 2 leap years, you're looking at about 100.
Go ahead. If it's a leap year, how much are you going to add? Let me hear.
Well, okay. There's 384.
Listen, you can calculate that. Between the years that you give, was there a leap year?
Yes, there's definitely a leap year if it's
how many leap years were there?
It could be
no, not it could be. How many? You can't have 3 Jewish leap years within the same year.
I mean, it could be 2 or 1. It could be 2 or 1. It can't be 2. I'm looking at 3. It could be 2 or 1.
All right. So how many days you're going to add because of the leap year now? Let me hear.
Well, we can see that.
So if it's 3 years, right? You still need to make up 6 months, right? So let me see how.
No, we don't need to make up 6 months. We only need to make up like about 40 days.
How much?
Anywhere between somewhere right around 40 days.
How many evenings and mornings is exactly the 2300 days? How many days? How many?
1,150 days.
How many years is that?
On a Jewish calendar, like, let me just do my math.
3 years and 6 months. That's what you said before. You said 3 years and 6 months.
No. It's not 3 years and 6 months exactly. No, I was reading that computer. It's not 3 years.
So the computer tell you something, you change your mind because.
No, I'm not changing my mind. No, you're not doing that to me. No, I've never said that. If you go back and listen earlier, I gave.
You said 3 years and 6 months. I never said that.
No, well, what I'm saying is that's what the computer said on the screen. I never said 3 years and 6 months. The computer said that. I let the computer read it. No. Look, how many? Okay, hold on. How many days is in a Jewish leap year? Since you know your stuff, you should be able to.
No, if you're gonna add.
No. You go ahead because you keep saying I don't know my stuff.
What I'm saying is, if it's a leap year, you're gonna add a month onto it, right?
Right, and so what? How many days is in a Jewish month?
Right. So how many?
No. You already know about this.
So if I'm going to be generous and give you 30 days, that's what I'm saying. You still can't make up the 2300 within the 3 years. You're still missing a lot of days.
Okay, so since you can't do it, it's 385 days in a Jewish leap year, or 384, right? So if we say, So and in a regular year, how many is in a regular year? 354, 355. And then if we want to say 385, or we could. So now we got 1,000. So how many days do I need? I need 26 days. That's all I need. Right. So that means all he has to do is you take that for me.
No, listen, were those years leap years?
2 of them could have been.
Not coulda. I didn't ask you coulda. Were they? You can count.
Okay. Since you know that Jewish calendar so well.
No, I'm not saying that I know it too well, but what I'm saying that the compensation.
No. You guys are the experts. No. You guys are the experts. You tell me.
Listen.
No, what I'm saying is, no, my argument is that it's reasonable to suspect that Antiochus from June 22nd could reach Jerusalem right before the month of Kislev, right? So I'm saying that he reached there. I gotta look this up because I don't know the exact Jewish month. I think it's
It doesn't matter.
No. It does matter. It does matter. Hold on. No. It does matter. See, Cheshvan. Look at this. Cheshvan is before Kislev. If he arrives around the 20th of Cheshvan, okay, let's just say he arrives around 20th of Cheshvan. So on here, it would be November 13th, right? 20th of Cheshvan. I'm just picking a random Jewish year. And then it's like, so we would say the Kislev starts at what, 1? Okay, no, it wouldn't be the 24th. So he'd probably arrive around the beginning of Cheshvan, maybe around the 4th of Cheshvan, right? You get about the 4th of Cheshvan. The 3rd of Cheshvan. That's about what he would do. He'd probably arrive around the 3rd of Cheshvan, maybe even sooner, right? So if he arrives around the 3rd of Cheshvan, I would say that there's your 26 days right there. Or maybe it's not a Jewish leap year, right? So now let's say it's 56 days. I think when I originally did this calculation, I had about 56 days, right? Somewhere around 56 days. So if we go back to 56 days, we're talking about like maybe the month of Elul, which would be in August. So that's kind of reasonable to suspect that he could quite possibly travel from Egypt June 22nd to Jerusalem by the 24th of Elul, right? And then about 56 days later is Cheshvan. So that's how I look at it. Well, no, yeah. Well, hold on. I got this wrong. I'm sorry. It's been a while since I've done this calculation. I'm trying to do it right off the top of my head. So if he leaves Jerusalem, it's like the 22nd. It might be the month of, gosh, who knows? It might be sometime. They tell us on Gregorian dates. But if he goes there, we're talking about traveling from June the 22nd all the way to August 22nd.
Okay, so let's cut this out. Listen, you can only have one leap year for possibly during your time period. That can only happen once.
Nope, wrong. You don't need another Jewish calendar.
Wait. Listen, it is either between a 3-year span or a 2-year span. So if your time period of your 2300 days, it is highly unlikely to have 2 leap years within the time. It could either if you put it at the start, then it will not have any. If you put it in the middle, then you can get 1. And my point being is that if the amount of days, which is 354, you add 30 days, that means you're only going to get an extra month or so. It still doesn't add up to the 2300 days becoming 3 years and something else. That's my point. And I don't even have to study this. I just have to know, well, listen, it's 30 days added on to a leap year. So you can try to say it's 2. That's not possible because it happens in cycles of 19 years. I can't remember the exact cycles it happens in, but the numbers do not occur readily.
Look, before I was not prepared to talk about this part of it. All I know is on June 22nd. Hold on, it's reasonable to expect. Let's just not even talk about Jewish calendar because we know the month of Kislev happens in December. Okay, we know it happens in December. We know that Antiochus, he was turned away from Egypt.
What was the year? What was the year Antiochus did the abomination? What year was it?
Okay, some historians say 168, some say 167.
Right. So if it's 168 and it has an 8, That means the next calendar has to add 3 years when the next leap year would be.
I don't know where you get that from. If it has an 8, it's got to add 3 years, you
The
said?
cycles of leap years are like 3, 6, 8, 11, 14, 17, 19. So if we go according to Jewish, some of these numbers, that is a
Okay.
particular, right. So the addition to compensate for the lunar time frame, they add the 30 days onto it. So my point being is, if I take, let me just do this quick. I didn't come to do this, but I'm just showing you that. Okay, 23. You said it's not 2300 days. You said it's 2300 evenings and mornings, right? So it's how many? Give me a metric.
1,150 days.
1,150 days, right?
Right.
Yeah. Divide by 354. Sorry. Oh, not now. Crap.
You know, it should be getting about 58 days I need to add on to that year, those 3 years.
Correct. So even if I add on another leap year, right? If I add, let's say I add 2 leap years, then you ending up with more time. And if you
Well,
add
yeah,
one,
if you add 2, if you say 2 leap years, it's going to be about 27, 28 days, somewhere between 26 to 28 days. If you
right.
add another leap, if you add just one, it's going to be about 56, 57.
So you're still short. You're still short on it, right? But let's just see. let's
Right.
just let's just say, for
see.
argument's sake, I give
Right.
it to you, right? And I'm just telling you that 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 I'm just saying, okay, let's run with whatever you say.
Right. All I'm saying, look, all I'm
And you
saying is
try
we
to
do
fit it.
know.
You try to do your numbers magic, you know.
No, it's not numbers magic. All I'm saying is, because we don't know the exact day that Antiochus arrived in there, but can we say that reasonably he could have traveled from Egypt to there in that amount of time? Let's just see if that's even reasonable.
Those are suppositions that you're making.
Well, but we've got to see if that's even reasonable.
Chris, I've been listening to this and I had to get in here because,
Okay.
like, the fact that you're on defense when the SDA position literally changes 2,300 evenings and mornings into 839,500 evenings and mornings, and says that the heavenly sanctuary is what the verse is actually talking about, meaning that in verse 8:13, the heavenly sanctuary is trodden down underfoot for a temporary period of 839,500 days is insane. So, like, why you're trying to give this guy to the exact minute when all these historical sources, we already know ancient historical sources aren't going to give us iPhone to the second time frame. They're,
Right.
as you just said, they're going to be within a month, a year. Like, we don't know the exact day Christ was born. We don't know the exact year Christ was born. So what are you going to try to disprove Jesus's birth because you can't give the exact minute of Christ's birth? I mean, this is ridiculous.
Right.
How about he starts to answer how he changes, if his name is Prima Scriptura, which is scripture before anything, how do you change 2,300 into 839,500 to correlate with an 1844 date, sir?
So here's what I told your friend in the early.
I've been listening, so you can tell me though. I'm interested.
Right. So I told him, I said, what does an evening and a morning constitute?
Yeah, we understand you can call it one day, but we also know that the Sabbath
does Moses, that's
days.
no, in the book of Genesis, does it say the evening and the morning was the first yom? Do we have a standard by which we can read the Bible and say a evening and a morning constituted the first yom?
It constitutes the first day, which is Yom, which, yes, there is a day for a year principle when the word Yom is used or Yomin is used. The problem you're having is in Daniel 8:14, the Hebrew doesn't use the word Yom. Only the King James translates it days incorrectly. The Hebrew words are Areb and Bokor, which is for evenings and mornings. I don't think you practice the Sabbath every 7,000 years. You practice it every 7 days, right?
So you answer my question correctly. The
Yeah, I
evening
did.
and the morning is interpreted as a day. So if
Sure.
if it is, the text is translated as day, is it lying on the text, or is it misinforming the reader that evening and morning in this particular Hebrew, that it constitutes a day?
Well, a translator shouldn't change what the actual
No,
words
no,
are.
it's Hebrew to English. So what I'm saying is, in
Yeah, I
it,
understand. There's
so
words in English for evening and morning, like we just
right,
clarified.
right, and the
So the
Jewish.
translator should have the King
Mhm.
James you think the translator every time, so in Genesis, there's the words evenings and mornings shouldn't exist according to your logic. The translator should just
No,
said day and not used evening and mornings.
no, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that when we read the text, I'm not saying that the King James is being disingenuous, because we have the Hebrew that we can go back to get what the meaning of the Hebrew is. And I'm saying, since Daniel is symbolic and it's prophetic, right? So even if I'm to accept your argument and say it doesn't say days, but my question is, when I read it, what is the time frame understood to be? Evening and morning.
Yeah, but to Chris's point, 2300 evenings and mornings could could be 1150. So it is important for a translator to just not summarize it as a day, because it could be referring to something different. But let's
Yeah,
continue.
no, but wait. How? Yeah, but that's not. How do you get the 11? Does the evening and the morning not constitute a day?
It does, but it also
So
could
so
be
so is
referring
it
to
2300 days
yeah,
or
but it
not?
also could be referring to 2300 evenings and mornings, counting a morning as one and an evening as one. So it could be one of each, and that could be 2300 would be 1150.
And on my screen right now, I have Seventh Day Adventist material quoting a Jew, and this is their proof text saying that.
So here's listen.
Well,
I'm not
right here we
I'm not
got
we're not
1,150 whole days,
we
right?
not we not I'm not even going back to what SDA. I'm talking about what the scripture says. So
Well,
I
I'm saying it's reasonable to interpret the scripture to mean that this was 2,300 sacrifices or 2,300 evening mornings.
right. So let me ask you this: the morning sacrifice, sorry, the evening sacrifice and the morning sacrifice was for one day, correct?
If you want to call it one day, we can go with that for the
I
sake
mean,
of
we could be charitable,
yeah,
for
we'll
that
be
argument.
charitable. So get us to 839,500 for your 1844 time frame.
Right. So do are we agreeing that it's days?
No, we're not, but we're going to say for the sake of argument, we
So
can
then
we can
so
keep
then
that point, so
what?
you can make your argument from
No,
there.
no, no. I want to stick on the 2300, because without that we can't get without that it doesn't constitute your theology, correct? Because
Listen,
you're interpreting it
listen,
differently.
you don't we're heating the point right now for the sake of argument. So if you want us to heat it for the sake of argument, go ahead.
No, I
Get
don't
us.
want the heat. I want you to
I don't
agree
care if
on.
you want us to, because we don't have to heed what you want. We want you to show us the 839,500 evenings and mornings. Go ahead.
Right. So what I'm saying is Daniel prophetic? Is this a prophetic, or is this a literal?
It is both, but at times it's prophetic, at times it's literal.
Which in this particular text, is it prophetic, or is it literal?
Well, it depends on what aspects you're talking about. When you're talking about a sanctuary getting trodden underfoot in verse
No, 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 no. We're
813,
just
that's
talking
literal.
about the verse that we're dealing with. Unto 2300 days, then shall the sanctuary be cleansed. We're
So
just
be
dealing with
specific. What part are
Mhm.
you asking me? Is it prophetic or literal? Be very specific if you only want a
the,
very
the
specific
the
answer.
time frame. So the time frame that we are talking about, is it 2300 days, literal days, or is it
Are you King James onlyist or something?
no?
Because you seem to not understand the Hebrew does not have the word days in that verse.
Listen, you said you're going to give me the argument. Are we going to go back to the days and go back? I can go
No,
back to
I know.
Genesis.
I'm just saying the
Mm,
Hebrew doesn't say that. So the King
Listen,
James
the
is the
Hebrew
only
says.
translation that says that. But go
li-
ahead, make your point.
Listen, if we want, I can read the Hebrew text, and that's what I told your friend earlier.
That's
I
the
did
problem.
tell him that the word says ereb bokwe,
Yeah.
right?
Evenings and mornings. Yes,
He
sir.
said to me, for evenings, days, 2,300, then shall the sanctuary be cleansed, right?
Sure. Go ahead. Get us to 1844 now.
I might have a
Right.
quick question that could do this already faster.
So here's my question was, are those evenings, are the evenings and mornings, you already said you're going to call them days, right? Since we can establish that an evening and a morning sacrifice was a day. There was 2 sacrifices during each Jewish calendar day, correct?
Okay, get us to the
Right.
839,500 of them.
No. So here's my next question was, are we going to agree is that this time is literal days or is it prophetic days? Because there are 2 different understandings, just as you say. One is literal if it's 2,300 days.
What do you mean by prophetic days or literal days? Give me another example of the Bible of what you're trying to say. This
Prophetic
verse is.
days would be a day for a year, correct?
Only when it says yom and yomim as the Hebrew. Never when it says evenings and mornings. There's no other instance in the Bible
What
where
does
they use evenings
the
and
evening
mornings.
and the morning constitute?
You understand you can't just use transitive logic to change everything
Bro, you
and
tell me use the
then
Hebrew.
change the words.
I'm not changing. What does Arab and Bokwe mean?
I know, but you're trying to use a Hebrew principle when it has the word days, but in Hebrew the word isn't days, it's yom or yomim. That is the only time in the Bible when the biblical authors use that day for a year in prophetic language. So if they wanted to do that in Daniel 8:14, they would have used the word yom or yomim. What you're trying to do is say, oh,
Daniel can
inevitable
use.
core equal yom, so now I'm
Mhm.
just going to use this principle, even though it never does it anywhere else in the entire Bible, literally.
So here's what I'm going to ask you again. Is the verse literal or is it prophetic?
You tell us. This is your time. I want to hear you get us to
Bro,
839,500. Go
I
ahead.
already told you, and just as you agreed, there are 2 understandings.
Sure,
One
get
is
us there.
literal, which is 2,300
Mhm.
days, day meaning 2,300
Mhm.
of 2 offerings, an evening and a morning, if you want to use that. All it says was evening and morning, didn't say anything else, right? And I'm saying that there is a prophetic time frame as well, which a day constitute a year.
Hey, I think I might have something that might help out. Okay, here's another question. Okay, so can you show us one other part where there's prophecy and we have to convert it from one measure of time to another, then to another? Because like this, okay, we gotta convert evenings and mornings into days and then into years. Can you show us one other place where something like that happens in the Bible, where it gives us one time, but we have to convert it to something else and then to something else? And then maybe this would make more sense to us.
No, it's not a matter of.
Well, yes, you are converting something. You're converting evenings and mornings into days and then converting days into years. Can you show us some other place where in the Bible that has this? Like, it can be like seconds, minutes, and where you got to go, oh, minutes equal weeks and weeks equal whatever. Just show us one other time when this happens.
So in the next chapter of Daniel, chapter 9, do we have calculation of period time there? So it says what?
Okay, hold on. Let
if you
me
wanna
add
go
your
to the
screen.
Hebrew, it says Shabua, right?
In
It says
Daniel,
weeks,
it
right?
uses years, it uses seven
Nine,
sevens, it does all
920.
sorts of different
Wait,
calculations.
that's not. You said show you an example, right? So it says what? Shabua, right? I'm using your Hebrew,
Right.
right? A
70
period of
Shavuot,
7, right?
which means sevens. Yeah,
Right.
that's all it means.
Days, or it could be years, not so?
Well, yeah, it could actually be either, but normally
So wait, so you asked me for an example where it could mean day and where it could mean year in the very next chapter, not so?
Yeah, but that's the
no,
word
no, 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 no.
sevens when it refers to the
You tell me,
sabbatical
show
cycles.
you an
Let me show you
example
something. No, let me show you
where we talking about time period of days and time. The next chapter gives it to you.
The
Not
next
so? Verse 20,
chapter gives us
verse 20,
sabbatical word.
9:24.
Yeah, we're familiar with
It
the
says
word
weeks, right?
sevens.
So it says weeks, right?
Yeah, the word sevens doesn't have a time frame after it.
So
We're
what
gonna read,
does
hold on, we're going to read the very next chapter, though. We forgot about this very next chapter in verse 3.
Oh, yeah, it says years right there.
No,
yeah.
no, hold on. In the very next chapter, it says, and I ate no, it says, I ate no pleasant food. And hold on, I got to find where I'm at in here because when I'm reading Hebrews. Oh, yeah, here we go. In the second verse, I'm sorry, the second verse, it says, in days those I, Daniel, was mourning 3 weeks full. But this isn't really the word full. This is a bad translation again by King James. This is the word yamin, not full. So it says mourning 3 weeks of days. That's what it should be. 3 weeks of days. Sabuim, or Shavuim, or
give me back the reference text you're going on. Which
yeah, this is Daniel 10:2. So whenever it talks about weeks and other contexts like days, like Daniel right here, he specifically tells us 3 weeks of days. So that's 3 Shabuim of days right here. That's what the sentence is. Because that's what Yamin means. Because Yamin is plural for days.
Right, but you asked me to give you an example that had prophetic times with it, right? And I gave you Daniel 9:24, which had the 70 weeks, right? And
but that's in reference to Jeremiah's 70 years. So we know.
Wait. You asked me to give you an example.
Do you think that proves your point in Daniel 8:14? Do you think Daniel
9? You asked, what was the question?
No, I know, but I think you answer the question when it's not an exact analogy and it doesn't vindicate your Daniel 18:14 exegesis.
No, listen.
You think it does, but it doesn't.
No, hold on. He's going to say that he's going to give us an example where you transfer some time measure to another time measure to a time measure. So go ahead. How are you going to do that with this text? Here, I'll pull your screen up. How are you going to do this possibly with this text?
No, listen to me. I asked you, are the 2300 days literal or are they prophetic? You all haven't answered me. I answered you and I said, listen, we have 2 options. It is either it is literal 2300 days, and I'm saying the day here constitute an evening and a morning. And I'm saying, is it 2300 literal days?
Oh, literal.
Right?
Literal evening, morning sacrifice.
Evenings and doesn't care about the sac. That's evening and mornings. It's the same procedure.
Right. Same. Basically,
right.
Same thing.
Yeah. Same procedure. Right. 23, which constitute 2300 days, or is it prophetic, meaning that a day constitutes a year? I don't have to go into the exegesis about every theology. Know that in the Bible, that in prophetic time frame, a day is equal to a year.
Yom. Yes.
Yeah, the word yom. I mean, yeah, a totally different word.
But see, what you're doing is converting mornings and evenings into a day. But see, we see a period of light and dark. That's what that means.
Okay, so here's my point, right? Here's my point. In Daniel 9:24, right, when it says 70 weeks are determined your people, the word there, weeks, is Shabua, right? And that word there, a period of 7, either days or years.
Yeah, so what?
So I am saying, right, if when we read the text, right, in Daniel 8.
Yeah, that's consistent with the usage of Yom and Yomim. Days could be 1 day or it could be a year. So yes, the Sabua, the week or the 7 years is consistent with the way the Hebrew uses days and day for a year.
It's days are, hold on, Brian. Days isn't in there, and Shavuim.
No, I know. I'm trying to tell him it's not consistent with evenings and mornings. See, what he's trying to do. The verse literally says 2300 evenings and mornings. If you change it to years, that then makes it 839,500 evenings and mornings. So the Hebrew has the usage of evenings and mornings in the actual verse. So if they were trying to refer to 839,500 evenings and mornings, that's what would be written in the verse. That's what you're not understanding.
Listen to me. What constitutes, what is
He
the
doesn't get
sum
it. He doesn't.
total of a evening and a morning? What is that called?
It's a day.
Yeah,
So is it 2300 days?
no, it's 2300 evening mornings. But if you
Bro,
want to say
bro, listen, you
there's an
guys,
evening, morning, and a day, we'll
listen,
go with that. We'll give you that. But we're not going to allow you to make two conversions. You could say,
Yeah.
I think evenings and mornings could be a day. Okay, that's fine.
it's not
Because guess what?
called.
A day does have an evening and a morning in it. So that's fine with us.
Okay, that's now. How many days make a week? How many days make a Shabua?
All right. We're not going to get into hypotheticals.
How many
And
days?
okay,
Listen,
hold on.
That's a
hold on,
totally
hold on,
different
hold on.
topic.
no,
Stick to the verse itself. The verse
listen,
itself uses evenings and mornings.
So
The
listen,
way you're exegeting the verse, you're getting 839,500 evenings and mornings. Are you not?
listen.
You're not trying
What?
to go past and answer the question because it condemns your bad
It
math.
doesn't, because it
Okay.
condemns
So if it
your
is
bad
2,300 years,
interpretation of the
okay, if it is
scripture.
2,300 years, how many evenings and mornings is that?
Bro, listen,
Is
it
it
doesn't.
839,500? Do you want to get your calculator and figure that out or not? If it is 2,300 years, like you are trying to argue, then you get 839,500 on a 365-day calendar. Oh, we can argue about that too if you guys want. I don't care. But the point of the matter is that is what you're trying to tell us is the correct amount of time in verse 814. But the author says 2,300 evenings and mornings. So you're literally over 830,000 off, sir.
What does God call a evening and a morning?
Guy, I don't know if you're like glitching like a DVD or something.
Bro,
We already answered that question.
This
An evening
is
and a morning is a
total
day.
dissonance. Listen, what does God say constituted a day in Genesis?
An evening and a morning is a day.
When Daniel says evening and morning, 2,300 of them, evening and morning constitute what?
At the most, it would be 2,300 days.
Come on, bro. I don't know how simple I got it. I don't know if I got it. I speak it in Hebrew for you. I speak
No,
it in
you're trying to you're missing the point. The
I'm not missing
actual
the point.
Hebrew
It's just part
uses
of
evenings and
understanding.
mornings, and they use 200,
What does God
2,300 evenings
call?
and mornings.
What
You
does
want it
God?
to be 839,500 of those evenings and mornings.
What does God call a evening and a morning? Not even me. What does God call it in Genesis?
Yeah, calls it a day. We've said that.
You said it 1,000 times.
So there are 2,300 evenings and mornings. It's a day.
Sure.
Not so?
Right, an evening and morning. So we're going to see an evening and morning 2,300 times. Okay, got it.
I don't know. Listen, I ask you. Ask me show a time reference in terms of it.
Now he wants to change the question again because we asked.
It's not change the question.
Yes, it is. Daniel 9:24 is a different question.
Listen, what was the question you asked me?
Okay, my original question was,
what? No.
Show me a time when it was converted from one time to another to another.
What was the question?
Yeah, but he wants to try to answer that one because then he can try to waste our time with the weeks. But it's really sevens, so the Hebrew being versatile with sevens is not a hard concept for anybody to grasp.
I don't even know how you can start the prophecy in 457 BC when right here you're reading verse 3 of Daniel 8, and it says that this ram is going to conquer this goat. Well, verse 8, verse 5 and Daniel 8. Verse 5, it says, suddenly a goat was prominent with a horn, came out of the west. And we all know, we read down at the bottom, verses 20 through 25. This is the king of Greece going against the king of Media Persia. The goat conquers Media Persia. So that's Alexander the Great from Greece conquering Media Persia. And he conquered. When does he do that? In 334 BC. So that means this prophecy, whenever it takes place, it's got to take place after 334 BC because it says it's talking about 2,300 evenings and mornings. Well, if this part up here happened at 334 BC, then this part down here has to take place after 334 BC. So even if you want to say this is years, let's say this is years. Okay, it's years, but it's happening after 334 BC.
It's definitely not years, so we should never heed him.
Well, no, let's go ahead and give you years. I'll give you years. This happens after 334 BC. Show me where your prophecy can't come true because it's happening after 334 BC.
Bro, what does Daniel 9:25 say?
Daniel 9:25 is not part of Daniel 8. We're talking about Daniel 8. Daniel 8 says, and I was contemplating all of this, and suddenly a goat with a prominent horn between his eyes came out of the west, crossing the surface of the entire earth without touching the ground. He came towards the two-horned ram I had seen standing beside the canal, Russia. We know this is Greece conquering Media Persia. That happened in 334 BC. So now when we keep reading it, this prophecy, when it's talking about this little horn, all this stuff happens after this. It happens after. So now when this horn that you even said was Rome,
Bro, listen,
Rome was not conquering or doing anything back in 330. It was not doing this in 334. Rome later starts coming up and starts trampling everything. Not way back there. No, that's way back there. When does that happen? When does Rome? You say this little horn's Rome. When does Rome start doing this? Because it didn't happen in 437 BC.
Listen, your 23 or your 1150 evening and mornings does not fit into your time frame. You don't even know when it starts. You don't even know when it ends.
I do know about when it starts. We don't have perfect history. I said it starts after June 22nd because it takes probably 2 months for Antiochus Epiphanes to move his army from June 22nd. No, but I showed it. But you can't. But it's not like, hold on. No, you're missing the point. Listen to this real quick. If it's one thing, if let's say that event where Antiochus meets the Roman envoy, let's say that happened in November. Then you could be like, Chris, hold on. Listen to my argument for a second. If this happened in November of that year, listen for a second. If this happened in November of that year,
go ahead.
Then you could say, Chris, shut up! Shut up for a minute. Shut up, man.
Dude, no, you're the fact that it does not up.
So mad, dude. Dude, just shut up for a second. I'll put you on mute. Now listen carefully. Get this straight. If this, my point was of the whole argument, it happened in June 22nd. Now, if it happened in November 22nd, you could be like, Chris, that's ridiculous. It happened in November 22nd, and you expect him to move this big army across all this land, and he's going to get there in 10 days or something? That's crazy. You're stupid. That would be good. Yes. See, now, since we know this happened on June 22nd, we know you can move a big army like that in 2 or 3 months. So what I'm saying is what I'm saying is actually possible. We cannot pinpoint the exact day he arrived. No historian has ever wrote about that. We know it got attacked. Or do you want to deny that Jerusalem got even attacked? Oh, no, it never happened. Jerusalem didn't get attacked. Oh, because we don't have an exact date, so now it didn't happen. No, we know it happened even without an exact date, right? You know, every historian knows we got artifacts, everything. We know even without an exact date, Jerusalem we don't know what day. So just because we don't know what day, but we know it definitely, like this, you can move an army from June 22nd over to here and have it be there. Like, so that's possible. So regardless of if I have it, it's one thing if you go, Chris, that army couldn't have got there until December 25th. And that means it's too late. It couldn't even possibly happen the way you think it happened because the army would have got there too late. If we could make an argument like that, that's fine. But there's no record of any kind of history to say that couldn't happen. It's reasonable. And it's reasonable that as soon as he leaves there, he's mad. And as he's going across all this land, dealing with all these elements and everything, the heat, and he's thinking about the Jews and the Hellenization and being humiliated by the Roman army, that by the time he gets there after 2 months, he's just mad and he wants to take it out on someone. And so it's quite reasonable that he does do this, just like the Bible looks like it says in Daniel 11, verse 29. And so all this looks reasonable. So that's all I'm saying. Now, you heard my argument. Now I'll shut up.
Listen, all of that what you said there, that's subjective.
That's fine.
But
you can't say you can't say my argument's untrue, right? You can't say no, it never happened. It's unreasonable. It's a reasonable argument.
I'm not saying that the historical facts of what you're saying aren't true about forgot the guy's name, Hippificus, whatever his name is. I'm not saying that those things didn't happen. What I'm saying is that your 2300 days does not fit exactly, because if you want to be specific and get down to the details, all I'm saying is that the time frame does not fit.
No, it
Okay,
fits. No,
okay,
it
hold
fits.
on, hold
I
on.
just can't prove the exact day that Antiochus got there. It fits, though. You can't say it doesn't fit. It fits. The only problem you want is you want me to give an exact day he entered the temple, and no one has recorded that. But what I'm saying is, going by all the sources, it's reasonable that he could have existed. He could have entered the temple around then.
Right. So all I'm saying is, all of what you're saying is coulda, could have, possibly, da da da. And I'm saying, listen, when we began, and I told you, I said, listen, all I'm looking at is marker periods. You put the 2300 days in the time of Rome, correct?
Right, because according to this prophecy, it has to happen after 34 BC, 334 BC, because Alexander doesn't even conquer Media Persia until after 334.
And
So now we're
I
looking for
told
this
you,
prophecy to be fulfilled after 334 BC.
So here's what I told you. I said, when we read Matthew chapter 24, what does Christ say about that prophecy of Daniel?
It says it's going to be built when the going forth of the decree to restore and rebuild Jerusalem.
No.
You said,
Talks
didn't you say
about
924?
no, it's Matthew chapter 24, and I think
Matthew chapter 12. Yeah, that whole thing. I already understand that he's talking about the destruction of the Jerusalem temple.
right.
Yeah,
So,
I don't argue.
And did he not reference Daniel?
Yeah, that is a reference to Daniel. That's exactly the fulfilling of the prophecy of Daniel 9. Yeah.
Right. So here's the point. Does the desecration happen before or after? If Christ is quoting Daniel, that it's supposed to happen after.
Doesn't happen. What are you saying? Verse 8:13
So
supposed
listen,
to happen after?
So if it is the prophetic days of the cleansing of the sanctuary, the desolation of that, here's what Christ says, Matthew chapter 24, and I read for you verses 15 to 20. And it says, when ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet stand in the holy place, whoso readeth, let him understand. So if it is, you put in that this prophetic period before Christ is still saying this is yet to happen. And then he goes on to say, then let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains. Let them which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house. Verse Daniel 24:18. Neither let him which is in the field return to take his clothes. And woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. But pray ye your flight be not in winter, neither on the Sabbath day. So Christ is quoting Daniel about the desolation and about the abomination of the temple to come. So tell me if Christ is wrong.
Yeah, but he's quoting Daniel 9:24 to 27, not Daniel 8:13 and 14.
Yeah.
He's quoting Daniel 9. He's not quoting
You
Daniel
said
8:13 and
you said
14.
Hypias, forgot the Roman. He was the one who desolated the temple and da 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 da.
You're quoting Daniel 9:26 and 27. You're not quoting Daniel 8:13 and 14. Why are you using that for your 2300 prophecy? It has nothing to do with that prophecy.
Plus, you're also like, you keep complaining.
What is the
about
desolation? What
2300.
is the abomination of desolation?
It doesn't matter. You tell us, what is the abomination of desolation? You think all these things matter?
Just now, when the Roman king, you said, desecrated the temple, what did you call it?
No, you're talking about Antiochus Epiphanes. Yeah,
Right. Epiphany. Sorry.
That's him trampling the sanctuary underfoot. That's not him doing Daniel 9. Two different things.
But in Daniel, the whole thing is you keep telling me my 2300 doesn't fit, but your 2300 definitely doesn't fit because you say it starts in 457 BC. But when we're reading the text of Daniel 8, it's telling us that Alexander the Great conquers Media Persia. That happens in 334 BC. So how can you start? So no time date that you set can start until after Alexander the Great conquers Media Persia. That's 334 BC. So where's your timeline? How do you get this when it says Alexander the Great does all this first before anything else happens? And that verse in 8:14, it's talking about this 2300 evenings and mornings, referring to the little horn in Daniel 9.
You said Daniel 23 unto 2300 days, then shall the sanctuary be cleansed. You said that cleansing of the sanctuary, right, happens in Titus Epiphanes' time before.
Yes.
Right? That's 1150 Jewish days on the calendar, correct?
Sure. What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Right. And you said that it's the desecration. What did you call it? It's
not Daniel 9. It's Daniel 8. Don't try to make it.
He said Titus Epiphanes with a pig sacrifice, and he desecrated.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's trampling the sanctuary.
And he said that he had ceased the sacrifices to happen.
Yeah, that's Daniel 8. Yes.
Right. So did they have sacrifices after that time?
Yes, because it says the sanctuary will be restored. It says that means the sanctuary gets restored. They're able to start up everything again. It doesn't say it got destroyed and never ever able to do it again. Also the problem you're doing, because you're telling me this is like the earthly sanctuary, and then at some point you're telling me part of this is the heavenly sanctuary because you said it has to do with Rome.
Chris, this is what he's doing.
So listen,
he's saying God told Daniel that the heavenly sanctuary is going to get trampled underfoot for 2,300 years. That's what he's saying God told Daniel. So, sir, how is the heavenly sanctuary trampled underfoot?
I never said
that. And how is it talking about the heavenly sanctuary in Daniel 8?
Yeah, read 13 through 12. I mean 9 through 12.
How is it talking about the heavenly sanctuary?
Don't go to Daniel 9 and all this other. Explain to us Daniel 8, 9 through 12.
Yeah, tell us how God told Daniel that the heavenly sanctuary, where God exists in, is going to get trampled underfoot for 2,300 years.
Listen to me.
Yeah, explain us.
So can you read Daniel 8:13?
No, it's right on the screen. I mean, you can read it. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I'm not looking at your screen.
Okay.
Right. So here's my point, right? We began by discussing 8:14 onto 2,300. You don't say days, evenings and morning, then shall the sanctuary be cleansed. My point is, when this has happened, you said this is during
Don't worry about what we said. We're worried about what you said now. Is this the heavenly sanctuary? And is this 2,300 years? That's what we're asking you. Don't worry about
I asked you all before up to now.
Yeah, we already answered. Now it's your turn to make it make sense. You're going to give us the clear understanding because you have the clear understanding. So to you, this is the heavenly sanctuary.
No, listen, is you guys making the arguments against the SDA?
Is this a heavenly sanctuary to you or not?
I asked you if it was. You didn't answer.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm not. I made an argument, and
it's not a heavenly.
You gotta explain how.
No, you're the one making the argument, right?
Look. This is when you know he has no answer because now he doesn't even want to give his position. Now let's talk about your guys' position again. It's your turn to present, sir. If this was a debate,
and then he wants to pick apart my position, but my whole thing
I already pick apart your position. Your numbers don't.
You're telling me this is the heavenly sanctuary and the earthly sanctuary. You keep going back and forth, but the text is not going back and forth. Yeah. It's very clear. This is either one sanctuary or the other. If you think it's the heavenly sanctuary, explain to us how this is a heavenly sanctuary.
Yeah,
if you think this is the earth sanctuary, tell us how it's the earth. But if you do see a transition where it's going from earth to heaven, explain to us without going everywhere else. explain to us from the text your thing. Now, later on, you want to clarify, but please just walk us through this verse and how you see it.
What is the transgression of desolation?
You shouldn't be asking a question. It is your turn to
Listen,
describe the verse.
what is the transgression of desolation?
Hold on.
It's your turn to answer. Go ahead.
To give both the sanctuary
Actually, it's the
and the
rebellion that
host.
causes desolation in Hebrew. In Hebrew, if you look at the wording, it's the rebellion that causes desolation, and it's referring to the Jews. So now you go.
You say it's referring to the Jews? Where
Yes,
does
because
say
it says a
referring to?
rebellion that causes desolation. What rebellion would that be that causes desolation? It's the Jewish rebellion. It's not. It's not the rebellion of Rome that causes desolation.
You said Titus Epiphanes was wicked.
Right.
And he
So
was the one.
Antiochus, it's not his rebellion. He's already Hellenized. He's already been. He is what he is. He's a Greek.
Right. You
It's
said,
talking about the Jews' rebellion.
bro, listen, you mixing up your stuff from since we started here.
No,
You
this
mix
is
up
not mixing
times,
up. I've said
you
this
mix up
100
dates.
times. The rebellion that causes desolation is the Jews. When I walked through this text earlier, I said the rebellion that causes desolation is speaking about the Jews, and it's causing desolations because what does it say? It says it's the sanctuary is being surrendered by God and the host to be trampled on by the Antiochus. Because when you read it, it says from one of these horns, a little horn emerged and grew extensively towards the south, towards the east, and towards the beautiful land. And as it grew high to the hosts of heaven, and it cast down some of the hosts and some of the stars, which was referring to the Jewish leaders, and trampled them. And
where does it say the host and the stars is the Jewish leaders? Where you
what
get
else
that
would it be?
interpretation?
Okay, what do you want to say it is?
I didn't say
Oh,
it
you
is.
think it's
You
literal
say-
stars and earth, right?
I didn't say that. I asked you to interpret it. Where does it say?
Chris, don't
that?
answer because he's not answering for us.
Look,
so
look.
trying to distract.
Besides that, I don't even want to focus on this part right now. I want to focus on the little horn and what he's doing. And it magnified itself even to the prince of the host, and because I want to answer your question about the rebellion, and it magnified itself even to the prince of the host. So it's talking about the little horn magnifying itself to the prince of hosts, and it removed his daily sacrifice and overthrew his place of sanctuary. And in the rebellion, so now it's talking about in the rebellion of the Jews, the host and the daily were given over to it. So God's given because the Jews are Hellenizing. The Jews are Hellenizing. So God's given them over to the rebellion. We know the Jews were Hellenizing right around that time of 175 BC. They even have it documented. They said it even started as early as when Alexander conquered Greece, and then they started. This is when they had their Septuagint translated into Greek and all this, and they started being more and more friendly with the Greeks, started integrating with the Greeks more, and then they started absorbing their culture, and then they started to kind of go that way. And then we know that Antiochus Epiphanes was also taken, and he was in league with some of the Jewish leaders, right? So some of the Jewish priests, they had Greek names, they had Greek educations, and now they were starting to corrupt the temple sacrifices and make it more Hellenized. And the whole Jewish culture was starting to become more and more Hellenized. And so God views that as in that rebellion, the host and the daily sacrifice were given over to that horn. So just in this time period, this all makes sense when you think Alexander the Great was a Greek, right? Alexander the Great was a
Macedonian.
But we also call those kingdoms.
That's semantics, man. He was a Greek,
right? But we call those kingdoms the Hellenized kingdoms, like the Hellenized kingdoms. That's what everyone refers to them, the Hellenistic kingdom, right? So we know, and so now we know, and we know there was this thing going on where you can read it even in secular texts that the Jews were starting to Hellenize and be influenced by the Greeks. So now it stands to reason that this prophecy, which says it's going to start when Alexander starts to conquer Media Persia. So we know that's 334 BC. We know the kingdoms get divided. Now a horn comes up. So now this kind of falls right into timeline of the Hellenization of the Jews, when the Jews are becoming their most Hellenized right around 175 BC. And now it kind of makes sense that, this leader emerges all of a sudden, this Antiochus Epiphanes. And now he's starting to do all this. And now, he's persecuting the Jews. It just makes sense to think that the Jews look like they're in rebellion, and it looks like the host and the daily sacrifice are given over to it because he goes and makes a temple, an altar to Zeus right in that time period. And so this looks like it fits. I don't have a problem. But when you're going from Rome to the heavenly sanctuary, earthly sanctuary, I don't think you can make such a cohesive argument that's even understandable. And that's what we keep asking you to do. Explain verse 9 through 12, just the way I just explained my view.
Who is the prince of the host?
He starts off by asking a question. He doesn't understand. It's his turn to explain.
And by
No,
him,
just
the
tell us,
daily
just tell us your
sacrifices was
view.
taken away. Who is your prince of the host? I'm asking you to
Do you
explain.
think you'll never have to answer your side if you just ask questions forever? Is that the tactic you're resorting to at this point?
I tell you this, that's why you guys started this video off by criticizing me, saying I'm attacking you guys. And here I go, I let you on, and you can't even tell us your view.
He doesn't want to answer because it sounds terrible. Chris, it sounds terrible to say that God's heavenly sanctuary is getting trampled underfoot for 2,300 years. So if I believe that, I wouldn't want to say it out loud either.
Yeah, so this conversation, remember, before you went into Hebrews, this conversation started off me asking you, how does the heavenly sanctuary get trampled?
How does God's heavenly sanctuary get trampled, sir?
This is not how the conversation
for 2,300 years.
I remember how it started.
Hebrews.
I said the sanctuary, when's it going to be restored? Because right now it's not being restored. It's getting dirtier and dirtier because you Seventh-day Adventists say the sins of the people are being transferred through the blood of Jesus into the heavenly sanctuary. But guess what? People haven't stopped sinning since 1844. People are still sinning. So that must mean the sins are still getting transferred into heaven, right? So, and remember, that's the original question I asked.
Listen, you keep not remembering even what we spoke about. I can remember and articulate that we started off in Hebrews chapter 9 about the service of Christ in the sanctuary, in the heavenly sanctuary, and the services that were in the earthly. And then we jumped to Daniel. So
okay, but before that,
so you keep making errors. Whole time just making errors.
No, I'm gonna mute you for a second. No, the conversation, if you play it back, you come on here. The first thing I say to you is I said it will take 2,300 evening mornings and the sanctuary will be properly restored. Some versions say justified, some say cleansed, right? They interpret that Hebrew word differently on the end of Daniel 8:14. What I asked you is, if Jesus, according to the Seventh-day Adventists, sins are being transferred through his blood into the heavenly sanctuary, and I know that you guys teach that at some point the sins then get transferred onto Satan, and Satan's cast into hell, and that's how the sanctuary is restored, right? What I'm asking you is, how is it that the sanctuary is cleansed if it's still dirty because it's still got sin in it? When did the sin get taken out and put on Satan? But you guys say no, it didn't get put on Satan, right? I mean, follow me, because you guys sound like you're all over the place. So what I'm asking is, the verse says it will be properly restored, but if it's still defiled, it's not restored. Okay, so if it's still defiled, it's not restored. That means sin's still there. But if you go, no, it was restored. Okay, if it was restored, then are you saying the sins were put on Satan and then Satan was cast into hell? And then go, no, that hasn't happened yet. Well, if that hasn't happened yet, then how is it restored? Because the sins are still there. And now I know since 1844, this was the original question. I said, how has sin stopped since 1844? Because the sanctuary should still be getting even dirtier because people are still sinning, so it's still being added to the sanctuary. So now it's doing the exact opposite of being restored. It's getting dirtier. So now that's the question I started out with. Now, if you want to answer that, but what you did was you went to Hebrews 9 and started talking. So now I'll unmute you and you can answer.
Listen to me. You keep forgetting. So this is the passage of scripture that I began with, and you agreed to everything that I said, and I pointed out this: how much more shall the blood of Christ, who through the eternal Spirit offered himself without spot to God, purge your conscience from dead works to serve the living God. And for this cause he is the mediator of the New Testament, the New Covenant, that by means of death for the redemption of the transgression that was under the first testament, they which are called might receive the promise of eternal inheritance. So you asked me, and I asked you, I said, did you sin yesterday? You said, mm-hmm. I said, did we sin today? I said, would you sin tomorrow if you're alive? I said, does Christ's blood that he shed for you, will it atone? Will it cover the record of your sins?
Yeah, that's why I don't think the sanctuary is dirty at all. I never said. You guys are the ones who make the claim that the sins are being put into the heavenly sanctuary, which means
you asked me,
people are still sinning, so it's still getting dirty, right? Or are you saying there's no sins in the heavenly sanctuary? What are you saying?
Asked me, remember, and then
okay, the Christ takes away all of our sins, so now the sins can't be going to heaven. Okay, so now how did it ever get dirty then?
So then remember when you asked me about the two books, right? And then we didn't even get to that text, right?
I just want to know how the sanctuary got dirty and when did it get cleansed and how did it get cleansed? When did it get cleansed? It can't because it's still getting dirty from sin because there's still sin going on. Or did it already get placed on Satan? Because I thought you guys said that's when the sin gets transferred, is when it's placed on Satan. So that means it's not cleansed yet. I want you to explain that to me because I'm trying to understand.
Right. Did Hebrews say that Christ had to die every day?
No, it just said once.
Right.
And it also says when it's sprinkled into the sin's gone. So anything the blood touches, it's gone. So it can't transfer sin into the sanctuary.
How many times did Christ die for us?
Once. But it can't get transferred into the sanctuary. You gotta show me the text where it gets transferred into the sanctuary. No, stop asking these questions that don't mean nothing. How did the sins get into the sanctuary? How did the sanctuary get defiled? And when did it get undefiled? And how did it get undefiled? Just walk me through that.
So
don't ask me questions. Just tell me.
So let's read this because this was the part that we didn't even get to, right? Revelation chapter 20, verse 12. It says what? And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God, and the books were open, and another book was open, which is the book of life. And the dead would judge out of those things which were written in the books according to their works. And the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up to the dead which were in them, and they would judge every man according to their works. And death and hell was cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. When does this happen? How do we arrive at that God will have to do this judgment, right? Before, because it says that one is a book of life, so those that are resurrected unto life, their case would have already been adjudicated, but those that were dead, and after, I don't want to go into the 1,000 year, but if you read the 20, you can get the rest of that up there. But my question is, when does this happen? How does God judge and make this judgment, right, of the unrighteous in the second?
You did not answer my question.
Yeah,
no,
totally
I'm not answering your question. One more time. I'm going to walk this.
Listen, here's the question you asked me.
Right. Answer that question.
Answer Daniel 8:13. Is it
no. I want my question answered. I want my question about how is the sanctuary restored? How did it get dirty? Yeah. How did it get defiled? And how is it properly restored? Because it's supposed to be restored after in 1844. It says it will be properly restored. If you say the 2300 means
that's not
457 to 1844, it's got to be restored. And when was it restored? In 1844. And how was it restored? Explain that to me.
Listen to me. This is what we said in our earlier discussion. We said that your sins are recorded in heaven in a book. Correct?
Fine. Yeah, I never dis. I don't
Good.
disagree with that.
Good. Right. And I said, to cover your sinful record, it is the blood of Jesus that blots out your record in heaven when you accept his redemption. That's what we said before. You agreed. We said yes. And then I told you that when you say, if you sinned yesterday, today, and tomorrow, that same blood, we have the assurance that our sins would be covered by his blood, that he does not have to die every year like in the earthly, because he died once and he went before. Now, the question is how it is you're trying to align the process of the sanctuary being cleansed. And I said the sanctuary being cleansed in this process is the death of Jesus, right? And we agreed that his death on the cross, the shedding of the blood for the remission of sin, as we read in Hebrews chapter 9, that is where the cleansing comes in, because now we have a propitiation, forgive me for the pronunciation, or a mediator, right, who covers our sin, because the
Oh, I got it. So
record is in
2300,
heaven.
it was cleansed in 31 AD. I got it. So this actually happened 2300. This 2300 starts before 31 AD,
So listen
right?
to me. Here's what I said. You keep bringing up, as you keep misinterpreting and bringing up stuff that you saying the SDA say. Listen to what I said. I
Okay.
said when Christ died and he shed his blood, right?
Right.
That he is the ransom, he is the redemption for our sin when he died on the cross. Not so? My second point was, right? And this is the point that we didn't get to. You said you didn't want to bring it up. And I talked about our records, meaning that all of our records are recorded in heaven in books. You said yes. I said those those that die, those that will be cast into hell, there is a record of them and why. But those that are resurrected unto life, their case will already be adjudicated, because the point that I came up on was that you were mixing up investigative judgment and something else with the SDA theology. And I said, what you're talking about is investigative judgment, meaning there must become a time when God will start reviewing these books and say, okay, those who have died before, right? I will adjudicate them and I will pronounce them as righteous, right? Or unrighteous, as the case would be. And I told you that we had to go to Daniel and to Revelation verse 20, which will talk to us about the end of the wicked. But in order for the righteous to be righteous, somebody has to adjudicate and review the books that are in heaven. And this is what we read here, right? There and the books were opened, and another book was opened, which is the book of life, and the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books according to their works. So I am saying, when does this happen? When does this start? Does the Bible give us any indication when the books of those that have already died before Christ's second coming would be reviewed?
And what is your answer?
And this is why I came to Revelation 20. We can
No,
go back to Revelation
no,
4.
we're in Revelation 20. You just said,
Oh
does the
gosh, dude, I'm
Bible
not
give me an
ready.
indication on when this occurs? So what is your answer? Is
Right.
it Daniel 8:13 or not?
If it's Daniel
Or in
8:13,
8:14? Is it Daniel 8:14 or not?
here's what I'm gonna say, right? And as I told your friend earlier on, I was not gonna be hanging on the dates. What I was hanging is on the events that transpired. And I told them that because I said, listen, did the Messiah come within the prophetic period, because in Daniel chapter 9, right, is a prophetic time frame that is within a time, right? So if we use the 70 weeks, the 70 weeks is also a part of another time frame. So my point being, in the book of Daniel 9, 24, 25, and 26, there is a prophetic time of a Messiah coming. Did Christ come as the Messiah? Yes. Did Christ predict now the destruction of the temple based on passages of Daniel? Yes. When Christ died, did he go up to heaven and offer and go into the and perform service in the temple with his blood? Yes. And
Okay,
that
so
is
did he
what.
go into the most holy place at that time?
At what time?
When you just said when he went up and to perform the services, did he go into the
Right.
most
And
holy?
and we read, and let's go back. Let's go
I'm
back to
just
the book.
asking you a question.
No.
There's no.
I no. Listen, we
It's a
going
yes or
back.
no. It's a yes
No,
or
no,
no.
no,
Did
no,
he
no.
go into the most holy place?
Listen to me. We go
Yeah.
with scripture.
Yeah.
All of
Then read Hebrews 6:19 and 20. Then
let's
go to
let's
Hebrews 6:19 and 20. Then
no problem. We can
he
go to
reads,
we come
and then
back. We come back.
We'll go to Hebrews 10:12 too.
Okay, but let's go back in. I read something before, and then we go to yours, and then we come back to it. Is that okay?
Hey man,
You know
you're
what?
just
I'm
verses.
getting real tired here, man. Dude, like I can answer
Yeah.
a question. I can figure
Yeah.
out how to wrap up an answer to a question in 5 minutes. All I asked you was, how was the
Bro.
sanctuary properly restored after in 1844?
So
How was it
listen. Here's
defiled?
what it
How was it
says.
restored? Because
9.
by your own theology, you say the sins have to be placed on Satan. So on Satan. So that means the sins must still be there, right? Yes or no? Are the sins still in heaven until they're placed on?
So
Are they still in the
listen.
sanctuary until they're placed on Satan? Yes or no? Just give me a yes or no on that.
What does Daniel? I don't say
No,
what
no, no. You're not going to ask me a question, or
9:14.
else I will boot you. Answer me this
9:14.
question:
How much more shall
Are the
the blood?
sins still in the sanctuary? Because I'm trying to understand how the sanctuary is still, if the sanctuary is still defiled or not. So when do the
Listen
sins
to me.
leave the sanctuary? When do the sins leave the sanctuary? Just answer me that.
Listen, I told you before, when Christ died and his blood was offered, that is when the sins of every sinner can be covered by his blood.
We already know
Is
that.
the record, listen, is the record of your sin in heaven, in the sanctuary, in the books?
But it hasn't. Okay, even if
Is
it
the
is,
record,
no,
I
right?
just
Okay,
told you.
no, I don't know where it is. It just says the books. I didn't see where it says it's in a sanctuary in heaven. So
Chris.
these verses never point out. But let's say it is in a sanctuary in heaven. Okay, let's just go with your theology for
I
a
said
second.
it just now, and then you want me.
It really is sitting there. It really is sitting there. Let's say it is. But these books are still there, so it's not really taken out. So what do you mean? Because it sounds like the books are still getting full and full of sin and sin and sin. So what does it
Did
mean
you sin
to even be
yesterday?
restored if it's still sitting there?
Listen, did you sin yesterday? Did I sin yesterday?
Dude, I swear I'm about ready to boot you because you will not answer. You keep
Bro,
dodging.
I
When did
answered
the
your
sanctuary
question.
get defiled? How did it get defiled? Because it's saying it's being restored. What does it mean when it says it's unrestored? Can you answer that? What does it mean when it's unrestored?
Bro, listen, I told you Christ's blood is what cleanses the record of sin in heaven.
We
Did I not
already
say
know
that?
that. We all agree with that.
So I don't know what I answered your question. What else
No,
you
you
want to?
didn't, because that does not mean anything for this prophecy, because that
How you
means
mean it
we don't.
doesn't mean anything? You asked me, when shall the sanctuary be
But okay,
cleansed? And if it-
okay. Then in 31 AD, it was cleansed, so you're wrong. Okay, bye. You're wrong. It was 31 AD, right? 31 AD, he cleansed it because it was through his blood. We all agree with that, right? You agree with that, so you agree Ellen White's wrong. This whole thing is wrong, right? Now, if that's not it, if his blood didn't do that, then what do you mean by this? Because I keep asking you, what does it mean by being restored? And then you'll be like, well, the blood of Christ cleanses sins,
So,
and you agree with that, right? And
so
I
let
go,
me
yes.
answer the second part.
So I guess
Let
it
me,
happened in 31 AD, not in
let me
1844. And
let
then
me
you go
answer the
back to
second part.
this.
Hebrews 9:24. For Christ is not entered into the holy places made with hands, which are the figure of the things of the true, but into heaven itself, and now to appear in the presence of God for us. Where is God sitting? If he's appearing before God, Where is he appearing? Is God where is God's throne?
I want to know what it meant when the
answered your
sanctuary
question
gets
as a
defiled
Christian.
and when did it get
Chris, share
cleansed?
Chris,
When
share
did the
my
sanctuary
screen.
get cleansed?
Chris,
Because it
share
says
my
it will be
screen.
cleansed, not
Chris.
starting to be cleansed, not starting to be reviewed. No. Because if Jesus is just looking at a mess in the sanctuary, that's not cleansing the sanctuary. That's not restoring. It says restored. That means it's a finished work in this verse. So, and it's for me that I'm saying Antiochus Epiphanes was done defiling sanctuary. But you're saying no.
Let me share my screen because he won't show the verses.
Sure, you pull up anything you want. I'm going to walk out of here before I blow up. I'll just let you run my show.
No, don't leave. Just let me share it because he's not going to show the verses. I want to show.
9:22 and almost all things by
let me
the
share
law.
my screen.
Where's your screen at? Oh, I see it, Ryan. Sorry, man. Like I didn't know StreamYard did did this. Sorry, man.
Here you go, sir. Hebrews 10:12. But when Christ had offered for all time a single sacrifice for sins, he sat down at the right hand of God, waiting from that time until his enemies should be made a footstool for his feet. Did Christ go into the most holy place in the time when this is written?
Could you go back to? Could we go to Daniel 9? I give you the answer in Daniel 9.
Daniel 9.
Sorry, Hebrews 9.
We were just in Daniel's 9. We just went there.
I told you, for Christ, verse 24, for Christ is not entered into the holy places made with hands, which are a figure of the true, but in heaven itself, now to appear in the presence of God for us.
Okay, so holy places, that includes the most holy place and the outer part, correct? It's a plural word, places, correct?
Right, it's places, no problem.
So I'm asking you, did he go into the most holy place? Because you're not answering it, even though Hebrews 10:12 is showing you the answer. It says
holy places,
right. A single sacrifice.
Yeah, but I'm not concerned whether you're thinking if it's in the holy or the most holy place. My point is,
I'm concerned with that because it's a fundamental doctrine to say that Christ went into the most holy place to offer this sacrifice, because every year the earthly priest went into the most holy place on earth. So to say that Christ is a shadow, all these things are a shadow of Christ. It's kind of important to acknowledge that our Messiah, our high priest, went into the most holy place, sir. So that's the only reason I'm asking you, when did that happen? Did it happen by the time the book of Hebrews was written?
Listen, when did the priests of the Jews go in on the Day of Atonement?
Okay, let me just show you the verses.
Wait. Why was there a separate?
You might have never read these verses before.
Why was there a separate compartment?
Maybe I'll read the verses. You might have
listen to me.
Them. Here they are: Hebrews 6:19 and 20. We have this as a sure and steadfast anchor of the soul, a hope that enters into the inner place behind the curtain, where Jesus has gone as a forerunner on our behalf, having become a high priest forever after the order of Melchizedek. Now, when it says he enters into the inner place behind the curtain and he's gone there as a forerunner, do you understand that means he went into the most holy place?
It doesn't matter.
He won't say yes. He doesn't want to say Jesus went into the most holy place. Isn't that an amazing doctrine SDAs have?
No, listen to me.
It hurts him. It hurts him to acknowledge what this verse is literally saying verbatim, that Jesus has gone there as a forerunner. He can't even read the verse.
What does
verbatim telling him the answer to the question. It's not even a question because the verse says it. But I just want you to acknowledge it, and you're like, doesn't matter?
Bro, listen.
Your high priest not going into the most holy place doesn't matter?
Why was there a curtain in the earthly sanctuary?
To separate them. That's the entire point.
And what was behind? That's not what was behind that curtain. Because I read it earlier.
The most holy place.
No, that's a
the manna, the showbread. We understand. There's lamps. We understand all the things. And that's what you're looking for.
What did that represent? What was the ark? What does the ark of the covenant represents?
why are you asking these questions when all I asked you is,
No,
did
because
Jesus
listen,
go into the most holy
so,
place
so
or not?
listen, this is what the
What does
text
this
says.
have to do with your answer to did Jesus go into the most holy place or not?
Let me finish, right?
Like, what kind of shoes are you wearing right now? It doesn't have anything to do with if Jesus went into the most holy place. I mean, just answer the question.
Are you gonna let me answer it, or are you gonna talk? So I asked you and you didn't answer, so let me tell you, right?
I didn't answer?
Let me finish, right? So behind the curtain, right, which barred them from seeing the Ark of the Testament, which had the Ark of the Covenant, which had the shewbread, the laws, and the covering cherub, and the Shekinah glory, that veil that was before there, they couldn't go into that section, right? Only once, right, were they allowed to go in to minister before there, meaning once a year, to remove the sins that they had compiled in the sanctuary. God told them, go on one this day, the high priest would make a sacrifice for himself and also for the people. They would transfer the sins out from the sanctuary onto the scapegoat. One would be one goat is a one lamb is a sacrifice, one goat is a sacrifice, the other is a scapegoat. He would put his hands on it, and then a strong man will lead that scapegoat out into the wilderness, right? Now here's what you're trying to infer, and I don't have a problem with that. But what I'm zeroing
I'm
in on,
inferring
let me
something.
finish. What I'm inferring is that Hebrews chapter 9, verse 24 says, For Christ is not entered into the holy places made with hands. So we know he's in heaven, which are a figure of the true, meaning that the earthly is a figure of the true, but into heaven itself, now to appear in the presence of God for us. So his ministry is before the Father. I am not hung up on whether it's the holy or the most holy, because that designation was only made on the earthly one because of the glory, the Shekinah glory, and the Ark of the Covenant that was behind that curtain. So God separated them from entering that particular area. So that is what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that Christ is officiating before the Father on behalf of us. I am not zeroing in on whether it's holy or most holy. The earthly sanctuary had that compartment. You understand?
The earthly sanctuary was made in the image of the heavenly sanctuary to the most specific detail. God
Right.
made sure of that. He made sure that Moses was doing everything in the shadow of the heavenly. So for you to act like, well, it doesn't matter. No, it does matter. It's completely relevant. So look at this again, because I'm showing you more verses in Hebrews 10. Therefore, brothers, since we have confidence to
So
enter
what's the difference between holy and holiest?
the most holy place you've already just specified had different practices by the priests, and it was the only place where they could go on the Day of Atonement to make atonement for the sins.
Right.
It had specific function.
Does Christ make atonement for us?
Yes.
Right. And where does he make that atonement? In heaven. Before whom?
He went in the most holy place before
No.
God the
Before.
Father.
No, I'm not asking about the compartment. I'm asking before whom does he make it? The Father, right? We can agree on that.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
So I'm just pointing out it's a type. So it wasn't exactly as is. It was a type, meaning even the processes. Because in Hebrews it says all of these things, right, could not save them. It says, but in the second compartment, when the priest alone, once not without blood, which offered for himself and for the errors of the people, the Holy Ghost, this signifying that the way into the holiest of all was yet not made manifest, while the first tabernacle was standing.
You're missing the entire point, that after Christ does this once for all time and sits down at the right hand of the Father, that means he went into the most holy place to make propitiation for the sins, and
I'm gonna give you that. I'm not arguing that. That's what I'm saying.
So why when I asked you, did he do it? Do you say I don't care. I don't want to harp on it.
Because what I'm saying is
SDA thing. No, I'll tell you what. Listen, I'll answer for you because you don't want to answer. The reason you don't want to say that is because SDA don't say Christ went into the most holy place until 1844. So the fact that Hebrews is written way before 1844 would kind of butcher your investigative judgment doctrine. So you can't.
No, the investigative judgment has nothing. Wait. The investigative judgment have nothing to do with Christ's sanctuary and service, and that's why I keep telling your friend. You keep
actually
mixing
it does. Maybe you're not familiar with it.
Listen.
You can Google the investigative judgment.
No,
I can assure you it does.
Listen. Wait.
You're not familiar. Are you an SDA or not? Like
listen.
Like a part-time SDA? Like what are you?
Listen, the investigative judgment has to do with those who would be righteous and unrighteous, meaning God has to start some judgment, right? Judgment must begin at the house of Israel, right? He must have some pre-judgment to so pronounce that you, me, or anybody else, right, will be given eternal life. Not so. There must be some kind of judgment. Correct.
And you don't think God started that till 1844?
It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter to a Christian. To an SDA, it most certainly matters.
Yeah, but
investigative. Every other Christian doesn't have a doctrine called the investigative judgment.
Right. So listen to me.
So what you mix to SDA, not to me.
Right. So what I'm saying is that you're mixing up judgment.
I'm not mixing it up. You
wait. Let me finish.
Christ entering the most holy place is part of the investigative judgment, sir.
So listen to me. Christ ministering before the Father has to do with redemption. We are talking about judgment. They're two different things. Christ, just as you say, he entered once and he made the sacrifice. Here's the blood. That's the atonement for sin.
I mean, if you want to go on Wikipedia, I can do it that way.
It doesn't matter.
Daniel 8, 13, and 14, the exact verses we were disputing with you about the 2,300 days or 1150 days or 2,300 years. That's the exact doctrine that talks about when did Christ go into the most holy place. So I don't know if you're just not consistent with why you.
No. You keep misunderstanding.
Wikipedia must be misunderstanding, not me.
I don't care about Wikipedia.
Well, they're accurately representing every SDA that I've ever spoken with. So maybe you're just the.
Listen to me. I said, and let me repeat it again.
SDA? Do you call yourself an SDA or not?
Listen, the investigative judgment, does it have to do with a pre-judgment duty by Christ?
Oh wait, Chris left. I don't want to.
No. We
I don't want to keep wasting time.
So what I'm saying, does it must
hold on, Ryan. If you want to go on and talk to him, I want to walk away and see my family for a little bit. If you want to go,
how long are you going to go away for, Chris? Because I don't want to talk to him if you're not going to be here for very long.
Oh, dude, I actually just want to stop, dude, because I'm not getting any answers. It's the same thing. I asked a question 4 hours ago about how the sanctuary got dirty. No SDA answers it, and then when I get one on, I got them on for 4 hours and not answering it, not making any sense. When was it cleansed? When was it defiled? When was it cleansed? And I'm going on this whole conversation. It's like everything but that question getting answered.
Did I not tell you what the sanctuary being cleansed mean? Did I not tell you that?
No, we know what that means, but it doesn't fit with the 2,300 because you say it happens in 1844, right? So no. Even if I grant you that's how it gets cleansed and that's what it means, when did that happen in 1844? Because are the records done?
I told you.
It doesn't say God's going to start picking the records. That verse does not even apply that. There's nothing about Daniel 8:14, 8:13, 8:9, any verse in 8 whatever to imply that he's checking our records. Where is that in the text of Daniel 8 where he's checking our records? Where is that?
Listen to me. The cleansing of the sanctuary as Christ's duty, ministry in the heavenly temple had to do with his death on the cross.
Okay, so if it got cleansed then it was in 31 AD, and that means 1844, there's no cleansing. It was already cleansed, right?
So are you going to listen to me or not? So if we agree that that Christ's sacrifice on the cross, it has to do with his redemption work in the sanctuary before the Father, meaning that we have now the atonement for our sins, both for people who live before and for people who come after. There is an atonement for sin. The investigative judgment, as you pointed out, has to do when Christ will judge those who will be righteous and those who will be unrighteous.
Here, share my screen, Chris, because I don't know why I couldn't share it the way I was.
Okay. I don't know what judging has anything to do though with a sanctuary being defiled or dirty though.
Okay, when does Christ make, if let me just be hypothetical. Let's say
You mean
Christ
Jesus
comes,
is just now figuring this stuff out, or you mean he can't just instantly know what's in those books?
listen to me. If it
We're
is,
going to read like how slow of a reader is he?
listen, are you gonna listen or not?
Yeah, no, I do want you to honestly be reasonable about this response.
So I said the investigative judgment. Does God have to do an investigation before he pronounces judgment?
Yeah, but he can do that investigation in seconds, in nanoseconds if he wants. He
Yeah.
can read those books fast. Are you calling him stupid and slow? That it's I gotta read a book real long. No, it doesn't take him that long. God's God, right? He can do this in an instant, right? Or do you say he can't? Are you saying God's incapable of doing this in an instant?
Bro, did I say that, or are you trying to make some fallacy thing?
No, I'm asking you because that's what it makes it sound like he can't do this super fast. So why is he starting in 1844 and taking all this time now?
Okay, here it is too. Also, just
and why did he why did he decide to start doing this 1844? But then it doesn't even make sense because it's like it's not that the sanctuary is going to be restored, because being restored or being cleansed has nothing to do with reading a book and seeing the sins on it. You guys are saying it's dirt. Are you saying because sins are written down on a book that the sanctuary gets dirty because there's a record? A record does not make something dirty. You know, I can have a record of every crime someone did in my house and on this entire earth. My house is not dirty because I got a record of your crimes, right? So my house is not becoming defiled by murder and everything just because I wrote down you murdered.
That's not. Right? What was the purpose of the priest going into the sanctuary then? The earthly sanctuary? If it's all silliness, what's the purpose of the priest going on the Day of Atonement? Then you're saying all that they did was foolishness, right? What was the purpose of the priest doing all of that?
To cleanse the sins of the people once a year, right? To make atonement. That's what the Day of Atonement meant. But I thought Christ already made atonement on the cross back in 31 AD. And that's why the sacrificial system ended. But are you denying that?
Bro, listen,
are you denying that? Are you denying that or not? Did Christ not do this? Did Christ not make atonement on the cross in 31 AD? Because if he did, then this conversation's done, man, because that means this was already done back in 31 AD.
Listen to me.
You know what? This is what I mean when I say you guys are satanic, because you're denying the finished work of Christ.
Has nothing to do.
That's satanic. Do you understand that? That's satanic to say he did not atone, right? Because that's what the Day of Atonement even means. He atoned.
So when did Christ provide that atonement? Did I not say on the cross?
Okay, so if he provided the atonement,
I said that
how
like
is the sanctuary in heaven dirty? How is it defiled? Why does it need to be restored? Because just because it's written down in a book does not mean it suddenly.
Why is there a Day of Atonement?
Do you understand how dumb this sounds? Just because I write something down in a book, why would you say, oh, Chris's house needs to be restored? What? Just because I wrote down that you killed someone or you lied, my house needs to be restored just because I have that written down in a book? That does not defile. Information about you does.
What did the high priest do on the Day of Atonement? What was that? What was the high priest doing?
He was forgiving sins for the people.
Okay. And what did Christ do when he died?
Okay, but this is what Seventh-day Adventists believe, so I don't know if that's why you're like trying to distance yourself from it if you're not an Adventist, but you've been defending Daniel 8:13-14 as 2,300 years, and only Adventists do that because it points to the investigative judgment and the date that Christ went from the most holy place into the most holy place in their doctrine. To every other Christian, it happened way before that, at minimum by the time the book of Hebrews was written, but obviously before that because it happened in real time and then the book of Hebrews was written. So, I don't know why you're trying to make 2,300 years in Daniel 8, 13, and 14 if you're not an SDA, but they're the only people on earth that do it. No other Christian does do that. So
here's my point. When would God do the prejudgment of the saints? You tell me.
When will God do what?
The prejudgment. God has to make a judgment. If you're going to heaven tomorrow, right?
How do I know when God is going to judge every soul on earth? That is like the Bible doesn't tell us that, sir. The Bible doesn't give us the ins and outs of when God is going to judge every soul on earth. It's actually God's work. And when God wants to judge people, he does so. I think God has already judged people, unlike your doctrine states, but you're going to postpone it till the future, I guess, or it started in 1844. I don't know where you guys come up with this 1844, besides the fact that it was a failed Jesus coming to earth prophecy by certain members of the SDA, and then instead of admitting they were wrong.
No, come on, you're misconstruing.
Sir, again,
you're
you want me to show
misconstruing
you
the
what
truth.
the history of the Adventist Church was?
Yes, but listen to me. There were those are two different times of SD. Let's be real with the facts. I'm not here to defend them. No. What were the before the term or the church Seventh-day Adventists came into being? What was the name of the people before that?
I don't care.
They were called Millerites, not so?
So what?
And they were from Baptists. They were from different backgrounds. So why try to lie?
So I'm lying right here on the screen. In mid 1844, Miller stated, "I confess my error and acknowledge my disappointment, yet I still believe that the day of the Lord is near." So you just said that I was lying about the movement and the Adventists, and you just said, what are they called? Millerites. Look, There's a man named Miller on the screen admitting that he was wrong about Jesus coming to earth. So what are you talking about?
Is what you talking about?
It's right on the screen.
Reading.
So you can't make up stuff. You can't make it up.
You making up stuff.
No, I'm not. This is Wikipedia.
So listen,
I can go all over the internet and find the same information. This isn't like
show me where William Miller was an SDA. Tell me the year. Tell me the year the SDA church came as.
Listen, I don't research cults. I don't go out of my way to do
tell me
on every cult.
Well, that's my point. If you don't know something, shut your
mouth.
No,
I know enough about
crazy stuff.
What I just said is actually right on the screen in front of your face, and it's very truthful. So I do know some things. I'm just saying, you want me to know every detail and play Jeopardy? I'm not going to play Jeopardy on SDA Jeopardy.
I asked you, was William Miller a Seventh-day Adventist?
Apparently, to everyone that matters,
he's a key founder, though. He's a key person, because even Ellen White says he's very key to everything.
When was the name Seventh-day Adventist penned? When was the
probably about what, 1846? Well, about 1848, 1847, but see, then they were lying, right? They were lying because they really weren't Seventh-day Adventists. They were just calling themselves that because they were actually still not really keeping the seventh day, because they were keeping it 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. because they didn't read their Bible. Because if they just read their Bible, they would realize it was evening to evening, not 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. But they were keeping 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. all the way until about 1855, right? Because they're not really the smartest people, right? That's why they were believing all these weird prophecies and some 19
Who said it was 6 p.m. to 6 p.m.? Who said it was 6 p.m. to 6 p.m.?
Ellen White said it.
Where?
Oh my gosh, they had
because Ellen White lived in.
Oh yeah.
They were in Michigan, right? And in Michigan, you have listen. In Michigan, you got different.
You really don't know yourself. No, you're
Listen
sitting
to me.
here telling us we don't know, and I know.
Michigan has different times when the sun set.
Oh no, I'm back.
I stopped sharing because even if we show them the factual things,
listen, Michigan has different.
How long did Ellen White keep a 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. so-called Sabbath day?
How are you going to type in how long 6 p.m. to 6 p.m.? That doesn't make no sense.
Because that's what she kept, and there's proof of it.
Listen, the The 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. is an
White
average of a
Asterisk,
calendar
a prominent figure in the
evening and
early
day.
Seventh-day Adventist movement, initially believed that the Sabbath began at 6 p.m. and ended at the same time the following day.
I
This
had a
concept was based on the idea that equatorial time, with sunset consistently occurring at 6 p.m., should guide Sabbath observance regardless of the season or location. Joseph Bates, another advocate for Sabbath keeping, shared this view, and many Adventists followed suit, observing the Sabbath from 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. However, a division arose among Sabbath keepers, with some arguing that the Sabbath should commence at sundown instead. Ellen White had a vision that confirmed the timing of the Sabbath, pointing to 6 p.m. as the correct starting time. This vision helped settle the debate, and Sabbath-keeping Adventists continued to observe the Sabbath from 6 p.m. until a later Bible study and a confirming vision in 1855 led them to shift to the current practice of observing the Sabbath from sundown to sundown. Eventually, the biblical evidence presented by the Bible-believing group became more compelling, leading to the acceptance of the sundown to sundown Sabbath timing.
There you go. There you go, buddy.
So
Isn't it amazing Ellen White had a vision and then that vision turned out to be totally wrong too? And it is actually sundown to sundown. So the woman lied and said she got a vision from God and it was wrong. Shouldn't that be enough for all the SDA to just be like, this lady's a fake prophet? But no, instead they double down and believe every word she wrote.
And you can
Listen.
just go by the Bible and figure out that it's
Listen,
evening
Ellen
to evening.
White
Why do you need a vision? Why do you need a vision? Why
Are
do
you
you
gonna
need a
shut up
vision?
listen, you're gonna shout whole evening you've been shouting, man. Have I shouted to you once?
Yes, you have. You've been
No.
interrupting him before
Well,
I got
dude,
on.
one thing you were doing is you're
I can
dodging
inter-
questions and it's getting irritating. And then you say I'm wrong, but then I bring up evidence and showing that no, you're the one who's
Bro,
wrong.
you've been wrong
And
whole
you keep
time
going,
on your
oh, you're so
calculations
wrong. You're
and
so
all of
wrong
that.
about
You've
this. And I
been
go,
wrong
no, they kept 6
misinterpreting the
p.m. to
Bible.
6 p.m. They didn't care about the Sabbath. She only kept it because Joseph Bates had money.
Bro,
Yep, and then
listen,
Joseph Bates is the one who brings it up to. We all know Ellen White did not have money. Joseph Bates had money, and it influenced her to keep the Sabbath. And then she has some false vision because if she was a real prophet, I think she could have figured out that Sabbath was evening to evening. Tell me, so how are they even Seventh-day Adventists until 1855? But they're calling themselves that, but they're breaking Sabbath. What dumbness is this, right? You're calling yourself Seventh-day Adventist, but you're not even keeping the Sabbath?
Quote the
What?
date.
What?
Quote the date for it. Quote the date when this is happening.
He's just going to ask the AI.
It started in late in 458, late in 18456.
Quote the date.
I mean, 1846, man.
All of this, there's no Adventism at that point in time.
Oh,
is Ellen White a prophet to you?
It doesn't matter. Ellen White.
No, it does matter because she's not a prophet. So
Listen
if
to
you
me.
think she is a
Are you
prophet, that
Are you
matters.
gonna let me answer the
when
question?
did the
Oh,
Seventh-day
yes,
Adventist
I want you to
become
answer if she's
called
a prophet
Seventh-day
or not,
Adventist?
because it does matter. You said it doesn't matter, but no, the Bible actually tells us it does matter if a person's a fake prophet or not. God has chapters on that in Ezekiel 13 and the book of Deuteronomy. If somebody's a fake prophet, God cares. So is Ellen White a prophet or not?
It doesn't matter. Ellen White will
Okay,
answer for
matters
The
to
name
God.
Seventh-day
Yeah.
Adventist
all
was
that she
officially
said.
adopted by the church in 1860.
Okay. So they're just talking about observing the Sabbath, but they're not actually observing the Sabbath, but they're saying it's the most important commandment of God, but yet they're not even keeping it. So that's still pretty hypocritical. So, okay, I was wrong about when they were called Seventh-day Adventists.
So I keep telling you, you keep making these errors and saying these things.
Hold
and
on,
you
it was
don't have to
officially
fact.
adopted. No, they were called it. Oh, oops, you didn't let me finish. They were called it, but they didn't officially
You
let
didn't say
themselves
that.
be known
That's not
as
what
it
you said.
because they were called Adventists, but they were also keeping the seventh day. And then they decided after people started saying, well, they're the seventh day kind of Adventists,
Right.
separating themselves from the other kind of Adventists. And then they decide to adopt the name Seventh-day Adventist officially in 1860. So before you go, oh, you're wrong. Wait a minute.
You were
Also,
wrong.
hold on for some nuanced
That's
point.
why I asked you quote the date, because I'm saying that the history is there to show the progression of everything. It doesn't hide. Listen, here's the point, right? If it is that they were trying to hide it, and let's just say if they're being facetious or there's some kind of whatever you want to call it, right? Why are all the facts? You can go on the E.G. White website, you can go on the SDA website and get all the very same information that you quoting. In fact, your AI will be quoting from their website. So my point being, they have shown you, given you the dates when every argument came up, whether it was investigative judgment, the atonement, Sabbath, or everything. It's there. And you will see when each of the doctrines or the theology was accepted.
Yeah, and we can see a
But
lot of
what you do,
contradictions.
listen, what you all do is just listen to chatter from people that say,
Nope, I'm muting you there. I'm not listening to chatter. You watched me do 9 hours of live research on here. No, what you do is you listen to just these people without even verifying. Oh, we believe in a May Passover. Really? Show me the proof. It has to be a May Passover in order to have an October 22nd, 1844 Day of Atonement. Show me this. But no. But see, here's another thing. And it really irritates me because you fly off because I got the day they officially started becoming the Seventh-day Adventist Church, right? But here's the thing. And they were saying the Sabbath was important, so important to God. We got to keep it, and it's all important that we're going to restore the 10 Commandments of God. But yet they don't even know what it is just by reading their Bible. And you're going to trust these people, and they're keeping a 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. Sabbath when it clearly says evening to evening. How much of it? And you're also saying it's so important. If it's so important, how is it that you're wrong about this when you're doing nothing but studying this? It's not like they got jobs; they're almost doing this full time for a decade at least. And she's talking, and she's also got visions from God. Doesn't God ever tell you, hey, Ellen, this is really important? Can you keep it evening to evening? No, they're not even keeping it evening to evening, 6 p.m. to 6 p.m.
Yeah, she would have got she would have got stoned in the book of Deuteronomy for saying a vision was from God that wasn't from God.
So let me just give you an
example. Yeah, she'd be dead.
Let me give you an example, right? So you know I have a Caribbean accent. So in the Caribbean, the sun basically sets 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. Lived there all my life. I come to the US, right? If you go to Michigan, where Ellen White is, right? You have some days when in the summer, sunsets what about 8:39 p.m., right?
Yeah, sometimes 10 o'clock.
Sometimes 10, right? So here's the thing, right? It was supposed to be an average, meaning that if I left or if I went to another place and the time changed, right? Now here's the point. If you go to Antarctica, the poles where you have 6 months of day and 6 months of night, are we going to have 6 months of Sabbath? Doesn't make sense, right? But you must have an average of time, meaning that what's the average of time even based on scientific now?
Right. Show me the verse show me the quote where she says it's an average of time.
No, listen.
Okay, no. You listen. You're going to show me before you continue on. One more sentence. Show me where she says it's an average 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. Because right now you're just running around. You're like, oh no, and it's like, no. Show me, buddy. Show me where this.
You're being an apologist for her. But she got a vision from God.
Listen, wait.
That should disturb you. That should disturb you. You shouldn't then defend that woman and say, no, actually, it makes sense logically because think about it. It's an average. You're defending somebody that lied that God gave them a vision about 6 p.m. to 6 p.m.
Yeah, why did later she say evening to evening? Why did they have these discussions for almost a decade about it? And then suddenly she decides to get a vision about it.
So let's do this, right? Let's do this. So let me just pull a simple example from the Bible, right? In the explanation of the hours of the day when Christ dies, what was the hour of the days? What was the hours of the days that the Bible counted? Was it 12?
We weren't on sundial time though at the time, so she should.
No. That's no. In the Bible.
No, yes. No. I know what you're doing. Hold on. You don't even have to explain all this. We already know that in those Roman times, when they start to count hours of day, they're going by like they got a sundial and they divide it up into 12 pieces. So sometimes when you would go to work, it was like sometimes you'd be working longer than what we would calculate as 12 hours today because the day lasted a lot longer than 12 hours, but you still divided the day up into 12 pieces. The night you would divide up into 12 pieces, as far as I understand how the time went. So now what are you going to say? Because I understand that part.
If we go in by the sundial and the sundial divides it up into 12, I can't see how the sun will still be up. So you
No, it's
understand
going to
what
be
you're
down
trying
by
to say
6
here?
o'clock. By 6 o'clock our time, it would be down. I'm not sure how. I
Th-
think like they would say that's the
That's
12th
my
hour. That's the
that's
12th hour, so that would
that's
be
my
sundown.
all right. And they would even have a midnight time as well. Not so?
I guess. Hold on, I gotta think.
Are you making these arguments to defend Ellen White? Is that why you're doing this?
No, I'm just pointing out
Is that a righteous
incorrect
truth for
the
random quotes that people may
incorrectness.
have made? Maybe Ellen White?
I'm just pointing out the incorrectness of what you guys keep
No,
saying.
we're not doing anything incorrect. We're not wrong for pointing out that it's bad to say that God gave you a
Does
vision
wait,
about something that God didn't
does
give
the
you a
Bible
vision
give
about.
a
We're not wrong
12-hour
for that.
period?
We're not going to apologize for that.
Does the
If you
Bible
want
give
to
a
defend
12-hour
the fake
period?
prophet like Ezekiel
You
13,
know what? I didn't get my question answered about the sanctuary. I'm done with this conversation because it's like
Man, I answer
we
you
already know. We
point
already
about the
saw her lie
sanctuary
about 6 p.m.
10
to 6 p.m.
times.
We know it's evening to evening. That's all she had to say. We don't have to get into this whole average. I
When is
understand
evening?
that
When
because
is the time of evening?
I feel bad for these guys, man. They're really they don't understand how like
dude,
indoctrinated.
I'm just removing them, dude. I'm done with them.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm done because I'm shutting this show down, Ryan. I'm
Yeah.
done with
You've
it.
been gone for 9
I've been on
hours.
here 9 hours. I want to see my family.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
barely going to get to see them. I've done a show just because
Yeah,
I
no,
thought this guy
it
was
was a
going to get
long
to a point.
show.
I meant to cut this show
Maybe
down
he'll
5
come back
hours
some
ago.
other time. It's one of those where I understand. You've been going 9 hours. I'd be frustrated. Like,
Yeah, five hours ago, I wanted to end this show, but he decided to come on, and I thought he could answer my question real quick, and he couldn't do it.
yeah, real quick. Yeah, dude,
No,
I
I'm
was
serious.
watching
All
for
I
a few
asked for,
hours.
dude, it's still that same question. How does the sanctuary get defiled? How is it restored? And then it's like we go through all this stuff and stuff.
Yeah.
When he explains it to him, it sounds like it was a false prophet because you go, well, Jesus cleansed the sanctuary. Okay, I agree with that, but that happened in 31 AD. Therefore, it didn't happen in 1844. Conversation over. Bye. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, like,
The tactics are always so like all over the place, man. It's like it's crazy. Like they can't just understand that they're defending bad doctrine. I don't know.
yeah, and here's one more final point I want to show that he did. Okay, so he's saying that the records of heaven, he kept saying, it sounds like he kept saying, well, the records of sin are now being looked at by God. But isn't that also what they say, that the sanctuary is okay? If the sanctuary is being cleansed because those records are on there, and maybe those books are defiled with sin. Maybe you want to say the sins in these books are defiling the sanctuary. But isn't that being added? Isn't this record growing? Like, it hasn't been, like, where did it go? Where did all this record go? Okay, it's records. God's looking over the records. That's fine. Are the records ceasing to grow? Did people cease to sin since 1844? So now he's doing this investigative judgment. He's just like that's what doesn't make sense. And I was asking how to explain that, because to me, it sounds like the verse reads, it was cleansed. That means it's done. So if it's done, then how is it still? Then what's the? I mean, then everybody had to stop sinning, right? Or I mean, like that's what I'm trying to wrap my mind around. Just help me wrap my mind. I might be wrong in saying it, but what I'm trying to articulate is this is how I'm seeing it. Please, and if I'm wrong, articulate it to where it makes sense and do it simply. Can't you do it in 5 minutes? I gave him 5 hours.
One thing that's funny is like these cult doctrines, they do like harp on to like certain verses that I never pay much attention to, and then they make total doctrines out of it. Like, I always just thought there was just one book, the book of life. But then when he went to the verse and it said the books were opened, like, I've read that a million times, but it never really registered to me that maybe some of the books aren't the book of life. So it's like, it's like I do like sometimes talking to these cults, niche groups, because then they might bring something up like that where I'll be like, oh, that's interesting. Like, I never heard the 3-angel message before, but then you go into Revelation and there's 3 angels that are saying certain things. Like, they do try to like take apocalyptic literature and just make these doctrines out of it. But it is interesting. Prima, man, you should come back on the channel sometime. Come on.
How about him go to your channel?
Yeah, come by my channel sometime. Prima.
You start running some of these shows, Ryan.
Yeah, I haven't been doing shows for a while, but you can subscribe to my channel, Prima, and we'll talk. But yeah, we definitely didn't take any loss. I was giving you some credit for pointing out one little thing in one verse, that there's more than just the book of life. That's the only thing I'm giving you some credit for, because I'm honest enough to say, oh, that was interesting. Would I read that verse and make a doctrine out of it like you do? No, I would never do that. That is crazy, and that's not smart. When you see that there's a thing that says books, you shouldn't then just make up a fictional apocrypha story about what's in the books. That's not smart. So don't run with my compliment. But anyways.
Oh, dude, yeah, you know what? I actually felt like it was kind of demonic, like you're trying to waste my time, dude, because this is pulling time away from my family. And all I asked you to do, dude, it's like, because really, I'm gonna go see my family 5 hours ago. So you could have been nice enough to explain that. In fact, though, you guys are so crappy, dude, because you just won't get to the point. That's why I'm starting to get frustrated, because you guys don't gotta understand. I don't see my family much. I work 70 hours a week almost. So if I come down here to do a show, I came down here to do a show for about 3 hours and just run through all this research I had. I let you come on and you can't even answer my question. But my questions weren't that hard. Show me a May Passover. Can't do it. Okay, no Jews May Passover. So your October 22nd, 1844 date must be wrong, because you can't show me a Jew that has Passovers in May on their calendar ever. Right?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't want to answer some questions. I felt like at some point he was just dodging them, and we weren't going to get anywhere. But yeah, bro, go spend time with your kids. Calm down before you go over there. And thanks for having me on. And yeah, I'm going to try to get back to doing shows too. So
I didn't use Google AI to help me. I used it to hurry up and get answers quick. If you wanted to, I could go through books I got around here. If you want to wait 2 or 3 hours for me to answer a question, I can have this AI pull up in seconds, right? Because okay, I'm not an encyclopedia that can remember exactly what page the works of Josephus had a specific date on, right? So when I'm working this up, so you must be a real idiot to not use Google and just waste people's time. So you did say earlier you had time to waste. So you must be really good at wasting people's time, because you're too stupid to think about using Google, right? And using that to help you come up with an answer quick.
No, I get
you. Come up with an answer real quick.
No, I know. Everybody, if you have half a brain, Google stuff. He still has yet to. He said, "I spoke from my Bible." Well, no, you didn't, sir, because you turned 2,300 evenings and mornings into 839,500 evenings and mornings. I think if God wanted to give Daniel a prophecy, he wouldn't have been over 830,000 evenings and mornings off when he said, Daniel, write this down.
He quoted the Bible directly, though, Ryan.
Yeah, you quoted the Bible directly, all right. God said, Daniel, write down 2,300 evenings and mornings, and then you wanted us to change it to days, then change it to years, and then you just end up with 839,500 evenings and mornings. What's the difference, right?
Yeah, and all we did was ask you, show me one time where there's a time prophecy where you have to change it to one thing, and then you have to change it to another, like seconds to hours and hours to years or something. Show us that, but you can't do that. You can't show us one other time where something was converted twice in order to understand a prophecy.
He wasn't understanding that in Daniel 9, the 77s is like the 7 can be a week, or it can be 7 sabbatical cycles. Same with a day, could be a day or a year. He thought that was like him answering it, but it's not. It's the word sevens. It has versatile meaning, because that's what the word is. It's a versatile word. The words evening and mornings, they never anywhere else in the Bible get changed into years. It doesn't happen. It doesn't.
Well, I think Daniel 9 interprets itself, because the prophecy Daniel's starting off reading as the 70 years of captivity. So God's saying, instead of 70 1-year periods, now it's going to be 70 sevens. So we know earlier in the verse it was talking about just a single year, but now God's going, it's not just 70 years, it's going to be 70 sevens. So right there, you just by reading the text, without going outside the chapter, I know it must be talking about that, because it's only talking sevens, but sevens what? Well, it must be 7 times that original amount of 1 year. So 77. It's pretty natural to come up with 490 years. You don't have to do year for a day because there's no word day in Daniel 9. So we don't even have to do that. But all we have to do is look at the prophecy of Jeremiah, know that he was reading it because it says so in the text. So I'm not having to go outside the text to come up with an answer to that.
Yeah, it's just like they always want to grab the apocalyptic books, man. That's one thing I've realized. Like anytime you're dealing with a cult or a niche group, they're gonna take the apocalyptic books and make those the most foundational things for their faiths. It's like it's amazing. Like the books in the Bible, we all should be most hesitant about. Like, oh, I don't know what that could mean. I should be careful about what that could mean. No, what do they do with it? They run with it. Like they make their most important doctrines. Oh, the mark of the beast, that's in Revelation. Daniel, let's turn that into the investigative judgment. Like they turn the most like apocalyptic verses into their most foundational doctrines. And it's like those are the verses you should be most hesitant about. So it's backwards, man. It's very backwards, but hey, take it easy, bro. And like I said, I'm gonna try to start doing some shows. I know I haven't been doing them, but I'm gonna try to start doing some shows again. It was good to get on here, and I was watching for a few hours, and I had to hop on because I just saw you.
Oh, dude, I'm kind of glad you did, and because it's like I felt like I wasn't so sane, and watching you interact, I was like, okay, it's the same thing, and then I'm actually able to see more of what he's doing. And I'm like, wow, and then you're calling out the same things I'm thinking. I just didn't call them out verbally, and I'm like, okay. I'm seeing the same thing, and so my frustration feels warranted. So I'm just like, okay. So I'm kind of glad you came on and made me feel sane. I'm glad you were. You know what, Ryan? You were cooler than me. You kept it cool.
Yeah, that doesn't happen.
I was always the one that was getting upset with you in the past.
Yeah, now you know what it feels like to do a 9-hour stream and have somebody like Dirty Varmint up here. Now you know, right? Now you know.
I mean, at least I didn't drop an F-bomb yet, but
yeah, well, now you know. You see, when you're at the 9-hour mark,
I was like, wow, Ryan kept it cooler than me, man. Right on. I am so happy with you, man.
When you're at the 9-hour mark, man, trust me, I've done some long streams. At the 9-hour mark, after going in the same circle for 8 hours, you kind of start to say, "All right, buddy, I had enough here."
Yeah.
Hey, take it easy, bro. It's good talking to you. Maybe I'll see you again soon. I'll hop back on your stream, or vice versa. If I do a stream on my show, hop on or something.
All right, sounds good, man. You went over some of that text better than I could have, so I appreciate you coming on.
You know it way better than I do. It's just, I had to, like I said, I couldn't take it anymore either. I had to hop on too, just because it gets ridiculous. But yeah, Prima Scriptura, subscribe to my channel because, I'll do a stream in the near future. You can hop on and we can talk about these things more. But
Brian Apologetics 747 right there, his name. That's why I enlarged the screen so you could see it better. So now you can actually see what his channel name is, Ryan Apologetics 747. So subscribe to him on YouTube. He does random live streams, so you could catch him at almost any time. He might decide to do one at any moment. So
yeah, he was a decent guy. I'm not mad at him.
He definitely kept it cool with me. But I mean, I was just. Like I said, I wanted to go see my family. I was getting frustrated because in the back of my mind, I had a time limit of 3 hours, and went to 4. And then when I let it go on because I thought you could get to this answer, I was starting to get frustrated. That's kind of what it is. Normally, I'm not like this, but it's like there's a frustration when you want to go see your family, and you're like, well, let me just let this guy go on a little bit longer. Maybe he'll get to his point. And he managed to string me along for 5 hours without ever answering my question.
Yeah, Prima, just comment on my channel if you want to set up a time where me and you could go through similar topics. Comment and tell me what topics. If you want to get back into these, I'll set up a show with you in the near future, buddy, because you were a decent guy. But hey, it's all good, man. We had a decent conversation. It gets a little heated at times on both sides. He was interrupting you after a while too, so he wasn't exactly being patient at all times either. So I mean, it got contentious because of that, So, but either way, talk to you soon, buddy. To spend some time with your family.
All right, I'll see you, Ryan.
All right, later, kid.